Ah, hello everyone. What a beautiful day in Metropolis. It's great out here. The sun is shining. Everything's gone super well. There's been 0 attacks. I can't think of a better time to do a fun little community stream. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too terrible. We're just gonna relax. We're gonna, I don't know, we'll watch some slop. We'll just have a good time. We're just gonna hang out. What do you think, Fishy? You want to say something?
Smallback. Ah! It looks like Metropolis is saved once again a terrible setback for the Chinese Empire.
Yeah, yes, yeah. The Chinese Empire will be set back, I guess, by the existence of one more Western city. That's true. I suppose that's right. Yeah.
Well, I just hope that there isn't a monster of the week this week, and we can just play video game and talk about fun things like the decadent West decline into artificial intelligence slowly.
Slop good. Yep. The AI stuff's been getting crazy, and everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. When I talk about the AI stuff, they love it. They love it. It's the reason they're here. So, yeah, I suppose we'll just do some, I don't know, some funny AI videos or something. We'll, I don't know, we'll figure out what's going on out in the world. Oh, didn't Elon Musk, like, put some kind of, like, crazy ass... Wait a minute! What's that? Oh my god! Oh no! Who could that be? Is it the monster of the week? Fish!
My god, it's the president. He's taking the bus. Hands off. Small bar.
Yeah!
Do Sunday.
Yeah! I got this! Guys, I've been practicing aiming my laser. I'm gonna get rid of the terrible evil monster. Turn off my fan? Absolutely not. Never gonna happen. Get out of here, fiend! Zoom. Aha! He can't take it! He can't take it! Ha-ha! I saved the bugs. I did it. There you go. Well, that was an anticlimactic story. That was it. That's the whole stream, guys. That's the whole stream. Nothing else is gonna happen. That was it. We're just gonna watch Super. Wait a minute! No! What's he doing? Chat! He's taking my dono bar! Stop! Stop! No! President Sunday! He's taking our monetization! No! My money! No! Right, that's it. We're taking him down. That's the only way I'm getting my money back. He took our dono bar. We're gone. We're poor. We're gonna make 0 money today, and it's all his fault. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Chat has no idea the amount of filters I put on your shit. Yeah, well, it is what it is. All right, hold on. Let me. I'm turning the fucking. Fine, I'll turn the fucking fan off. 1 second. Whatever. This is not an edited. This is not an edited thing, okay? All right. This is a one-man play. All right. This is my vagina monologues. All right. Wait, what filters are you putting on me anyway? What the hell? Do I sound worse than usual? Unlikely. Impossible. Not happening. I'm the real guy. Okay, this is how I really sound. Without all of the evil whiz filters, alright, trying to hold me back. Trying to, dim my sparkle, okay? This is what it's like without them. Turn the fan off and move set. Stop! The fan is on! Oh my god. Alright, hold on. Jesus Christ. Yes. Fucking bullshit. Christ. Stupid. Pause. Everywhere. It's Metropolis! It's a city! It's the sound of a city! What do you expect? It's a cityscape. It's a cityscape. It's a city. You think a city doesn't sound? Whatever. All right, Fishy. I guess we're gonna have to take down President Sunday today. I guess we're doing President Sunday reacts. Now, if we were to try and take down the president himself, many would try to attack him via the drama stuff, right? The slop, you know. But I think we should attack President at his real source of power, the real power behind the throne, his heavy hitter, his most powerful warrior, his most powerful assassin, Quarantine Collective, the theory guy, Brooks. I actually wanted to take a look at one of his videos today and judge how well he does critique of other leftists, because I saw a bit of it and I was pretty fucking disappointed. I thought everyone around me has been telling me all fucking day that Brooks is like the guy. He's like the theory guy. You know, even if you don't think President Sunday has the actual big brain, at least he's got people in his community that are, you know, heavy hitters, people who are actually able to like handle the theory, do good critique, basically be the smart guy while he's like the fucking attack dog pitbull, right? But then I watched a Brooks video and I've never been more fucking disappointed in my life. Jesus Christ. It was fucking, I thought he was supposed to be a fucking anarchist. This shit is fucking, it's trash. It's garbage. It's terrible. So we're gonna look at that. Turn down the gain? Never. Civilization is loud, it's always loud. I'll turn down my voice. I'm gonna turn down the gain, okay? My voice is the problem. And also, I don't know, maybe we'll play some video game as well. Maybe we'll play some Haste while we're watching stuff. But I think we'll kick off by digging into the video in a little bit more detail, because it's been pretty fucking disappointing. I was pretty sad. I was pretty upset. I was a pretty sad guy. So let me pull this up, which is very, very well prepared, of course. Always extremely well prepared. Always prepared for stream. I've never failed once. It's not happened. It's not real. Definitely not going into studio mode right now. Hello chat, how's it going? Oh, also, I don't know, if someone donates like 20 bucks, I'll put chat on screen. Okay, there you go. That's your first goal. You're gonna pay for the DLC. 20 bucks, chat goes on stream. 50 bucks, I don't know, we get the dono bar back. It'll be too heavy. President Sunday will sink back down from the sky and I'll be able to do battle with him. How about that? There we go. See, look, we give you things, okay? It's not just for free. We're not just expecting free money, all right? You get to pay to play. Plus, also, the fish will say whatever you say. Click on the TTS link. $5 fish talkie. $5 fish talkie. Very fun, very nice. Debate Brooks, you coward. I mean, I might debate Brooks. Look, I'm not gonna lie, like, I think that Brooks is clearly a very, very intelligent guy and probably knows more about theory than I do. But also, he sucks ass. And you know what's more important than understanding theory is not sucking ass. Is not being, like, a cringe, smug freak. Okay? And I would know. DMs? Oh my god. Go bold? Absolutely never. Oh god. Why? Why do I have to... 10 DMs? Alright, fine. Fine, I'm looking at it. Alright, I'll bring it down. Okay, there we go. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. How's that? Is that better? Are we better now? Ah! Yes, as loud as I can go. Okay, is that alright? Is that alright? Wiz? Are we done? Better? Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why that happened, actually. Wait, everything should have been... Oh, I know exactly what happened. The fucking scroll wheel. I accidentally scrolled up the gain. Oops. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, alright. Well, we're throwing Brooks on. Does Brooks smell his own farts or eat his own cum? You know what? We're gonna have to figure that one out together, folks. Okay, that's gonna be the entire purpose of this video, is to understand which of those two things, which of those two crimes Brooks is responsible for. Now, Wiz is going to ask me to censor this video, and I'm going to tell him to fuck off, because I think it's funny to not have it censored. What's your fucking problem, Spider? Huh? Huh? What's your issue? Go bald. I have a hat. I can't go bald. Wazah! There we go. Alright, nice. We've got the video. Now, as usual, I'll not be making fun of how someone looks, but as an anarchist, yeah, this guy just looks like a lot of anarchists I know. It is what it is. What can I do? What can I do? I do my best. Okay.
Welcome to the fourth video in our series, wandering through books from the shelves behind me, as we talk through methodology here.
He's such a meddler.
Simply
bigger
content.
Video.
Last week, we spent a lot of time with David Orr as we worked through how the readings each of us undertakes are fraught with inferences and logic. We don't know that we know. Okay. We don't understand that they're part of how we do things, even if it's just a poem a few lines long. David Orr gave us a wonderful, specific version of how inference breaks apart readings of something seemingly simple. But we're not really here about a poem. The point here is to make our way through social spheres, through philosophical modern thought. Our job here is to learn...
So for a little bit of context, okay, so President Sunday is someone you probably all know. Brooks is the power behind the throne. He's like his big theory guy. So Brooks will come on and he'll explain the really complicated theory that even President Sunday doesn't get. And, you know, I would kind of argue that President Sunday is not necessarily the best theory understander in the world. He's definitely got some big gaps that even I'm able to notice as someone who's not particularly well read when it comes to philosophy. Anytime President Sunday veers near a patch of stuff that I've actually read and feel like I've understood, I feel like I'm a little bit disappointed by the way that he describes stuff, but whatever, you know what, it's fine. I actually have fairly low standards for, like, philosophy communication. I don't think it's that big a deal. I think that the way that you build understanding is by, like, creating kind of a frame for people to understand, like, to sit on top of, like a little block. And then, like, they'll get the more complex version, and the more complex version, and the more complex version over time, until they... Who's President Sunday? Oh, shut up! President Sunday is a theory YouTuber, and also a drama YouTuber, okay? Notable points of President Sunday's career include him debating Destiny and then running away, debating me and then running away, debating Chud Logic and then running away, hence President Run Day. He'll, of course, deny that he ran away in any of those instances. Then later, he got involved in the Destiny Pixie drama, released a bunch of shit that I think he probably shouldn't have released, made a bunch of very, very stupid points. We're not going to be covering that drama today because I don't care. I really don't care. Okay, we've already done what we're going to do on that stuff. I like how you have Lily floating in front of the tiny screen. Lily just wanted to be included. What do you want from me? All right, Lily, you flap. Yeah, there you go. You flap around over there. You're fine. Lily's the main character, okay? All right. Of course she's the highest layer piece of OBS. President Runday. Yeah, coined by a certain snail. I would like to add that I was the very first person in the whole world, okay, to give him the name President Runday. And it was after he ran away from me. And then it was co-opted by Chud Logic because he immediately, like a day later, went on Chud Logic's stream and ran away from him. I debated him while he was on while Chud Logic was on holiday, and I defended Chud Logic from him. Okay, I was one of Chud Logic's attack dogs, like Queeman. So yeah, this is my origin story. Screen bigger? Oh, shut up. No. Okay. My aesthetics are
and
mine.
To do that,
okay,
we need to spend time and understand what exactly builds the logic with...
Sorry, so for a little bit more context, basically this is part of his teaching series where I imagine the idea is he's going to critique something in order to give you like a working understanding of the theory being critiqued. Okay, which is fine. It's an okay way to do things.
Which we read these things.
I'm terrified of giant
David
words,
Orr
yeah.
points out how we read the poem with
Queeman?
ourselves at the center. But why do we do that? Well, Frederick Jameson has a fantastic answer for that in his book, Postmodernism, The Cultural Logic of Late-Stage Capitalism. You see, where we're at, this era, characterized by hyper-consumerism and the pervasive commodification of nearly all aspects of life, fundamentally reshapes our relationship as individuals with the world we live in. It fosters a profound egoization. Individuals are increasingly positioned as these sovereign consumers whose identity is curated through personal choices, the acquisition of experiences, rather than collective struggle or shared social roles. This extends to the commodification of the self, where even personal well-being, relationships, and self-actualization become products or services to be acquired for your individual fulfillment. Like, say, reading a poem and self-inserting your own importance in the way you view the world directly into it, right?
Is this old? Yeah, this is ancient Vosh. This is the end stage. This is late stage. This is late stage Voshism. Yeah. Wait, you came up with Run Day? I don't know about that. Maybe I stole it from you. I'm. It's entirely possible. You were a fan of the stream back then as well. So, you know what, as an OG,
Easy.
maybe it was yours.
See, this inward turn is mirrored externally to us by things we digest socially. Jameson says that a few things exemplify this turn, but nothing does it better really than pastiche, a fragmented array of styles and historical references, but devoid of critical distance, where the individual becomes an assembler of these superficial signs for their personal gratification aesthetically. Yeah. So for example, Dr. House, he's a guy who's addicted to Vicodin and solving puzzles. He lives at 221B, some fucking street, with a companion who's always with him, slightly kinder, named Wilson, and he treats a woman named Miss Adler in the pilot episode. None of these things themselves have depth or commentary, of course. They're simply elements referring to Sherlock Holmes, the addicted heroin guy who solves crimes living at 221 Baker Street, who tarries with another Miss Adler. Member berries.
Member Slimy? Oh,
Empty, nothing references that get you to feel special by noticing them.
Okay, so I do think this is actually one of the better explanations of I wouldn't say this is all of postmodernism, but this is one of the better explanations. Using pastiche, the idea of just like assembling a horrible Frankenstein's monster of references and signifiers that don't really mean anything of themselves, and you're not really adding any meaning into them. You're just like doing a thing. So House is a really good example of that, of just like, oh, it's just doing Sherlock Holmes, and then it makes you feel clever for noticing that it's Sherlock Holmes. I'm just repeating what he said, but this is, I think, a pretty good way of explaining postmodernism. The Fish is being gay. The Fish is a good
Caesar's
guy, okay?
Palace does this by being...
He's my friend.
Caesar's Palace.
At
Disney's Main Street USA. These are great examples of the visual and architectural
He's just a
element.
little quiet. He's a little
Films
shy.
that I love. They're great, but they are pastiche in this way. Tarantino is basically guilty of this across the board. His entire filmography is
Oh, and also, it's worth noting that, like, enjoying pastiche, which, you know, like, that's not a bad thing. It's not terrible to notice a reference, get the dopamine hit, and then go, ooh, that's fun. But the problem is that it's so reliable that... Oh, God. Okay, what are we? We're, what, like 14 minutes into the stream? Capitalism! Unfortunately, the incentive structures of our modern day just mean that very, very reliable ways to get those dopamine hits are you know, all the values extracted out of them, and less reliable ways of getting those dopamine hits end up kind of falling by the wayside. So pastiche becomes a major element of culture. I don't know if I mentioned this on the Superman episode, but when I sat down to watch Superman, we were in the cinema, my favorite cinema, really, really lovely, bougie place, okay, super great. I sat down and I was in such a good mood when I sat down with my darling wife, ready to watch Superman. And then I watched all the trailers, right? We got there early, we sat down, I watched every single fucking trailer. And by the end of all the trailers, I got major depressive disorder instantly. I just got the entire diagnosis. It all hit me all at once, okay? I got depressed. The vibe shifted. My wife turns to me and she's like, "Hey, are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm fine." And then she gives me a look that means, "You're not fine. I can sense you're not fine. You're being a little bitch. Speak up." And I was like, I don't know. I'm just in a bad mood now all of a sudden for no reason. And I thought about it for a couple of minutes. I realized I had seen 3 trailers with Pedro Pascal in them. I had seen 4 trailers of things that are just remakes of things. Like, I don't know if you remember sitting down 10 years ago to the cinema and looking at the trailers, and it's like just it's a bunch of new things. It's just lots of cool ideas, lots of little arty things. I remember 10 years ago we would sit down in the cinema and we'd be like, "Oh, another book adaptation." But it was a book you'd never heard of usually, right? Like it would be like a book adaptation. You'd be like, "Oh, Aragon? Okay, fine, cool, whatever." But now it's just a remake of a remake of a remake. I sat there and I was like, this is like the 3rd or 4th Fantastic Four movie I've seen in my life. Like, I have not been alive that long, and I have seen all of these things multiple times in my relatively short lifespan. And I got this wave of depression. And then Superman started. And the way that movie opens, which is not spoilers, literally the first 10 seconds, is there's like a title card basically saying, yeah, so Superman fell to Earth. Anyway, we're moving on to the cool part of the story now. And I was like, oh my god, I don't have to see the start of Superman again. I don't have to see his stupid fucking origin story again. And I was immediately made happier because I didn't have to see a repeat of something. That whole movie was new. That whole movie was new. It was things that I hadn't seen. From Superman before. You know, I know they pulled little bits and pieces from All-Star, whatever, but it was all given strong meaning. James Gunn is very good at giving a film meaning, right? Even if he is pastiching, assembling lots of little signifiers together, he's assembling them with a purpose, with a goal, with a reason, with a meaning. For me, that's never been the case. It's always been like this. God, yeah, you're younger than me. Fuck. I don't know. Guys, never kill yourself, but honestly, I might have if I was your age. Holy fucking shit. I can remember. I forget. I can remember the before times. I remember the before times.
There you have it. 2.5 Clem coins. They're a non-fungible cryptocurrency only tradable by me. I like the idea of crypto, but don't want to harm anyone financially, so I'll eventually webpool myself. Also, smart, change your eyes back to normal. Permanently.
Change my eyes back to normal permanently? Thank you so much, Clem. Okay. Oh god, that shifted some things. Alright, if you want me to move my eyes back, that's gonna also cost money. Sorry guys. That's a Clem. That's a Clem. The fish talks. So the fish talks when you donate. If you TTS, you can make the fish say anything you want, as long as you want, for $5. Very fun. Send it back, send it back. I will change my eyes back for another donation. Clem has decided to undo my laser eye surgery. Sorry, folks. It's funny, I show younger people Blade Runner and they just see all the references that other shit's been using aggressively since. Dude, I took my wife to see Blade Runner as same cinema. Like I took my wife to see Blade Runner because they were showing the OG. And yeah, I was like we were both sitting there. She was like, I feel like I've seen that before. And I'm like, fuck, you've seen everything lampoon Blade Runner to the point where you can't even enjoy the original anymore. Oh god. This isn't just a James Gunn meme. I know it's not just a James Gunn meme. Many artists, cultural producers are able to create great meaning even while using pastiche. I totally agree with that. I just think James Gunn is one of very many people who are good at doing that. Is this a discussion about pastiche? Yes, a little bit. It's about postmodernism and about this video that Brooks is writing. I just want to say, Brooks, this is good. This is good educational shit. This first few minutes, very good. Great way to explain postmodernism to a lay audience. I like it. Pastiche is a very good way of doing it. Very good framing device. Excellent work. Top marks. Excellent.
Pastiche.
So far.
They're forms without critique. Jackie Brown is not.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Yeah, it's all fucking. But see, I don't know. Okay, all right. The point of pastiche, I think, right, is that you're supposed to be enjoying the signifiers. But I think what Star Wars did is it took signifiers from like Japan and Western things that people hadn't really seen assembled in that way. So I would say that was transformative in a way that pastiche usually isn't. Modern Star Wars, of course, is all pastiche of Star Wars, 100%. But the original Star Wars was like taking elements from Japanese stories. I can't remember, what was it? Roshan? No. Archetypes are not pastiche. I wouldn't say archetypes are pastiche. What is pastiche is if you the TV show Community, right? The way that Abed does like references archetypes, that is itself a pastiche send up of Campbell, and the reason is because what's his name? Dan Harmon? No. Harmon. Dan Harmon. Dan Harmon is a huge fan of Campbell. I'm a fan of Campbell too. But he's a huge fan of Campbell, and so he likes doing the archetype thing. So that would be like a sort of pastiche. It also has elements from World War II, yeah. Unfortunately goated. Rick and Morty. Yes. Yeah, Rick and Morty. I'm gonna listen. I watched the latest season of Rick and Morty, and you know what? Didn't hate it. Was fine. Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of like season 15 of The Simpsons, in that it's like moderately funny, kind of okay. There's occasionally an okay idea there. It's never able to recapture its greatness, but it's fine. You know, it's just comfortable. It's comfortable viewing. It also did hit a peak of being up its own arse intellectual bullshit, and then it came back down from that peak because it realized that it was incredibly cringe and it had to uncringe itself. So it's a little bit more like sincerely aware of its shittiness, especially in earlier seasons. Why would you hate it? It's made for you. I hate you, Wiz, and you were made for me to toy with like a little puppet. Dan Saltman, yeah. Yeah, they improved the show. Yeah, the show's better. The new voice actors are better than the old. Honestly, like I genuinely prefer them. Justin Roiland is obviously, you know, a very decent creator, but yeah, the new voice actors clearly have way more range. Just better to listen to, I think. The fact that it's two different guys now, I think, also helps a little bit because there were limitations with it just being one dude. Yeah, it lets its characters. I like character-driven shows, and Rick and Morty is objectively a character-driven show. And honestly, character-driven shows are not as common as I would like. Too Many Cooks is peak postmodernism. Yes, that's really good. That's a really good call out, actually. That would be... But you know what? I bet there's 19 leftist video essays about Too Many Cooks about postmodernism.
Mocking or sending up Foxy Brown. They're just doing the thing, and they're doing things that make you happy to see it done well. Yeah, it's tough. See, this leads to a pervasive depthlessness and a waning of affect, where profound historical and social dimensions pull back. They recede.
I just stole President Sunday's meme. Okay, all right. I'm just that's it.
And it leaves only this sort of immediate surface sensation. The consequence is a historical amnesia, where the past is reduced to decontextualized images for individual consumption. This isolates you, the ego, in this eternal present, detached from any enduring collective narrative or historical accountability.
The blinking is very unpleasant with the new eyes.
Thanks to this, it doesn't just mean that we get Marvel films loaded with a billion references to a billion things. But
Brain
instead,
damage.
that every bit of content we
Muppet.
digest is
Brain
devoid of
damage.
critique or commentary. See, when I talk to you about how people teach you riddles, that's the
There's nothing done. There's nothing wrong with. Okay, hold on. With well done fan service, the squirrel saved in Superman was peak fan service. I wouldn't call that fan service. I would say fan service is like. I see why you say. I see why you call it fan service, but it has meaning. It has important meaning to the narrative, right? Superman cares about squirrels. That's a really, really important. Like you need to in a film about a guy who is all powerful, has to restrain himself. The entire point of Superman is what is his moral code. And that film is like, his moral code goes down all the way down to squirrel level. That's the extreme, right? That's the like, they're showing you the sort of the end state of his like, of his moral character. So I think that's the value of it. I wouldn't say it's fan service. I did cry when he saved the squirrel. Not just because, you know, I think it touched my little vegan thing. Saving a dog is like, whatever. Dogs are basically people in our society. But saving a squirrel, that made me cry instantly. I was like, that's my Superman. I feel way better about the world knowing that, you know, like a million. But okay, it's nice that when people, if someone were to call me soy right now, fair enough. But every time you see Superman save a squirrel, you're seeing someone spend $50 million or like, yeah, $5 million on CGI to save a squirrel. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a genuine, it's a fucking spirit bomb of like cultural power and money and finance and creative energy pushed towards this thing in order to convey a meaning. And the meaning is squirrels are valuable and a hopeful Superman is valuable. You cried over the squirrel moment, not the children defending their home? Didn't give a shit about that. Yeah, no. I'm a vegan. I care about animals, not brown people. But I also cried when you know what? This is very funny. I also cried when he saved when he checked if the office workers who were on fire are okay. Do you notice? This is as a vegan tech bro, I'm like, I cried when the corporate drones, he checked that they were okay, and the squirrel was saved. That's it. If it was the Green Lantern squirrel, that would be fan service. Yeah, that would be, I guess that would be fan service, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna watch the Superman film, thanks for coming, but you should watch the Superman film, it's great. Postmodernism has nothing to do with the artistic quality of the piece of art and how it makes you feel lol. I agree. I want to be super clear. None of that was a description of postmodernism, where like that was just me yapping. Postmodernism has nothing to do. It's a neutral. Well, it was originally devised as a critique, but broadly speaking, it's like a neutral assessment of the current culture, right? It's not good or bad. And I said pastiche can be good. The problem is that pastiche has basically dominated all other forms.
Process I'm referring to. They're sharing with you, signifying
This is literally, it's fan service when I don't like it. No, fan service is a broad term. I think of fan service as like, the quintessential fan service to me is like, you're watching a random anime, and then like the camera slams into a girl's panties or something. You know, that's why I can't watch anime. It drives me fucking crazy. Or like you get like a gratuitous titty shot or something, you know? Like that's fan service to me. It's not always sexual, but the point is that it's just there to like give the fans a cheap dopamine hit. That could also be like just a reference to something. That's not real. Okay, I mean, maybe I've only exclusively been recommended animes that are gross and sick and stupid, but from my experience, all anime, I actually think that, I've noticed that, like, anime watchers I'll ask them, like, can you give me something that isn't that? And then they'll send me something that they're like, oh, this one's really good. And an episode in, I will be like, there are like 3 times that there's like a panty shot for no reason. And then they'll come back to me and they'll be like, oh, yeah, you're right. I genuinely think anime fans cannot see it. Like, they're so used to it, they just glaze over. It just doesn't like appear to them. Anime guys are immune to it? Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Wiz. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they literally don't see it.
Elements.
No, I see it. Okay. All right. Well, you're the special guy. I guess all of your anime is perfect and correct. All of the anime I've ever seen is bad. But I don't know. I've given people a general rule, okay, in recommending me anime. I have 3 requests, okay? In the first 3 episodes, there is no incredibly embarrassing sexual fan service stuff. There's no pedophilia. And there's no bigotry of either the racial or, like, transphobic kind. That's it. And you know what? No one's been able to give me an anime that passes this test. Okay, I mean, fuck, like the very last one, someone tried, and then I quit after the first episode. Usually, the last one I looked at was, I think, was it the time travel one, Steins Gate? They were like, oh, this one's really good. This is like one of the best animes ever made. I was like, okay, and then I watched it, and like there's like a dude. The main character like finds out that this girl is trans or something, and he's like, I'm attracted to her, but she's a boy. Am I gay? This is crazy. And then the guy who recommended it to me was just like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Like, you're just blind to it. Jesus. Avatar: The Last Airbender, not an anime. Refuse to acknowledge it. Scavenger's Reign, not an anime. Cyberpunk Edge Runners, not an anime. Avatar, not an anime. Pokemon, not an anime. I will not be taking requests. I will not be taking notes. I am correct. Shut up. Dragon Ball Z, not an anime when it's dubbed in English.
Signs, words, phrases, styles that in turn you can share with others mimetically. There's
Full Metal Alchemist? Maybe one day I'll watch Full Metal Alchemist. Multiple Wiz tried to get me to watch it and I still haven't, but I can believe that maybe that one doesn't have porn in it. Cyberpunk is coke because it has weird sexual shit. Yeah, but at least it's meant to be clear, like, I'm okay with weird sexual shit. What I'm not okay with is weird sexual fan service shit. Like, Cyberpunk being weirdly sexual makes absolutely perfect sense for the show. Absolutely perfect sense. It's literally set in like a dystopian, hyper-capitalist, hyper-sexualized future. So of course everyone is dressed like that. Of course there's like a fucking lolly shotgun thing. Right? Like that makes sense in Cyberpunk land. Do you think that in 50 years there aren't going to be people... Wait, actually no! Shut up! Belle Delphine today makes herself look like a child for money. Okay, this is already happening. In 50 years, they're gonna have fucking robot lolly OnlyFans girls, okay? It's gonna be no different. As if that's not a real thing. The nice thing is that Cyberpunk has commentary on it, whereas most anime doesn't. What was this video about? Who fucking knows?
Systemic critique. It doesn't connect with desire. If
it's set in the future, it's okay to have panty shots. If the panty shots have meaning, sure. I'm not saying you have to remove panty shots from cinema, but you have to have a very good reason to use them.
Not even commentary. It's empty.
You get it, fans of penis? Yeah, fair.
It's a really difficult concept to get across.
I've said my piece.
Honestly, I've been trying to figure out how I would do this for a while. What I need is a video where, I don't know, some simulacra of a philosopher type, a philosophy communicator, would actually go after this and do it really wrong. Ideally with postmodernism and Fredric Jameson himself.
No, don't do this.
Hey, Michael. How you doing? Hope you're well. We've never actually talked, but...
Okay, look, I think we can all move on. I would like to make an announcement on behalf of all of BreadTube. Okay, I'm now a BreadTuber for this moment, for this announcement. Okay, I'd like to make a little announcement. All right, we can move on from the. Okay, I get it. You made an edited video. Very cool. You can see into the future because it's an edited video, which means you get to do funny little setups like this. But all it does is it makes you look like a smug prick because everyone knows you're editing, and I know you know this. This is the smug, like, if only blah 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 blah, and then blah 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 happens. Like, oh, you owned me. You set up a trap, and then you walked into it yourself. You're playing with puppets. You're literally taking the person you want to antagonize, and you are like walking them into a bear trap you set up in front of everyone, as if that's an epic own. Like, I can do that with literally anything. You can give me any 30-second clip, and I can make it meaningful by setting up context in advance that makes it seem like they're falling into a trap. Like, this is weak shit. This is silly.
You might remember me, as I was one of those
angry men in a room alone being like, philosophy dude doesn't understand fucking shit about Nietzsche.
And I'm not gonna lie, it stung a bit to be called that by someone I actively watch. Dismissed as a category of loser, a thing without even a response in kind. Mm-hmm. It's this fun thing you get to do due to the way that late-stage capitalism functions. You use a series of semiotic elements that have no content themselves, but are filled with little references, so those watching can fill them in how they want. It's really great.
You can translate this entire thing into, you get to do ad homs, and those ad homs are powered by the fact that you're bigger than me. That's it. That's what he's saying. That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying here, actually. He's just saying it in clever theories, so you feel smarter and smugger when he's just saying ad hominem fallacy.
Speaking of references,
Fredric Jameson gives us a full-on Dr. House-style diagnosis of the cause of postmodernism.
My dude, calling Jameson's analysis Dr. House-style diagnosis is a fundamental misunderstanding of, I don't know, everything, but certainly historical materialism, and definitely Jameson and his book. See, Jameson...
Okay, alright. So far, because we've broken this up a little bit, so he goes through the process of explaining how House is a good example of pastiche. I agree. Great example of pastiche. He then, and now we realize why he's decided to use House as his example, right? Is because the guy he's criticizing casually brings up House as an example, well, not even an example, actually. Wait, listen to the exact words that the guy he's criticizing uses.
Frederick Jameson.
This is Michael Burns, by the way. So this is a guy who used to... I don't watch this guy. I don't care about him. He's probably an idiot. I don't fucking know. I literally could not give less of a shit. But I do think he's being critiqued badly here. So this guy used to work for Wisecrack, which is like a big organization, and now he just recently went independent in some kind of like big blowout with his corporate masters. So he's like left a big corporation and is now working solo, basically.
Jameson gives us a full-on...
It's really great. Speaking of references...
Frederick Jameson gives us a full-on Dr. House-style diagnosis of the cause of postmodernism.
My dude.
Okay, so Frederick Jameson, which is the philosopher that they will both be talking about today, gives a full-on... What's the exact phrase?
Gives us a full-on Dr. House-style diagnosis of the cause of postmodernism.
My dude.
A Dr. House-style diagnosis of the cause of postmodernism. Now... Notice how Brooks here has basically given, like, he's explained how House is like a pastiche, right? House is I guess he would basically argue, an example of postmodernism, right? Of, like, substanceless assemblage of signifiers, right? Like, just a pile of references with no real substance. There's no reason he has to be Sherlock. He's just Sherlock because being Sherlock is Sherlock. That's it. There's no core. But... notice how he uses this as a point to critique a guy who's clearly using House as, like, the most casual reference possible. Like, Michael Burns, which is the guy mentioning House, is just saying he gives a House-style diagnosis. That's it. That's all he said. He hasn't used House to make a point. He hasn't used House to, like, help you understand theory. He's literally just casually saying a good diagnosis, like the guy who is most culturally famous for good diagnoses, House. A very popular TV show.
Dude, calling Jameson's analysis a Dr. House-style diagnosis is a fundamental misunderstanding of, I don't know, everything, but certainly historical materialism, and definitely Jameson and his book. See, Jameson isn't diagnosing postmodernism as a disease or malady that has a treatment...
And now he's adding in more stuff, diagnosing as a disease or malady. Like, I guess you could maybe stretch, like, diagnosis to assume that Michael Burns is presenting Jameson as... But you see how much extra context has been added in here, right? Like, he's already saying that Michael Burns has reached a misunderstanding by calling it a diagnosis, by being... you could say, a bit imprecise in his language. But as a communicator towards laymen, as a guy who I think he's got, like, a philosophy degree, maybe he's a philosophy teacher or something, like, I would expect the kind of content from Michael Burns, I would expect to be, like, Philosophy 101 course, right? You know, college level, or, you know, maybe, like, your first intro at university. Nothing, like, crazy complex. And the way that you teach people a very, very complicated system is to give them smaller, inaccurate cheats of that system so that they can help build a little bit of a mental model of something in their head, and then when they reach the limits of that mental model, they expand the complexity of that model to get closer to the real accurate representation of the idea. You can think of this in the way that you all learned biology or physics, right? Like, we learned physics had, like, gravity and, you know, like, there were, you know, basic rules, and then we, you know, first you learn that gravity pulls you down towards the earth, and, you know, 5-year-olds run around talking about that. Then you learn that gravity is actually based on mass and everything pulls each other, right? And then you learn that, you know, it has like an exponential distance modifier, you know, the inverse square law or whatever you fucking call it. And then you basically keep going, and then you learn about Higgs bosons, right? Like, you get more and more complex models. But even though civilizationally we know a lot about, you know, gravity, what we don't need is to be able to cram all of that knowledge instantly into a 10-year-old, or to overwhelm people in their first course of, like, a particular subject with the programmatic most accurate version of the idea. Instead, you're trying to help them move step by step, building block by building block, towards understanding an idea. So what I get the sense already is that there's going to be a lot of misunderstandings based on this point. And I feel like Brooks is smart enough to know better. Like, I genuinely believe he's smart enough to know better. And I'm not doing the conceit of, criticizing someone by saying you should know better. I'm just saying Brooks seems like a smart guy, so he's either biased himself into not noticing that he's doing this, or he's doing it because it's convenient. He treats postmodernism like that the whole video, so it's not just that. He treats it like a state of mind. Well, luckily, we're complaining about the critique of a video, and if he fails to make the point in his critique, then the critique video is what's bad, right? Michael Burns can be good or bad. The validity of Michael Burns' original video does not actually change all that much about critiquing the critique, right? If Brooks did a better job, then we would see those elements of the video that are most problematic skewered properly and demonstrated to be poor.
Or cure. You give a cure at the end even somehow. He's analyzing it as the necessary cultural expression of late capitalism's material base. This is not pathology, my dude. It is historical analysis. The medical metaphor, the way you're playing with signs, implies postmodern.
Yes, Smug, but did you watch Brooks and Burns? No, we will watch that later though. Especially if you guys donate, because as usual, we'll do Death Timer in a couple hours. And if you guys want to see me watch the President Sunday video, which I will, and then their discussion video, I think
modernism is an aberration, something gone wrong that needs fixing.
I haven't seen that yet though.
Jameson writes explicitly, and his entire point is that postmodernism is capitalism functioning normally in its current phase. You cannot cure it any more than you can cure time.
Cancer is cancer functioning normally. A tumor is cancer functioning normally, right? Like this doesn't actually dispute Michael Burns' point, right? Like Michael Burns didn't even mention capitalism, right? He was just talking about postmodernism. Like we have such a small snippet of Michael Burns' take here, and he's extrapolated so much, he's added in so much context and then used the context he's added as a critique when I don't think that it necessarily maps onto what Michael Burns was describing. We've gone from a simple house reference to assuming so many things about Michael Burns' understanding of Jameson that I don't think are necessarily true. What about the dono bar? President Sunday stole our dono bar, okay? All right? If you can weigh down the dono bar with donations, then perhaps he will struggle and fall close enough down to earth that I can fight him with my sword and lasers. Okay, we've already had one donation, and look, he's struggling to hold on to it. There's $5 on it, no, he's got back out. Damn it, damn. If only that dono bar was filled with more money. We could save it. And I don't know, bring chat on screen or something.
Or gravity or photosynthesis. As Jameson makes clear in The Political Unconscious, his method isn't therapeutic, but hermeneutic. It's about understanding how cultural forms express historical contradictions,
hermeneutic?
not fixing them through some individualized self-help effort. And
let's see. Hermeneutic, concerning interpretation. Okay, a methodal theory of interpretation. Okay, so interpreting our current circumstances. That's fair enough. It's not therapeutic. But again, I don't see how, like, do you see, okay. All right, okay. So Michael Burns has, in the most casual, referential, tangential way, said a house-style diagnosis, right? Which is just to say, like, a very good diagnosis, a very competent diagnosis, a very competent analysis, right? That's very clearly how Michael Burns was using house there. It was just good. Right? Except it's a YouTube video, so he's thrown in a reference, he's put an image up because it's a visual medium, that's it. And now we're a few minutes in, and Brooks has carried that singular, casual, tangential reference all the way to the conclusion that Michael Burns thinks that this is a therapeutic, like a prescriptive system designed to change stuff, rather than a description of, the current state of culture. Like, do you see how far Brooks has carried this? It's very easy to slip down this slope, right? He's lubricating this ramp. It's incredibly easy to follow his logic. He's very convincing. He speaks very confidently. He knows a lot about theory. He knows more than me about theory. He probably knows more than Michael Burns about theory. But I would expect him to be doing this in a way that either demonstrates why Michael Burns is problematic, or uses Michael Burns as a jumping off point to understand things by serving as the next step, the next building block. I don't think these critiques are really in good faith so far.
Confusion, my dude, runs through the whole
Hermeneutics are the array of interpretations and reinterpretations of minuscule details to justify your next meal in the most shut up.
Video. You want Jameson to be offering solutions, so you find them. You want prescriptions, so you find them. You want treatment, so you find them. But Jameson is doing something far more radical.
You want a reason Michael Burns is doing poorly, so you find it.
He's showing us that what we take as problems to be solved is actually the very structure of our historical moment. There's no solution. Capitalism functions through making solutions that are commodities of these things. And here's up front what I'll admit.
House does diagnostics, not research. Okay. I actually think that you all need to do a little thought exercise. I want you to imagine, and this is actually a good exercise for you, okay? I want you to imagine that you are Michael Burns making a philosophy video. You are sitting in front of your desk. You are writing up some stuff. You write, how am I going to describe how Jameson has assessed modern culture? You go, well, he's given a great a great analysis, a great diagnosis of, like, you know, the problems of modern culture. Okay, all right. Because let's be honest, like, postmodernism is generally speaking a critique. Yes, it's a neutral term. The term itself is neutral, but most people describing postmodernism are describing it, you know, in terms of the implications of it, the importance of it. Seriously, where is the bar? The bar has been seized by President Sunday, and only by donating to it can you weigh it down enough to bring him back into the scene. Look, he's holding onto my bar. He's taunting me. He's taunting me. Please donate and bring it back. Okay. Skip, shut up. So the point is, like, you are Michael Burns, and you're just looking for a casual way to describe a thing. Now, he did not spend 10 minutes thinking, what's the best way? What's the best reference? What's the best signifier I can use to describe this particular phenomenon? He's just casual. It's a filler sentence. It's just explaining the basics of something before he goes into it in more detail. Okay, I mean, House wasn't to fix the entire culture.
Admit, it is possible. You're doing an Andy Kaufman kind of style setup piece where
this is so cunty. This is the cuntiest thing I've ever fucking seen. It's possible that you're pretending to be retarded. Like, this is so shitty.
The entire piece.
As someone who actually pretends to be retarded, I am deeply offended. Okay, saying that you are like calling your opponent a satirist when it's very clear they're being sincere is really, really cunty.
Is actually the point when you take the whole alongside the parts, because man, fuck.
One of the most dangerous aspects of postmodernism is that it's turned the news media into just another form of entertainment, one in which narratives can be constructed out of thin air with no connection to history or facts. Take the recent example of Donald Trump claiming,
"Did you have a sponsorship?" segment from Ground News is almost, I don't know, too perfect. It's a crystalline example of postmodernism commodifying its own critique. So you have a video here claiming to expose postmodern's depthlessness, literally being interrupted to sell a product that embodies depthlessness. Ground News doesn't help you understand ideological structures at all.
Okay, and anyone who understands postmodernism would understand that that is going to be a necessity of operating this culture. Like, you are on Google. You are on a platform owned by Google, right? Is your critique meaningless just because it's being algorithmically slopped out amongst Mr. Beast videos? No. You are using the platform and the system that you exist within to try and push your critique out to the forefront and get people to understand something using the medium that you have, right? Like Mozart's not a dick just because he took, you know, patronage from monarchs that were assholes. No one is fucking boycotting and divesting from Mozart just because the people who gave him money were cunts, right? Like, the Michael Burns, all I know about Michael Burns is he used to work for a big corporation and then he got fired, basically, and went independent. And maybe I have some small sympathies for that because I got fired recently by a big corporation. Happens to the best of us. Sorry, Michael. I'm here for you. So I'm not surprised that he has to take a fucking sponsorship to feed his family. That's kind of, it's incredibly strange for a leftist to complain about someone else taking sponsorship. If that sponsorship doesn't have, like, jurisdiction over the content of the video, it is, like, changing the critique, which obviously it isn't. Like, it's just a fucking, it's a Ground News subscription. You know, you spend a minute saying, I use Ground News when I'm doing research, and then you move on. Like every sponsorship, nearly every sponsorship ever. That is not good enough. It's not good enough to critique people just for taking a sponsorship. It's completely insane. Like, you are doing exactly the same thing by using this platform. Why are you not hosting this on your own website? Because you are willing to exchange advertisements on your videos in exchange for access to the biggest platform where you could spread your message. When you getting sponsorship? I don't know. Unfortunately, the last sponsor we took was Hamas, and when we fundraised for them, we got demonetized permanently. And now we're double demonetized because President Sunday has stolen our dono bar! Weaving that in. The Brooks Army is strong, smug, this disrespect will not go unnoticed. I'll take you down too, Olive! I'll slice you in half! That's not what he did. Brooks' biggest mistake, in my opinion, is he didn't give enough tolerances for the original video in an attempt to make the video shorter. Oh, okay. Well, then if that's the only mistake that's been made here, then I guess it's a pretty critical one. It'll make the whole video
to consumer choices between prepackaged perspectives, left, right, or center. Pick your flavor. This is exactly what Jameson's critiquing and what he means by the waning of affect and the reduction of politics to this fucked up lifestyle branding. You're pitching an app promising to solve bias through more information, but that's the postmodern fantasy. The accumulation of data points would be...
I think it's a really good idea to have a video that implicitly critiques your sponsor. And I think that's actually the best case scenario. Is you have a video... You know who does this really well? Is Good Work. Good Work, those guys, right? They'll take like a VPN sponsorship or like an Incogni sponsorship, right? You know, Dan Tooney, they do those like 13-minute videos about like investment and stuff. But they're very funny, like they're well scripted, they're well written, genuinely like a funny show. And he will literally be like talking to camera, having a good time, making jokes, and then when the sponsorship segment comes up, he locks his eyes to the paper in front of him and makes it incredibly implicitly clear that every word he's speaking is sponsored. And the sponsor's happy because he's speaking all the words they want, but he could not be signaling more clearly that he is just being like puppeted by a corporation for that minute that he's speaking, and then he goes back to making whatever little sketchy bit that he's done about the ad read. Like, that is, I think, the ideal way to take a sponsorship. If you can bake postmodern Hell Corp into your critique of postmodernism, I think that's the best case scenario. He's a bad faith pedant, personally, here at least. Yeah, and look, I'm going to be super charitable here. I think that it's okay to be a little bit bad faith. If Brooks were to come to me and say, hey, yes, I was a little bit bad faith in order to get attention from Michael Burns so that I could have a debate with him, I would clap like a fucking seal for him, okay? Based. Super cool. I love it. But the problem is that in doing that bad faith, he is basically teaching other people how to do this style of smug analysis that doesn't actually yield anything useful and is just designed to tear things down. And when you just produce tools that are only useful for tearing down other leftists in a smug way, you end up contributing to leftist infighting in a very, very unhelpful existing context of leftist infighting. Perhaps that is foreshadowing for the President Sunday video we will be reviewing later.
Be understanding. It's not
being bad faith to get attention from someone. Yeah, obviously I've done this too. Super fun. Look, like, let's be honest, right? With the Aiko thing, like, we literally manufactured an entire false position in order to make fun of her sniffing around a 6-month-old dead story that we thought was kind of cringe to continue to be obsessed over. That's it. That was the whole meme. It went completely out of control because I genuinely overestimated her abilities, which is very unfortunate. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's okay to do bad faith. There's nothing inherently wrong with bad faith. The point of bad faith is you are falsifying your real position. You are acting in ways that do not actually meet the standards of your position. This is, in some ways, you know, there's nuance to it, but in some ways this is also a principle of psychic war, is talking to a conservative about anti-vax and not immediately stating, well, I love vaccinations, because the whole point of it is you're trying to get them on side. You're trying to, like, build rapport with people in order to convey a position. This is what satire is meant to be, right? The idea is you're meant to embody the thing you're criticizing. Not all satire does it, but like 90%. You embody the thing you're criticizing. The best, still one of the best pieces of satire, or ongoing pieces of satire, is Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? The implication, I would argue, is probably one of the most useful pieces of media ever generated for the purposes of, like, female liberation, right? Taking Dennis and making this psychopath explain explicitly the implicit coercive strategies that he uses to get women to have sex with him. The implication is literally like a mainstream meme now. It is literally like a thing that everyone understands. You can show someone that minute-long video. That is grim. Yes, unfortunately, female liberation is a long way away, and I'm certainly not helping with it. But I think that is one of the pieces. Can anyone name a piece of media that is more valuable to the mainstream, right? Like, not only is it perfectly accurate and very helpful, it penetrated into a mainstream area where otherwise those conversations don't tend to be had. The fans of Always Sunny are not all enlightened people who enjoy satire. They have a huge fan base. There's a reason they're the longest running live show ever, right? And it's because they are entertaining while also performing satire. Yeah, the dentist system. Yeah, right, all of this stuff is fucking brilliant, right? Literally giving you frameworks to discuss with your friends. Like, oh my god, my boyfriend is like Dennis. You know, my boyfriend fucking dentist me, right? No, that's Doctor Who. Yes, actually, Wiz, you're right. Doctor Who also did a lot. Star Trek also did a lot. Unfortunately, Star Trek did it 50 years ago and then died, or 40, 30 years ago? I don't remember when Next Generation came out. But yeah, you know, Star Trek's been fucking worthless for like 25 years. Doctor Who's been worthless for like 10 years. It is what it is. But you're right, yes, Doctor Who is another show that does that. Oh, EastEnders. EastEnders, a really good example as well. Another show that has genuinely, like, pushed the forefront of social issues. I think Always Sunny is one of those as well. And what's clever is that they embody those issues in the, you know, most vile, unpleasant characters you can imagine, which makes it a lot easier to kind of load critiques in.
Not.
I just like Mike
Ground News takes all the information out there.
I like Behind the Bastards' way to lampoon ads. You know who won't do that horrible thing, probably? Sponsors. Yeah, Behind the Bastards is a good example of this as well. I like that they'll do, like, fake sponsor ads, sponsor reads for, like, you know, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, whatever. Like, they'll pretend. You know, like, I think that's a good indicator as well of their relationship. Was this Ico thing about Stray Raid? Literally not even a little bit. It was about me. It was about me and Wiz, about us just, like, fucking with her. To waste her time, and then she decided to waste 2 videos of her channel on us fucking with her, and then Parry basically revealed we recorded a fucking VC where we were planning it, and then I guess I don't know what happened after that. And I assume Ico finally realized that we were fucking with her at some point, right? Like, the last I saw, she didn't actually realize at all, and so I started to feel kind of bad and just stopped talking. I just gave up on it.
Adds more. That's their claim.
Maybe she
but they don't do that.
I'm sure someone somewhere has explained it to her.
Information is actually something that reduces information. Jameson talks about this. It flattens the narrative within any article. You begin anything you read by flattening it as right or left by
After a long
some
break,
degree
Cyan
or
has
another.
unfortunately
Somehow
returned.
you actually...
He said that he's happy you are still around and still pumping out high-quality streams and zero slop.
Oh my god. Hello, Cyan. It's been a long time. How you doing? Thank you for helping fill up the bar. Let's see if it's... Oh, he's struggling. Look at him shake. Oh, he's shaking. Oh, that bar's getting really heavy. He's not going to be able to hold it up in the sky out of my reach for long. Keep donating, chat. You're doing great. Keep donating. Thank you very much, Cyan. Appreciate it. I have to repump the contextual conceit every time you donate. Thank you.
They end up with less information because the article isn't allowed outside of the categories that you conceptualize it within. Ground News' bias chart perfectly exemplifies what Jameson calls the cultural dominant. Everything is reduced to equivalent consumable positions in a marketplace of ideas.
You did!
Despite there actually always being leftism in some right-wing shit and some rightism in revolutionary thought. Things have complexity and they exist in really weird ways. Ground News is just a step away from what might be the ultimate news reader app, and I just am terrified to even pitch it because it might come out, but maybe you just get the headline, color-coded left or right. Why fucking read articles at all? It's the structural logic of late capitalism. Every critique is a marketing opportunity.
And by the way, this is a fine critique of Ground News. What's also a fine critique of Ground News is the news that Cyan is coming up from underground. Yeah, nailed it. I fucking nailed that. Hi, Cyan! Hello! Welcome back to Axolotl Tier. Thank you very much. A little reminder to everyone on the stream. I'm going to do a shill now. It's shill time. Sorry, it's always shill time here. A little reminder that you could be one of these adorable bugs on screen by subscribing to our Axolotl Tier. With the Axolotl Tier on Patreon, you will get your own adorable little talking puppet. You can use this to call into the show, and so you can have a little yapper and you can talk like me. Or, even better, we'll help you set up your own stream if you'd like to stream. Perhaps you'd like to blog. I will link to your blog on my blog. We will basically... Look, we're all part of a little collective here, okay? If you join the stream, if you join Axolotl Tier, we'll help you set up your stream. Now, look, we're not perfect, but we have a fun aesthetic, and we try. We've got Oscar on the animation on the decks over there. We've got Wiz doing sound design and helping, you know, people set up the technical side of the stuff. You've got me. Also giving advice on stuff. So yeah, join Axolotl tier. It's on the Patreon. I'm sure that Wiz is posting it right now. Yep, very good. Thank you, Wiz. Good job. Wiz has posted the link. There's also heaps of extra content. Every Wiz Wednesday gets posted to the Patreon. It gets unlisted, disappeared, and then you can access it. There's like 20 more hours of content there. And this stream will also end up on the Patreon. Also coming to the Patreon soon will be, this is the official announcement, a director's commentary on our whole scheme to fuck with Ico, because I'm not going to do that in public. It'll be funnier if we put it on the Patreon. So if you want to see why we did it, what we did it, the director's commentary, you know, Simpsons episode style, we'll be doing a director's commentary on the whole scheme, and that's exclusively on Patreon. You can donate and join Sheep tier if you just want access to the content, or Axolotl tier if you want access to your own unique little puppet from our wonderful animator, Oscar. I am fired. I have no job. Oscar has no job, and Wiz has no job. I've just realized all three of us are unemployed now. So we really need that money. Thanks, guys. Thank you for supporting the show. We try our best to continue to make the product better every single week. I am poor. I am poor now. The lights are going out on the Smugbug Empire. There we go. I never got my song. Your song is literally in progress, I promise. I promise your song will happen, okay? I promise your song will happen. I have the chorus. Okay. Your song is coming, and the reason it's taken so long is because they added so many new features to the system I use that I got overwhelmed and I had to relearn everything. So I'm literally having to relearn it because I'm not just gonna slop it out, okay? All right, it's high effort. I promise. Your chorus is there. I think I got you a banging chorus. I'm very happy about it, but I still need to finish the rest of the song. Dregs of Society jobless. Yeah, I'm homeless. It's so sad. We're also homeless. We're also... Hey, Rosie! Where's the rest of my Fuji chewer? I want to be clear. I have been every day sending Oscar a threat of whipping him until your talkie bird is done. I have literally been threatening him every 24 hours. Wiz can confirm. I will continue to do so. Your talkie will come soon, okay? What system do you use? I use AI slop manufacturer Suno. The reason I stopped making them is because AI got worse and worse and worse and more hateful, and even using it satirically I started to feel bad, so I stopped. But I owe one more song. Can I have a yap for my Oxalotl? Oscar, to get to work!
And that's a great segue to our sponsor.
To be clear, I do put a lot of effort into the songs, even though it's AI slop, okay? I promise.
Are you tired of news that merely presents facts? Are you feeling ungrounded by the superficiality of mainstream media? Then you need grounding news. Unlike those flimsy fact checks.
Did I forget to put the video back up on the screen? I forgot to put the video back up on screen.
We dive deep into the very meaning, importance, and sheer possibility of ground for today's headlines. Forget truth or falsehood. Our rigorous approach will guide you through the transcendental illusion of empirical events, revealing the constitutive finitude of every breaking story. Why just know what happened when you can embark on a dialectical engagement with repetition of its underlying conditions of possibility? Join the intellectual elite who understand that the news isn't about answers, but about the question itself, a question so profound you will finally be too existentially complex to argue with strangers on the internet. Use code ONEOFUS for 10% off your daily dose of unadulterated ontological confusion. Grounding news, because who needs facts when you can have grounding? We're doing the thing. All of us are always doing the thing. That's the point Jameson is making, that we need to understand how we function within capitalism to even begin to critique it.
Now,
okay, so Brooks ends this whole rant critiquing Michael Burns for using ground news by saying, we're all doing the thing, we're always all doing the thing. That's completely correct. It also completely justifies everything Michael Burns just did. So I don't know if you understood that. I don't know why you just went on this rant.
The idea here is that we live in a culture where consumption is the only thing that matters, and nothing feels more meaningful than consuming entertaining content. But when we get sucked into these types of content, it's sort of like our humanity gets sucked out of us. And we lose that special part of us that makes us more than just a bunch of nodes in a network of entertainment and consumption. And Foster Wallace connected all this with the cultural trend of postmodernism.
Okay. I think it's very clear by the way Michael Burns talks. He is literally trying to describe complex philosophical theories to someone who is literally... This is the first time they've ever heard these ideas. Right? He's not defining any terms. He's using colloquial language. He's using a casual style. He's speaking earnestly to the camera. He's just a teacher. He's just trying to tell you stuff. Is it perfect? No. And there may even be mistakes and misunderstandings that are prompted by it. But the process of learning, and again, I think Michael Burns was actually a teacher. The process of learning is giving people cheat models that they can use up until they reach the limits of the utility of that model, at which point they themselves are driven to find a better explanation for what's going on. There's actually this really unfortunate part of, I guess this modern, collapse, which is that the conceit of giving someone a simpler model, a cheat, to help them understand the world, has itself become a reason for suspicion, right? So a good example of this is Angela Collier did a really good, this is like a physics YouTuber who often does videos that are too complicated for me, but a lot of them I enjoy. And some of them I just don't understand when she gets into the maths. I'm bad at maths. That's my big L, okay? I'll be sincere. I'm good at pretty much everything except maths. I'm horrible at fucking maths. I can do statistics, cannot do maths. Cannot do scary algebra, never understood how to do a differential, whatever. Can barely do a quadratic formula, okay? That's the limit, absolute limit. And she explained that, like, she gets beset, right, by crackpots, okay? She calls them crackpots, right? People who think they've cracked open, like, physics. They understand that actually all the modern theories are wrong, and they think they understand quantum mechanics better than the smartest people in the world who are working on it, right? And the reason is because the smartest people in the world try to communicate the things they've discovered that are way too complicated for the layperson to understand, including me, through analogies and stories and narrativization. And then you receive this, it's like compression. You receive this compressed file of theory, physics, philosophical, whatever, right? And then as you decompress that file, you find there are artifacts in the process of decompressing a file, right? It's like a JPEG, a shitty JPEG, right? Like, it's been compressed, you see errors in the picture. Now you look at those errors in the picture and you think, wait a minute, that guy gave me a fucked up picture. This is fake. This has been photoshopped. This isn't real. The pixels are all fucked up. When really what's happened is the process of decompression is what generated those errors, but you're attributing those errors to the person who gave you the file originally, right? So I think that's what's happening here, is that Michael Burns is compressing very complex theory into as small a space as they can fit, and then you end up in a situation where you mistake the cheats, the conceits that he's using to help you understand things, as him misunderstanding it, when really he's just trying to explain it to someone who doesn't have all the context he does. Does that make sense? Of course it makes sense. I'm a genius. I myself have compressed a complex idea into a simpler space, and I'm sure you will now all find the artifacts in them.
But he wanted a form of sincerity, of meaningfulness in art and culture. For him, this meant that rather than art and culture being detached and ironic, he wanted art that tried to communicate something authentic. You know, things that aimed at a shared human experience.
Beyond ground news, that you brought up David Foster Wallace elated me. Your treatment of David Foster Wallace as a champion of new sincerity, standing against postmodernism on the edge of the cliff, reveals this pastiche of postmodernism at play again with the same depthlessness it requires.
Oh.
Wallace never escaped postmodernism. He was it. He's a man who could write incredibly...
Okay, so again, and once again, you could absolutely say, Smugbug, clearly Brooks is using all of this as a conceit to talk about more complex aspects of theory, right? But then Michael Burns is using that exact same conceit at a lower level. The difference is Michael Burns isn't tearing down another leftist in order to do it. He's not claiming to be smarter than anyone else when he's doing it. And he's basically just conveying it at a lower level. This is like going into like Philosophy 201 and the professor there just starts shit-talking the guy that taught you Philosophy 101. Literally, like, it's just like saying, yeah, that guy was a fucking idiot. He doesn't know shit. He's confused about everything. Let me give you the real philosophy. That's a really shitty way to do discourse. It's unhelpful. It breeds distrust and mistrust inside the community. And the only purpose of it is to give your audience a smug sense of superiority. I wonder why someone so closely associated with President Sunday's community would be so intent on giving their audience a false, smug sense of superiority. I think they do that. They shouldn't. That's rude. Gatekeeping. Gatekeeping's fine. I'm pro gatekeeping. That's fine. And I'm okay with internal critique. I bitch at leftists all the time. I'm doing it right now. Okay? But the difference is that I think they're genuinely doing something that is broadly harmful on a meta layer. Again, his description of the philosophy is fine. Although, also, let's note, what did Michael Burns say? David Foster Wallace was also critiquing postmodernism. And then Brooks says, I can't believe you brought up David Foster Wallace. He never escaped postmodernism. But Michael Burns didn't say that. Michael Burns didn't say, David Foster Wallace, one of the guys who was able to create genuinely outside of postmodernist works. He didn't say that. He just said a guy who critiqued postmodernism. So, acting like you've got this epic own, just because they brought someone up who failed to live up to their own critiques, is not impressive. This is not an impressive gotcha.
Really beautiful,
this is
empathetic
weak.
prose about...
This makes me feel like you don't have a genuine point when it comes to Michael Burns. If it's all conceit for explanation, that's fine. But it makes me feel like you don't genuinely have a real critique of Michael Burns.
Human connection and sadness.
Didn't Burns use him as an example a lot? Wallace did talk about is... Yes, hold on. Didn't Burns use him as an example a lot? Wallace did talk about... Oh, thanks for deleting that halfway through me reading it. Thanks, Barra. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just realized that Wiz and Smug are just Greg and Alex from Taskmaster. Yep, that's actually correct. See you in 45 minutes.
Have you ever considered that you're white and therefore wrong? Also, Bay PogChamp.
Thank you so much for the donation. Oh, he's struggling. He's struggling. President Sunday clearly didn't go to arm day at the gym. He's just legs. For legs from all that sitting, from all that standing on the shoulders of giants, like Brooks. In fact, that's all he does. Oh, he's getting close. He's getting close. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait, who donated that? Let me double check. Thank you, Cyan. Love you. I am white. Plus L plus
terror, depression, simultaneously treating...
Why is, as a non-philosophy person, why is postmodernism the one thing people talk about the most? I thought we were postmodernism. Postmodern, well, because I guess it's the meta description of the entire way that we relate to culture these days. So it's not surprising because it touches on everything, every individual silo. You know, movie critics, philosophy critics, fucking car critics. You know, basically every aspect of culture is touched by postmodernism. And so I think what happened, it's like I would call it like the hidden variable, right? Imagine a bunch of scientists who are all experiencing different phenomena. They then they realize, or they don't realize, but they all independently arrive at, oh wait, someone's written about the way that this is affecting culture, and the way culture affects my specific domain of expertise, which might just be fucking being a fucking technology YouTuber, being Marcus Brownlee or something, right? Oh, that's why this is happening, is because of, you know, postmodernism, is because this is the way that people relate to culture now. So this is why everyone talks about it, it's just because it's a very big thing. You know, it's the same way that maybe a lot of different people might talk about how markets relate to the products that they're reviewing. You know, like a car YouTuber and a phone YouTuber and a fucking, I don't know, Linus Tech Tips or whatever, complaining about the price of graphics card. They're all going to talk about markets. And it's not just because they all have a special interest in markets, it's because it's a thing that affects them, all of them. Same for culture. So I think that's why. Also, when you say we're postmodernism, lots of arguments about that. Metamodernism is a thing that's been coming up, which I find kind of annoying and cringe. I don't necessarily think we're past a postmodernism stage. I think we're still fairly comfortable within it, but these are all really vague eras, and it's entirely vibes based, and it really doesn't matter. Like, just
born on Sunday, President Randy.
Whoa! You know, I would agree, except that he's not running today. He's not running. He's really battling. Thank you very much, Mara. He's really battling that dono bar. Whoa! I can nearly swipe at him. Ha! Well, he's not quite down yet. We'll need another $30. Definitely another $30 to fund the next stream, and also for me to stab President Sunday in the face. No violence. No violence. Satirical. I'm a snail with a funny little sword. That's not really him. I don't do violence. I love President Sunday. He's my president.
Actual humans in his life, like objects that exist purely for gratification. He could write infinite jest. Also, while telling Franzen that his life's purpose was, quote, to put his penis in as many vaginas as possible. It's not a contradiction to be resolved. It's a contradiction that exists because it is postmodernism in a pure form. It is the thing, we do the thing. You want Wallace to...
I also don't think there's any... I haven't read any Foster Wallace, but what I understand of Foster Wallace is he was seeking a way out of postmodernism, right? He wanted radical sincerity. And saying, I just want to put my dick in as many women as possible, is about as radically sincere a thing many misogynistic famous men could say. right? Like that is radical sincerity from a guy who probably has access to lots of women, right? He's just saying this is my root motivation. I just want to put my dick in as many women as possible. So like, in some aspects, that is a sincere attempt to get out of postmodernism. Obviously, that just becomes another subjective frame that's eaten by it. So yes, it does get consumed by everything. That's 100% true. I don't think that's that impressive. This
represents some authentic human voice that's breaking through postmodern irony. I don't understand how.
Yeah, and again, Michael Burns is not saying that Foster Wallace has successfully done this. He's just mentioned him as a very well-known critic of postmodernism.
Wallace threw furniture at Mary Carr. He bought a gun to murder her husband. He tried to push her out of a moving car. This is not a separate thing from his literary project. This is the phenomenon. The ability to produce deeply felt literary sincerity. Treating people as disposable objects is the postmodern condition. Wallace famously would call his female fans audience pussy while writing about his desperate need for human connection. It's not hypocrisy. That is the structural schizophrenia of late capitalism made flesh. And you somehow think Wallace's call for art that communicates important and urgent human experiences represents a critique of postmodernism? Misses the point. That misses the entire point of the book. That authentic human experience
Science says that
is
he
an
loves you
aesthetic
too,
choice.
but that's
another
kind
style
of
that you can adopt.
Smoke, why do you have so many poor social fans? Do you have a secret harem or something?
I do not have a secret harem, okay? All right, you're not gonna Lex Luthor me, motherfucker. All right, I do not have a secret harem. I don't even have parasocial fans. My fans will assault me. I think that if you don't have an antagonistic relationship with your fan base, you're probably doing it wrong. I think that it's important that your fans would rip you to pieces in the street out of hatred, not love. Stop salting me! Stop it! I see you! Salty! I see you! Animal. DMs. Oh my fucking god. Put in an alert so you don't speak over donors. No, thank you. Next. Skip. Skip.
Or discard as you go. Wallace's new sincerity, or whatever the fuck we want to call it, doesn't escape postmodern commodification. You just are able to then coordinate yourself against it how you want, like you did with Infinite Jest.
Now, novelist David Foster Wallace wrote a really long novel that no one who has had sex has ever read.
And all of this is pastiche, not critique. Worse is actually how you use
that history is what hurts.
History is what
It's pastiche, not critique. Okay. Was he critiquing Foster Wallace, or was he just explaining a bunch of like top level like understanding of like what? I don't think Michael Burns' job is to critique these things. I think he's just trying to explain them. I think he's like a philosophy explainer. That's actually it's not really the same thing. I'm fine with critique. I'm sure Michael Burns has like shit talked some philosophers at some point. But like this seems like just explaining the basics of something. I am an evil bastard, man. Stay mad.
It hurts the way you talk about it. It's an extraordinary misunderstanding again of Jameson's theoretical framework across his entire set of works. This quote, not from postmodernism, but instead from the political unconscious, has nothing to do with forgetting or remembering historical facts, as you seem to put forward.
So think about it this way, like if you don't understand history, if you do not have a connection to that which came before you, you can't understand how you got where you are. So when he talks about a cultural dominant, he's basically saying we need a framework by which we can understand where we are and how we got there. We need a framework by which we can use history to make sense of the present.
It is about history as what Jameson, following Althusser and Spinoza, call an absent cause, something that you can only apprehend or comprehend through the...
This is, again, an incredibly pedantic point. Like, okay, so basically he uses a 4-word quote, right? History is what hurts, in order to set up an understanding of, you know, how history relates to postmodernism, right? And I imagine there's gonna be more on this, so we can wait to get to that point. But this is already like he's saying, oh well, that's actually not what that book is about. Yeah, but we've literally only heard so far. I mean, this is just poisoning the well, right? We haven't actually heard Michael Burns' full point on this. We've literally just heard the quote, heard a very rudimentary opening sentence of like a thesis of a fucking paragraph, And then Brooks is immediately jumping in to go, you've misunderstood everything, and I'm going to explain why.
To put forward.
So think about it this way, like, if you don't understand history, if you do not have a connection to that which came before you, you can't understand how you got where you are. So when he talks about a cultural dominant, he's basically saying,
okay, so if you can't understand, wait, hold on, is he still talking?
We need a framework by which we can understand where we are and how we got there. We need a framework by which we can use history to make sense of the present.
It is about history as what Jameson, following Althusser and Spinoza, call an absent cause, something that you can only apprehend or comprehend through the effects of it. I say that because that's the sentence right before your quote. Literally right before your quote. No, the paragraph's brilliant. See, Jameson is making the argument that this factual record of history, the representational elements that are malleable to human will, that certain ones can be put in line in very specific ways to tell us a story, that's outdated. It's an outmoded understanding of history, primarily used for power and control. That stuff allows the pastiche to exist disconnected, with no desire, passions, or libidinal drive. It's just the reference alone. It's a never-ending Family Guy episode, right? It's like, this is just like that time Peter misunderstood Frederick Jameson. There's no joke there. It's just a fucking referent. It's empty. Pastiche. There's no joke there. It's like, this was just like that time.
I actually can't believe that you could go so far up your own smug intellectual ass that in critiquing a fellow philosophy YouTuber, you literally demonstrate that you are too myopic to understand Family Guy, the shittest foundation of modern comedic culture. Listen, like, can you catch what he gets wrong about Family Guy? It's fucking Family Guy. This is literally the dumbest fucking show on the planet. Listen to what he says.
Time Peter misunderstood Frederick Jameson. Family Guy episode, right? It's like, this was just like that time Peter misunderstood Frederick Jameson. There's no joke there. It's just a fucking referent. It's empty.
There's no joke there. It's just a fucking reference. It's empty. Chat, tell me. What happens right after someone says, this is just like that time Peter misunderstood Frederick Jameson? What happens instantly, within one frame of someone saying that in Family Guy? What happens? We get transported to the moment where Peter misunderstood Frederick Jameson. We then watch a 20-second scene within which there are 1, 2, 3, perhaps 4 jokes. It's not substanceless. It's literally the worst example you could possibly come up with to convey the idea. This is actually the most counterproductive. Perhaps Brooks has tricked me with some Andy Kaufman-esque satirical impression. Perhaps I have been bamboozled by incredible satire, and I'm walking into a devious trap by satirical mastermind Brooks, a man who is doing satire of, I can only assume, President Sunday for all his smug bullshit intellectualism. It's not an empty reference. It literally is a reference. It's a container, and then you enter the container, and then you look at all the jokes that they've come up with. They're still bad jokes. It's still a bad show. They're still stupid. But they are, by definition, not substanceless, because you go inside the reference. If they don't move on after that, they actually give you a fucking scene. It's just a conceit. It's a meta conceit. And also, incredibly, this is also a misunderstanding of history, because history is the exact same fucking thing. A reference to the Holocaust is a container within which you put meaning and substance. You decide what the meaning is. You decide what goes in the container. You present a box. This is just like that time the civilization of Rome fell. And then, within that container, you transport everyone to that frame, and you conniving little bastard, you chat, you are talking to your mother about the fall of Rome, and you tell her that it's because they took away anime girls right before the fall of Roman civilization as well, and that's why you need anime girls in your current civilization, or else civilization will fall. You load it with substance, you load it with meaning. It's on empty reference. You are the one who is substantiating the reference. You're sticking shit in there so that you get things that you want, so that mother will bring you nuggies. It's not that complicated. How do you misunderstand Family Guy? Holy shit! Holy fuck! Holy! That's so embarrassing. Why Cyan there? Because Cyan recently rejoined the Back to Shilling. Recently rejoined the Patreon as an axolotl tier, and we love him very much. We appreciate his contributions to the show. Look how pretty he is. Don't you want to be an adorable little bug? Look at Salty Squid hiding there in the background. Look at Bambi eating that skyscraper. She's so fat. Look at Lily, a very scary schizophrenic owl. Very spooky. Hooters. It's a boobs reference. Look at all these fun little bugs. You could be one too. It's no Rick and Morty. Yeah, like, I guess, honestly, a better example would probably be something like South Park. I guess because South Park does just do, like, references and pastiche more often. Yes, but a reference is the launchpad for the joke. The scene is still, like, arose out of a reference and not out of comedic situations, like a reverse engineered joke. Yes, but Olive, you are correct, right? That's a valid follow-on from what I said, but it's not a valid explanation for Brooks's understanding here. I know that if Brooks spent 2 minutes thinking about it, he'd understand that he was wrong. Will he ever admit it? I don't know him well enough to know whether he's that good faith. But the problem is that he makes the exact same critiques of Michael Burns for not thinking about the House reference in more detail as well. So any critique you levy at me for being pedantic could easily be levied exactly the same way at Brooke. I exist in a beautiful space of relativism where every shitty thing I do today is entirely justified by Brooks doing the same fucking thing to Michael Burns. Also, people give me money, so back to cute eyes. Whee! I'm adorable again. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I'm gonna give myself LASIK. Bzzz. There we go. We're good. South Park jokes, the reference to the premise still? I guess you're right. I was going to resub, but I don't want to financially support Wiz specifically. Rather than resubscribing, your best bet... I mean, unless you want... let me think about it. So we split the Patreon money 50-50 between Oscar and Wiz. I will make sure that your donation goes just to Oscar, in excess of what he would normally make. And that's crazy, because Oscar's done very little work these last couple weeks. So I promise you... I want to be really clear, I want to be really sincere. Nothing will make Wiz angrier than Oscar getting paid more during a month where he's done very little. That would genuinely crash him out. You're welcome. Okay, this is real, this is real. Send it back, I got used to the bad eyes now. Donate, and you can fuck my eyes up again.
Pastiche. He's saying...
Smug, since you have big AI opinions, Brooks has a video, Why AI Won't Ruin Games, free play, on the Nor channel. Would that be interesting? DM me that link. That sounds fucking... Thank you. Thank you. Alexandra Avila. Every leftist! Every leftist! They all fall! They all fall to AI! Do you know who did an incredible video on AI recently? Is Dan Henschel. My god. You know what? I'm just friends with every satirist. I love Dreg. I love Dan Henschel. I love, Tim Heidegger's great. It's just every Robinson. They all know. They get it. They Always Sunny. All the satirists. Love them. Love them. There are zero bad satirists. They don't exist. They're not real. I bet Romans had some horny art of waifus and plays were horny. Yeah, plays were probably horny.
The history.
But yes,
is
please
not
DM me that link. That sounds great.
History.
I'll definitely watch that.
It's
Thank you.
force.
I won't even make you donate for it because that was a good contribution. I had no idea. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hell Puppy is a gamer.
Force is the experience of necessity. Necessity is a complicated concept. I'm not going to...
Empty referent usually means exactly what you said, Smug. Is that true, Halubu? I don't know. I'm not well versed enough in philosophy. If it is genuinely true that this is a very, very well-known thing that we can expect Michael Burns to know and everyone to agree on, and it's not something that's in dispute, and it's not just like one philosopher has said this is exactly what that means, then sure, fine. But then, as someone who's, like I've read some philosophy, right? I'm not a total hack. Then me getting a misunderstanding based on Brooks's desire to critique that would be really a slight against Brooks for not explaining that aspect of it very well and using ironically an empty reference to Family Guy without substantiating it in any meaningful way. So again, get owned. Tim was so good on that fucking podcast. Holy shit. Oh, that was good. Wiz made me watch it earlier today, and I was just watching it like, oh, it's us. Oh, it's us. Oh, it's literally us. This is it. This is what we're doing. This is everything we want to do. Everything we will be. This is it. These are my people. That's it. I think we've found our crowd. I think we know who our crowd are. Life has become satire, so the public doesn't have a taste for it anymore. Maybe satire is the new punk rock. Shut up! No! Wait, satire is the new punk rock? Maybe. Satire's become a very broad term. I'd be hesitant to use it in that way.
disagree with that. It's this idea that things that occur do so because of unavoidable deep-seated rules and forces that determine their course. The experience of necessity is that. We don't know what did it. We don't understand what caused it. We can't really name them. But certainly necessity is real. They're the things that all this happened because of. He cites Althusser through Spinoza specifically because in both of these guys, but definitely Spinoza, there's no like invisible hand of God or maker that's making this stuff happen. There's no prime mover of any.
Joshua Cidarella's podcast, I think it's Doomscroll. Very, very good. We've seen it. We watched it a couple times on the show. We stopped watching it on the show, one because we don't do React content that much, but also because it's just so agreeable and so like it's just so correct that there's no point in reacting to it. You know what I mean? Like if you enjoy us and agree with us, you'll probably like that show. It's obviously more intellectual podcast bent, but it's good. It's good. Generally approve of it. Also, there's some funny episodes like the one with Dasher where you just get to watch someone who's completely insane and devoid of ideas get gently fucked with by Joshua Cidarella, who is the most handsome man in the world.
Any sort. Instead, for all these guys, it's the structure of things, the relationality of the position of things within the social sphere in the world and how they interact. That is what produces social phenomena. Capitalism, for example, isn't a thing, but a superstructure. There's not like a capitalist who's kicking families out into the streets, destroying jobs, driving our...
I really hate because the problem is that the framing device of this video means it makes it sound like, or rather it conflates a bit, perhaps deliberately, but I'm going to be charitable and you know, maybe this is a structural mistake. It makes it seem like every single piece of information he wants to give the audience is itself a critique of Michael Burns being bad at his job, right? Like, it sounds like every single thing he's saying is him explaining to Michael Burns that he's wrong. Now, in this case, I don't think that's actually happening, but it's basically really, really hard to discern the difference between critique and teaching here. He doesn't make it specific. And I think that vagueness serves his purposes of making it seem like Michael Burns is more wrong than he actually is, right? Like, if I were to say, Brooks is wrong about X, and then I go on a 10-minute rant about a bunch of other things, it's kind of easy to start to conflate me giving 10 minutes of explanation as me giving 10 minutes of critique. And then you'll walk away from that thinking, wow, Brooks really fucked up there. Wow, I can't believe he didn't understand all those things Smugbug explained. Brooks is doing the exact same thing to Michael Burns.
Our anxieties or fucking with the price of eggs.
I thought this was peak intellectualism. I am a snail with a sword, surrounded by bugs, yapping at a 5k sub anarchist, occasionally interrupted by someone donating to bring an avatar of a mild YouTube rival of mine who's stolen my dono bar. You are correct that this is peak intellectualism, yes. This is the top. This is the top of the mountain. You are right. Doesn't get better than this.
There's no Illuminati doing that. There's not 5 Jews in a cave somewhere controlling the economy, planning things out. There is, however, an absent cause. It's a pervasive interaction of the structure. So when you say
that history is what hurts, it's what refuses desire. It sets limits to individual and collective praxis.
It's a really literal quote, and I don't know how you miss it. History is what hurts. History fucks with us. History.
I think I've validated my frustrations with Brooks to the point where I'm allowed to call him a smug cunt. I don't think he's done the same with Michael Burns well enough to do the smug cunt shit, you know? For him to say, I don't see how you could have missed this. I don't see how you couldn't have understood this. I know how Brooks missed it. He's definitely smart. He's definitely smart enough that he could easily... Sorry, I had a face full of salad. He's definitely smart enough that were he to critique, were the positions reversed, he would probably levy similar critiques at me, right? He's definitely smart enough to see it. I don't think he's being dishonest. I think this is just like a convenient narrative. I use convenient narratives all the time. When I write my blog, I bet someone like Brooks could go read my article and say, well, that doesn't follow from that. It seems like you just did that because it's convenient. And it's entirely possible there's between 10 and 50 of those in every one of my articles. I would not be surprised. I would happily take that critique and learn from it. But what I don't like is when you do it in a way that fucks up someone, like you're using it as an attack. Because if the person you're attacking is unimportant, then you are just attacking someone for no reason, and that's shitty and destructive. If they are important, then you are teaching your side to use shitty arguments, and you are also failing to take them down, because their side can dismiss you as being bad faith or dishonest or uninformed, right? So there's no way to justify this behavior, essentially, right? All you are doing is providing your audience the, you know, a joyful dopamine hit of smug superiority because you are more intelligent than the guy you're critiquing, but you're just Rick and Mortying. You're just you are just. Michael Burns is helping the average person feel more intelligent, and you are helping the smarter than average person feel more intelligent than the average person who watches Michael Burns. That's not actually a great public service you're doing here.
Is what causes us pain. The passions of the moment, the drives, the desires, the will.
Look, my name is Smugbug. I'm okay with that conceit as a totally fine. You can be a smug cunt as a framing device as well. I just think that he's aiming it at the wrong person, or he's doing a bad job of justifying why he's aiming it at this person.
Of the moment is thwarted,
right.
even repelled, because the passions cannot interact with simple reference. The past is facts, stone dead.
The passions cannot interact with simple reference. I mean, this is the only area of, like, philosophical stuff I'll weigh in on. As I've just explained, I don't agree. Like, well, I guess on its face it's correct, but the way that the passions interact with reference or with history or with historical fact is, again, you smuggle in your meaning, you smuggle the substance in the container of the reference, right? Like, there are many, you know, systems that are just reference. You know, Marvel often has no meaning and is just reference, for example, right? Sometimes even, or Star Wars, right? But then you look at something like Andor, and what it's doing is it's smuggling substance and meaning in the shell of reference, right? It is you are loading in the container. You're using that as the attention grabber. You know, it's essentially the function of clickbait. It's the same thing, right? Me saying this is why Rome collapsed and then loading that with a bunch of substance is me using Rome collapsed as like a clickbait thumbnail title, and then I load in the substance afterwards in order to make my real point. Right, so, and unfortunately, we do live in a society where that's an absolute necessity because everything has become so frictionless and dopaminergic that you basically have to compete with extremely shit, garbage, dopaminergic addiction loops in order to get anyone to listen to you anymore. I thought it was about the fighters and X-Wing, that too. The night who said yap, 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 shut up!
Corpses of life that have nothing in them. It is just the bare facts. It's not something the passions can interact with. When history returns, it hurts, it fucks with us. The fact we can't forget as we need to in like the Nietzschean sense means we can't just deal with things emergently. The necessity of driving us to find the cause is there. We must find the cause. We do this as parents. I have kids. If you do too, it helps. If a young child pushes a vase off a table and it shatters on the ground, you'll see a parent, no doubt, demand to know why they did it. They might yell at them a little bit. Why would you do such a thing? And the child will hesitate. They might say, I don't know at first. The parent may demand another answer because they want one, but there isn't.
Am I crazy? Is this a Foucault reference? I've seen this analogy before, this exact analogy. Is this Foucault?
Maybe the kid will lie and say one, knowing the parent won't let up without knowing why. The history of things, man, that shit's fucking brutally repressive. When Jameson says that history refuses desire and sets limits to individual as well as collective praxis, he's not lamenting a disconnection from the past.
When we're not connected to history, we just feel whatever we feel in that.
He talks about this in one of his lectures, maybe? Am I crazy? I'm not a philosophy guy, okay? I need help. I'm scared. I'm terrified and scared and alone. Is this a Foucault reference? Huh? That's fine. I don't care about citation. I'm not claiming plagiarism. I don't give a shit. I plagiarize every single day. I don't give a fuck. Copyright isn't real, especially in academia.
In that moment, we only understand the moment relative to the moment itself.
Wow. No, he's described.
Wait, hold on.
Connection from the past.
When we're not connected to history, we just feel whatever we feel in that moment.
When we're not connected to history, we just feel whatever we feel in that moment.
Understand the moment relative to the moment itself.
We can only understand the moment relative to the moment itself. Okay. This seems... You get what he's saying, right? He's saying that without an understanding of the forces that have led us to this point, we can only understand this point in the context of the present forces, right? I'm literally having to translate it from a fairly good and simple explanation into a more complicated explanation to be a bit more precise. But that's essentially what he's saying here, right? I'm decompressing it. What I'm getting is, yeah, if you don't have an understanding of like the the historical flows, then the only way you can understand the present flows is through the present, which seems like self-fulfilling. Like, that logic seems like perfectly sound to me. It's like it's not like a hot take. It's like quite straightforward. If you don't know what happened and you're trying to figure out why a thing is happening now, then the only information you have to go on is the stuff that's happening now, the other stuff that's happening now, right?
Elf.
Wow. No, he's describing how material necessity operates through structural constraints we don't consciously choose.
Well, hold on. Okay, so material necessity operates through structural constraints we don't choose. Okay. Material necessity doesn't operate through structural constraints. Explaining why the things you need... Material constraints. Wait, hold on. This feels like he's just I just feel like he's just decompressing it a layer above me, and that doesn't make it wrong or right. It just makes it more precise, more filled with philosophical jargon, and more complex, which is not Michael Burns' aim.
Moment. We only understand the moment relative to the moment itself.
Wow. No, he's describing how material necessity operates through structural constraints we don't consciously choose.
God, I feel like I'm reading one of my fucking blogs. Jesus Christ. Sometimes, you know what, guys? Sometimes at like 3 a.m. when I can't sleep, I'll open up my website, and I'll go to one of my articles, and I'll reread it with 3 a.m. brain. And you know what? I fucking hate me. 3 a.m. smug fucking hates me. I read that shit and I'm like, why? Why did you could have made this so much simpler. And then I'll wake up in the morning, and I'll read the article again at like 9 a.m. After my coffee, and I'll look at it, I'll go, yeah, this fucking slaps. This is sick. This is great. Oh my god, yeah, I'm a fucking poet. This is fucking awesome. I cannot access 3 a.m. smug bug when I'm doing the critique of my own work, except at 3 a.m. And 3 a.m. Smugbug has no interest in editing or doing any work. So I just like, there's this piece of me that hates it. And he only comes out at 3 a.m. when I can't sleep. And he gets mad that I made everything more schizophrenic than necessary. And I feel like 3 a.m. Smugbug is basically Salty Squid. It's basically just a representation of how he feels every time he has to read one of my articles on his stream. I feel like I'm only hearing Smug. The other two I've accidentally completely phased out. As intended.
History is not a set of facts we can study. That's not how history works. Ask people who study history. It's
This is correct, sure.
the very ground of necessity that shapes what's possible in any given moment instead. You go...
History, okay, right. History creates the conditions that describe what is possible for us in the present moment. You could almost say that if you don't understand history, if you don't understand how we got to our present moment, you won't you can only use our current flows of understanding, the current systems to explain what's going on. You don't get to use the historical flows. I don't get this. This is just, it's like, explain it more complicated. It's just, oh god, this sucks. This sucks. This is just decompressing it, finding perhaps mild artifact. In this case, I don't even think, it doesn't even seem like he's disputing Michael Burns. He's using the tonality of disagreement, but there isn't actually a functional disagreement here. He's just decompressed it, made it more complicated, and then go, no, actually, God, I see men do this to so many women. I'm not, this is not a commentary on Brooks, I'm just saying. So many times, at work, holy fuck, in a corporation, there's been a million times where I have seen a woman in a group meeting, right, say something simply, you know, like, let me give an example. Oh, we should really check to see how many people are going from our AI support bot to our real-life support agents. A woman will say something like this, and then a guy will speak up and he'll go, I don't know about that. What might be helpful is if we were to check the conversion rate between people engaging with our phase 1 system versus people going through our phase 2 system, we could understand how many people are getting rejected by our artificial intelligence. Right? They'll literally complicate the exact same fucking thing, say the exact same fucking thing in more complex language, and in a tone that suggests that they're disagreeing with the person they're speaking to. Brooks is doing this, but not misogynistically. If I had to take a wild guess, Brooks is probably more woke and less misogynistic than I am. I'll take that L immediately up front. They hijacked the point, yeah. Why don't you write at 3 a.m.? I used to write at 3 a.m., but then I got fixed. I can sleep. I can sleep again. Life is good. Life is great.
Go on to quote Jameson so out.
The why 3 a.m. vibe to suddenly fix your life, but then yeah, true. From what I gather, the original video is Michael telling a 6th grade gravity is 10. Yeah, exactly. And he's coming. Sorry. From what I gather, thank you, Bill. From what I gather, the original video is Michael telling his 6th grader gravity is 10 meters squared. 10 meters per second squared downwards, and he's coming around saying, no, it's 9.812, and it's not downwards, it's a fundamental constant. Exactly. Yes, that's exactly what's happening here. He's like, he's just adding unnecessary precision, and then claiming that do I need MS Paint for this? No, you guys are all smart enough to do this without a fucking visual aid. I believe in you.
Out of context.
So Jameson writes, if we do not achieve some...
No more eye flower monsters. I have not hallucinated in like a month and a half. I'm doing great. My schizophrenia on fucking lockdown, guys. I've not hallucinated shit in like 45 days. It's so fucking sick. It's so sick. Haven't woken up screaming. Wait, no. I did wake up screaming on the night before I was fired because I could sense it coming. But other than that, that's a normal time. That's a normal time. It's normal to wake up screaming the night before you're fired. But other than that, because you can sense the astrological formations, you can feel it coming. Happens every time I get fired. The night before, I can't sleep, I get stressed out, I freak out. It always happens.
Some general sense of a cultural dominant, then we fall back into...
Burns said basically we need historical context to understand where we are, really. Yeah, incredibly milquetoast, boring, low level, not interesting. Not an interesting thing. Really just like basic level shit. The kind of thing you say to get onto the more interesting point you want to make.
To a view of present history.
Of context.
So Jameson writes, if we do not achieve some general sense of a cultural dominant, then we fall back into a view of present history as sheer heterogeneity, random difference, a coexistence of a host of distinct forces whose effectivity is undecidable.
Okay. I think we need to do an exercise here. I think this quote is important, and I think this will be... this is probably the most precise we can get in criticizing what Brooks is doing here. Now, I want to do this earnestly and sincerely, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to describe what I think this means, which could be wrong. I could end up getting it wrong. I'm then going to describe what I think Michael, or rather, my interpretation of what Michael Burns thinks it means. And then we're going to listen to what Brooks thinks it means, okay? And I'm hoping that by some combination of Michael Burns and myself, and our reasonable, hopefully, understanding of this quote, it'll highlight how unreasonable Brooks's assessment of our opinion is, okay? So let's read this line again. If we do not achieve some general sense of a cultural dominant, then we fall back into a view of present history as sheer heterogeneity, random difference, a coexistence of a host of distinct forces whose effectivity is undecidable. Now, this is some big words, but I don't think it's that complicated. It's not the kind of complexity where you need to Google terms, which I often run into. Basically, I think what this is saying is, I'll use my, I can't use my, can I use my pointer? No, hold on. This is not going to work. Whatever. Okay. Here's what I think this is saying. If we do not achieve some general sense of a cultural dominant, if we, I read this to mean, if we do not understand the dominant cultural force, right? Like the dominant superstructure, the dominant thing, the dominant force, the dominant flow, the thing that is like dictating all the other flows. If I were to describe, if you were to force me to describe this, I would probably use the hidden variable idea, right? Imagine 5 physicists all doing experiments, and they're all noticing different phenomenon, right? Well, perhaps there is one thing that explains all of those different phenomenon. That would be like a hidden variable that they're all seeking. They don't know that their things are all related to each other, but once they find that hidden variable, they can understand, oh shit, that one thing was manifesting in all 5 of our experiments, and we had no idea. Okay? So that's what the cultural dominant would be. It would be that hidden thing. What's the thing? What's the hidden thing that's, or the dominant thing? The thing that is manifesting in all of these different areas. Okay? If we don't have that, then we fall back into, I feel like karaoke, you know? If we do not achieve some general sense of a cultural dominant, then we fall back into a view of present history as sheer heterogeneity, random difference, a coexistence of a host, sing along with me chat, of distinct forces whose effectivity is undecidable. Frederick Jameson. Yay! Feel like a little thing. Wasn't that fun? Sorry, I got distracted. Anyway. So if we don't have an understanding of that cultural force, then we fall back into a view of present history as sheer heterogeneity, which is just like sheer, like everything is the same, right? All the different flows are basically equivalent to each other. So it's like saying, if we don't understand the hidden variable, then it's just a bunch of random shit we don't understand. Random difference, a coexistence of a host of distinct forces whose effectivity is undecidable. We will never be able to determine, which again, if you actually break this down into the most, like, mundane meaning possible, I suppose you could describe it as, if we do not understand the biggest thing affecting everything, then it's very hard for us to tell how all these different things relate to each other and which ones are the most important. That's it. I think that's basically what's being said here. Okay? I zoned out again. Why snail sing? Exactly. That's it. That's what's being said here. Now, that's what I understand, right? What Michael is saying related to this is, if you don't understand history and connect with it, you can't understand with how you got where you are. Do we see how that's a fairly reasonable way to describe what I just described? I just described this in like 4 different ways. Michael Burns decided to describe it as, if you don't understand the historical context, the reasons that things are the way they are, you can't understand how you got where you are. That's pretty straightforward. Is it a little bit imprecise? Yes. Would I have a critique of it? Yes, I think I'm better than Michael Burns, and I think the hidden variable explanation is probably a better analogy for it. But I would accept it. It's fine. If you don't understand the big thing that's driving everything, then all the little things are basically impossible to understand without that context. Simple. Maybe saying all understanding is by principal components. I suppose... wait, you need to be more specific, because we've got like 4 different perspectives now. We've got Michael, we've got me, we've got Jameson, and we've got Brooks. Who do you mean? Maybe he's saying all understanding is by principal components. Who's saying that? By the way, just because oh, another thing, and I don't know if Brooks falls into this trap, but I'm going to guess he does. Another thing, just because a philosopher said it doesn't mean it's true. Let's never forget, right? Like, death of the author applies to fucking philosophy too, in my opinion. I think that if a philosopher explains something and gets it wrong, but you still get utility out of it, it's still valuable. And by extension, just because they're good and useful doesn't mean that they're always correct, or that the interpretation of their work only has one interpretation, or even that it's useful for everything to only have one interpretation, even philosophy. We're all beating around the bush. We're all doing our best to try and help you get, you know what, fuck, there's an article I wrote called, Please Don't Crush the Frog. And the idea is that all language is basically a relational game where you're applying forces in different directions. You know, I might say something, it's like poetry, right? Like, I want to get you to the feeling of love. I can just say love, but love has lots of associations with it. Right? So what if I want to give you the feeling? Well, maybe I'll give you some information about, like, the way it feels to hold someone's hand. And then maybe I'll give you some information about, like, the things you would sacrifice for a person you feel this way about. And maybe I would compare it to, like, how you feel about your mother. Right? And by averaging all of these different experiences, you arrive at a general sense of what love is. And even though you can't describe it exactly, the average between all these 3 different things I've just described will help give you a sense of the real semantic meaning I'm trying to arrive at, or even my specific version of what love means, right? So I feel like what's happening is Michael Burns is trying to do a little bit of this to help you arrive at an understanding of something. And then Brooks comes in, comes in, and he goes, wait a minute! Love isn't just about a mother's love! This is wrong! And then he just, like, critiques one of these things, rather than the actual overall point that Brooks Burns is trying to make. Does that make sense? Present Sunday's in the crosshairs, I'm here for it. Don't worry, we haven't watched Present Sunday yet, so you can probably just tune in from now, and you'll get a sense of what's going on. I'm attacking Present Sunday at his strongest point, which I have identified as his weakest point. It turns out Brooks is a smug cunt too. And also not that good at doing what he wants to do. Very unfortunate.
Random difference. A coexistence of a host of distinct forces.
Okay, so let's remember what we've just done, okay? I've just described this. Michael Burns has described this. Now we're going to see how Brooks interprets our description. And you guys decide for yourself whether you think that Brooks is being reasonable about how we've interpreted this quote.
Whose effectivity is undecidable.
And you present this with the following.
If you don't understand history. If you do not have a connection to that which came before you, you can't understand how you got where you are.
Okay.
It's the opposite. Like,
okay. Chat. Do we feel, given the conversation we just had, that me and Michael Burns, or let's just say Michael Burns even, is the opposite of correct? Do we think Michael Burns is the opposite of correct? That is as severe a wrongness as you could apply to someone. This feels bad faith to me. This one just feels straight up like you have carried yourself away, gotten overly excited with a takedown piece, and you're looking for all of the things that can fit into your narrative, that kind of, you know, that meet your standards, you know, or rather that meet your lowered standards that you only hold because you are biased in the direction of producing something that's a takedown piece on Michael Burns. I quite like Brooks from what I've seen of him. Before I saw this video, I had an extremely high opinion of Brooks. I genuinely thought, oh, President Sunday is a slop-mongering drama farmer who even I can see misunderstands theory sometimes, and does very shitty things to other people for no reason, or for very, very poor reasons in my estimation. But I can see why he's valuable to the theory community, because he's got heavy hitters like Brooks in his community that help him out. So I looked into Brooks, I started watching some of Brooks' stuff, and I realized that actually, while he's nowhere near as bad as President Sunday, he is himself highly problematic in my woke estimation. Opposite would mean the less you know, the better you do. Looking in modern US politics, you might have a point. Maybe. It's a modern-shaped culture, a good influential multicultural culture, unless we be just distinct voices in a heterogeneity that has random sizes of difference. I'm not gonna... I'm a dummy. I'm not gonna take the time to understand that, but thank you, Mara. Appreciate it.
it's literally...
And that's why I hate all of you. Based! Thank you, Envy. Based. I'm glad you're here, because the whole reason I'm doing this is because I'm angry at you specifically. You specifically. This has nothing to do with your behavior in Peak. This is not me crashing out because you killed Mina the other day, or because you killed me the other day. This is entirely about the philosophy and the importance of cultural commentary being accurate, and this is not me crashing out because you shot me with a blow dart in Peak. Definitely not.
Literally the opposite. Jameson at no point asks us to know what came before in that way. You go on to say his framework demands historicity. It does, but it doesn't how you're talking.
Okay, this is already internally contradictory. He's jumping through. He's having to twist himself in such a fucking pretzel to make this critique make sense. Look.
Jameson at no point asks us to know what came before in that way.
Jameson at no point asks us to know what came before in that way.
You go on to say his
okay, so first statement. Jameson does not demand us to, it doesn't demand like us to know what came before us in that way, right? In the sense of understanding the flows of histories that help us arrive at our current moment.
Work demands historicity. It does, but it doesn't how you're talking about it. Jameson spends an insane number of...
Okay, then he immediately contradicts himself by saying it's about historicity, which maybe there's a more precise version of that. Things that came before it and historicity, let's say those are different concepts. Fine. Then he again contradicts himself and says, well, he does, but it's in this other way. He redefines the term. Look.
Works rebuilding what history itself means in the materialist Marxist dialectical sense. I mean, it's through him I came to start saying that history is about form, not content. Because that's his thing. He fucking said that. Content is irrelevant here. Traditional understanding of history is pointless and even repressive.
Okay, so here's the big let's call it a good faith error, okay? All right. Here's the crucial and unfortunate accidental mistake that Brooks makes here. Brooks is so confident that Michael Burns has a misunderstanding of the word history. Brooks is absolutely sure that when Michael Burns says history, he means it in the mainstream kind of sense and not in the sense that Jameson intended. But if you were to read Michael Burns' statement as an understanding of the historical flows, followed by the quote that he himself brought up in his video to explain contextually what that means in practice via Jameson, it would actually be way more reasonable, a way higher probability of correctness guess to assume that Michael Burns is using history the same fucking way you are. So when you go, this is the opposite of correct, actually, when Jameson says history, he means X, Y, and Z, you are just pedantically searching for a way to prove Michael Burns wrong when his interpretation is perfectly in line with yours, even if it's vaguer. If anything, it's easier for Michael Burns to be correct because he is more vague. There's something really important here when you're doing like a critique of the style that Brooks is doing, okay? If you want to truly take someone down, if you want to take down someone and explain the ways that they are wrong, you have to prove that they can only be interpreted in a way that means they are wrong. So let me think of an example here. What I mean by this is, if I were to give you a vague statement, you know, bananas have skin, right? Let's say I say bananas have skin. Well, that's a fairly vague term, right? Skin can mean human skin, it can mean banana skin, fruit skin, whatever, right? Now, if Brooks wanted to do the same kind of thing he's done here to me, he would react to that video and he would say, bananas don't have skin. That's the opposite of correct, okay? Human skin is a fleshy substance, an organ on the human body. I'm covered in skin. Bananas are covered in banana skin. That's what a banana skin is. That's a completely different thing. Now, you could argue that I meant human fleshy skin and that I'm wrong, but if you wanted to prove I'm wrong, you would have to concoct a logical framework that shows that I could only have meant human skin, right? Like if I said something like, bananas have skin, that's why they sweat, well then it would be easier for Brooks to come to me and say, react to me, and say something along the lines of, this is clearly a misunderstanding. He thinks that banana skin is the same kind of skin as human skin, and so he thinks that bananas sweat because human skin sweats. Do you understand what I'm talking about, chat? Right? You have to prove that it makes more sense to interpret my statement as wrong if it's vague through an internal logic that doesn't make sense unless I'm mistaken about something. Does that make sense? Banana skin, human skin. Are we on track? I'm not gonna try that again. That's on the fly. That's the closest I can get. Okay, I'm not a genius, but I think that makes the point fairly clear. If you keep attacking someone's vague statements, the problem is that those vague statements will often contain your description as well, right? Like that is ample enough to contain, to cover. It's so general that you can't prove that he wasn't speaking. He didn't mean it the way that you'd expect. And so now the only way you can prove that you're right is by saying, well, Michael Burns is an idiot, or Michael Burns is bad faith, or is evil, and so it's more probabilistic that he was wrong because he's pushing an agenda that I disagree with, or because he's always incorrect about stuff, right? It's a way harder argument to make. So really, you should be picking out the phrases, you should be picking out the sentences that only make sense if the person speaking them has a misunderstanding about the world. I don't think simplification of concept is an excuse, a good thing. That served no part of my argument. I am saying that Brooks is doing a bad job. If he wants to critique Michael Burns, he's doing a bad job. He should be picking out better phrases. If those phrases don't exist, then you should have a broader critique about how Michael Burns is always so vague that it's easy for his audience to arrive at misunderstandings. What I don't appreciate is a very intelligent man like Brooks pretending to arrive at misunderstandings based on what Michael Burns has said, to arrive at the most uncharitable possible perspective of Michael Burns' opinion, and then critique that version. I wouldn't necessarily call it a straw man, because it's like the possibility of him having that opinion is there, but the probability of him having that opinion is extremely low. Instead,
Look at the forms, the structures, the logic of functions, and the forces at play, not reading books to learn about the order of events. I mean, James...
Like, where has Michael Burns talked about a factual understanding of history, an order of events, a sequence of facts? Like, you have loaded in so many assumptions about Michael Burns's... And again, If you think that you can own me by sending me a clip of the Michael Burns video where he says, history is a sequence of facts that are set in stone, that are recorded by historians. If you send me that video, I'll look at it right now, and I'll call Michael Burns a fucking retard. But the reality is, if that clip existed, Brooks is smart enough to have used it. Okay? I am treating Brooks in high enough estimation that I believe that the clips he's selected are the ones that are most beneficial to his argument, which is perfectly fine, perfectly acceptable. Perfectly acceptable to do that. You have limited time, doing it this way is totally fine.
Jameson wrote a lot.
So I'm going to assume that Brooks is competent, and I'm going to assume that he's selected the clips that most represent what Michael Burns believes, most accurately. Or even are loaded, that he's steel manning his own argument. I think we can trust Brooks to be smart enough to convey his argument well and accurately in his estimation. History is fiction that comes through the lens of biases. That's super true. I 100% agree with that. No one in this conversation, not me, not Jameson, not Brooks, and not Michael Burns, thinks that history is not a fiction. None of us think that history is non-fiction. We are all very aware of postmodernism. We're all very aware of the narrativization of history. We're all very aware that there is a big distinction between what's happened, if you can even consider the past to be a real thing, which is hard because everything's experienced as the present. The distinction between that and what ends up becoming the story, the narrativization. Predicting the future is hard enough? Yeah. But we all know I'm fucking good at that, so nothing but dubs. Predicted the AI slotpocalypse. Predicted Trump winning the election. Predicted the reason Trump won the election before all the polls came out. And most importantly, predicted those things when everyone else was telling me I was wrong. Ha! Ha ha! Stay mad.
Lot. You've already used things outside of the work you're apparently quoting, and
okay, it's weird. Like, it's weird that there's so much. This would be me being a bit pedantic. I don't really appreciate the idea of like, okay, this is you know what? This is not a critique of Brooks. I'm containing this. Okay, I'm putting this in the container. Okay. The video essays have a style and a format that we're all become very familiar with now. Every time I'm doing a critique of something, let's pretend I'm doing this. Okay, this is my video now. Sorry, Brooks, I'm the main character. This is my video. I'm critiquing someone. Okay, I am critiquing someone, and I pull up a panel of citations from under their video as I'm speaking in a tone like this. Right? I'm saying it's interesting that they've looked at so many other sources from this particular writer, and yet they're getting this wrong. And I pull up this side panel as if it's evidence that they looked at other sources. You know, like, it is evidence that they've looked at other sources, but because we're so used to seeing, like, an ownage in a video essay, I feel like there's this, like, kind of implication that pulling up a... You can call this a reach, this is my opinion, and I'm not saying Brooks is doing this intentionally, or even that this is true. This is how I feel, okay? We're in opinion territory. I would pull this up, and I would say that in that tone, and you might get a little hint of, like, ooh, he's evidenced that claim, because look, a thing came into the side. But if you stop and look at the evidence, it's just a YouTube description of, like, stuff he mentioned outside of the essay. And nothing Brooks has said is false or incorrect or even misleading. But I get a little vibe. I get a little vibe of, like, that little dopamine hit of, evidence has been presented alongside a point. I feel like this strengthens the point. But the evidence is very, you know, this evidence is meaningless. Do you see my concern? When we use the format of video essays to kind of give you, like, a little nudge, a little, like, referential dopamine hit of evidence presented alongside point is stronger. You just feel better about it because it feels like a citation has happened. But nothing relevant or important has been cited. Rather, relevant to the sentence he's saying, but not important, right? This critique of Burns from Brooks is great. Stop. You're gonna have to go give me more detail on what about the critique of Burns from Brooks is bad. You're gonna have to. Not gonna, I kind of ignore the visuals because of how often the evidence turned out to be a tweet with 3 likes. Yeah, a tangent. In other words, yeah, sure, this is a tangent.
I don't know if you actually cited that, but if you go on,
I hate it when he feels things. Yeah, and yet you make me feel anger every day.
You could read late Marxism.
Isn't the slop on Slop Sunday? This is Smugbug Sundays on some days, which is always on Wednesdays, followed by Wiz Wednesdays, which is always on Thursdays. This is not complicated, guys. You're all smart people. You can figure it out. You can have good annotation in video essays, which is not done by Burns. I am anti-annotation. I don't give a fuck annotation. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like footnotes? Do you mean like references? I don't care about citational plagiarism. The value of citation to me is just to throw... Here's my ideal citation. I read a whole fucking... I watch a whole video essay, or I read an article, or whatever, okay? If it's like, you know, kind of intellect... Whatever, in our domain. My domain, Brooks' domain. I write articles. I don't know if Brooks writes, but I write. I have cited, I've done citation properly. Recently I've decided, actually, the best way to cite is just to put a list of books that informed the essay at the end. That feels way better to me, because I don't even need to cite anything from the books. I can just say, this essay is informed by, I don't know, necropolitics. And then it's your job to go look at necropolitics if you're interested in that aspect, and you can go decide whether you come to the same conclusions. Because I think that pulling stuff out of context, even when you cite it perfectly, is always going to be... It's very easy to make that malleable. You know, I've been in academia. Even in science, it's easy. I haven't seen that many Wisecrack videos, but I must admit that my impression of Burns was that he's a bit glib. And I would probably levy the same critique. I would say he's a bit imprecise, he's a bit vague. You could probably come up with better, but I'm glad he exists. Because, you know, a leftist philosophy communicator who had a big fight with a corporation and struck out independently, I think that's good news. I think that's fine. I think that's good. I don't think Michael Burns is dangerous or destructive. I think that Brooks is being destructive in an unhelpful way right now, and I'm not soy about critique, but I would like someone as smart as Brooks to be doing better. Doing stuff that's more useful.
In late Marxism, like capitalism, get it? He squarely rallies against the idea of there being linear history at all. That causative history that is linear is a product of a historian working, a historian, rather than space in history. Developmental logic is the term he uses for it, the way historians find...
Wait, Smug didn't get that no at the start of a statement signaled by sarcasm. Spore, unfortunately, you're about to get tism checked. Herlubu, were you being sincere when you said, no, this critique of Burns from books is great, stop? Were you being sincere? See, Spore, the context I'm using here is that Herlubu has been simping for Brooks this entire time and hating on Burns. So I assumed they were continuing. But if they flipped and are now supporting me sarcastically, then I'll take that as a huge win.
A billion...
I just realized I look more like a Spartan with the cape and the sword and the helmet, don't I? I feel like a Spartan. Where are my abs? I need to get my abs. I should go get my abs. I'm going to get my abs. I'll be right back. I'm still watching from over here while I get dressed. I'm going to the changing room. I'm going to draw them on. Weep.
Facts, yet somehow come back with a coherent narrative that doesn't have any contradictions within it. It's weird how they always seem to find a narrative thread that's unbroken, right? Yeah, it's a little weird. But problem, that's his critique. The very act of interpreting itself is actually historically produced. Instead, being aware that history is not a thing we can comprehend except for its effects, like we talked about before.
Yo, let's go! Whoops. Nearly left my... Ha-ha! Ha! I will destroy every cringe leftist before me! You will be smitten by my 12 abs? Jesus Christ, Oscar really went ham on these. Let's go! Look how buff I am. Look how buff. I don't know why I decided. I've gone full Thermopylae. I'm Thermopyles now. I identify as Thermopyles.
Or with Spinoza in them, that absent cause, we can only experience its effects.
More of the left eating itself. Here's my biggest problem with this, is that I think the biggest problem with leftism... No. Do I actually believe this? I'll say one of my biggest problems with leftism is that every leftist community eventually becomes a status-focused circle jerk about who has the best interpretation of historical texts by dead fucking white dudes. That's it. It becomes status mogging. Everyone just claims that they've read more than everyone else. No one ever has any new ideas. Everyone's afraid to write up any new ideas because all they're doing is interpreting existing dead texts. The words are fucking dead on the page. They're fossils. Am I saying that there's nothing to be gained by reading? No, I like reading. I like it. But every time you say that, oh, you didn't understand that book, or every time you make someone feel shitty for not reading enough, you are working against the project. You are advocating for the opposite of fucking leftism. You are a cringe, fucking elitist, vanguardist prick. You will end up in the exact same positions that the elitist PMCs sat in fucking Stalinist Russia. You will just be a Indiana Jones sandbag dropped in place of the golden idol of the capitalists the second the system flips, if it ever will, which it won't under your fucking guidance. Fuck you. That's more general, not just to Brooks. But you know what? Fuck Brooks for doing this as well. It's shit. I expect much better from smart people. Especially a fucking anarchist. An anarchist, a real anarchist, should not be this fucking cringe. You should not be acting like a fucking vanguardist. I don't know if he's a real anarchist. I don't know what kind of anarchist he is. I thought he was an anarchist. But I'm kind of getting more like cringe, theory-mogging vanguardist vibes from him throughout all of this. You should read Latour. He's very nice and kind and recent. Based on the quotes that you've sent me of Latour, he seems like the most based man alive and someone I should not fully replicate the politics of. You can't have new ideas without interpreting all the older text, though. That's funny. You nearly got me. You nearly got me. I don't care about citations. Also true. Fuck citations. Okay, do you know what makes me happy? Is when I write a whole fucking article. And then someone comes to me and they say, yo, this is a lot like this thing I read a few years ago from like the 80s. And I'll go read that thing from the 80s and I'll be like, oh, I came to the same conclusion as this person. This very smart person from like 40 years ago. I'm 40 years behind, but either we've both arrived at some kind of true thing about the universe, or, you know, like, it's a moment of connection. You should let people arrive at ideas themselves. You should encourage every leftist to write, even if they get stuff wrong. I think it's way more important that every leftist be producing something than just consuming something. You are the same postmodern consumer of theory. To be fair, I can't, you know what, I haven't seen enough of Brooks's content to know if he's done anything transformative or genuinely of his own, right? Like, created his own stuff. I think it's really important to write your own stuff, especially if you, and get things wrong, and learn. The person I most take after, or like I most aspire to be like, is Mark Fisher. A guy who wrote 4,000 blog articles, 3,000 of which are completely retarded and wrong. But he wrote all of them. He wrote every single fucking one. And then he, you know, was able to build up that body of work into something that was very valuable. He became a very good communicator. I really like his, I like the book, the sort of constellation of all his blog articles, K-Punk. Very good book. Assemblage of every single, I think, like, kind of important article. It's very big and dense, but it's just a bunch of blog articles in book form, so it's an easy read. But it's good. It's very good. It's very good. Very good. Highly recommend if you're a big Fisher fan. Vampire the Castle. Yes, yes. Exiting the Vampire's Castle. Yes. Capitalist realism. Mark Fisher's most interesting work to me is stuff like The Weird and the Eerie. Like, unfortunately, no, I'm doing the, hold on. I just did exactly what I critiqued. Let me be more clear. I am sometimes bothered by the fact that, you know, a lot of people who have, like, not investigated leftism very heavily will say that Fisher is their favorite because they read Capitalist Realism. It's a nice intro. It's a very good intro. It's very well communicated. Helps people understand a lot of important things about the world. And then they don't really move on beyond that. And so I guess what I'm saying is I would like to be known as a Fisher fan in the Crew sense rather than in the Capitalist Realism sense. Because I feel like that's a better... I guess that's a more accurate understanding of my influences. And that's a way for me to do exactly what I critiqued Brooks for doing, but avoid the critique myself. You see how this works? If I'm right, then I won't give in to my reactionary anti-psychiatry, psychology side, yes. Mark Fisher was deep and easy to understand. Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate him. I like the whole crew. I like Nick Land as well. I think nearly everything Nick Land writes is true, but also, like, evil. And it's not the whole truth. And the part that isn't... The whole... Sorry, I need to use a different word. The gap in the truths that Nick Land conveys, within that gap, you will find the most important reasons for human to exist, and Nick Land never presents any of them. You can almost learn more about the most important things in the world by reading Nick Land and noticing what he doesn't value or doesn't speak about, because within that is where all of the value of humanity probably resides. I didn't like Splinter Cell that much. I was an Assassin's Creed guy. Same! Ezio Auditore. Are they going to do a Spartan? Oh, they did, didn't they? I hate, oh god, I hate that they turned Assassin's Creed into an RPG, but it's a very cold take.
Everyone hates it. The effect. We are the bastard children of history. We must realize the lineage we are taught is the fiction that enforces the effect in our actions. So when you say...
It's always historicized.
I would beg you to read the rest of that paragraph. I mean, it's the first two words of the political unconscious. That paragraph itself goes...
Always historicize. The slogan, the one absolute, and we may even say historical, imperative of all dialectical thought, will unsurprisingly turn out to be the moral of the political unconscious as well. But as the traditional dialectic teaches us, the historicizing operation can follow two distinct paths.
Goes on to very...
Which only ultimately... Being attacked by the text. Which only ultimately meet in the same... Really?
Explicit.
Why is the first time... This is the first time in history...
It's the first
frame
two
thing has
words
worked.
of the political unconscious. That paragraph itself goes on to very explicitly say there are two ways to historicize. The first would be content, how cultural art...
Okay. This sucks. This sucks, dude. This sucks. You claim... Okay, so Michael Burns reads Jameson, helps describe Jameson, and says, always historicize. Jameson then says, always historicize. But be careful, there's two kinds of historicizing, and I only want you to do one of them. Now, why would you assume that Michael Burns, having read the exact same fucking thing that you did, is not also attempting to historicize in the sense that Jameson intends? Why would you assume that he's read that and got it the opposite of correct? This sucks, man. Fuck. Does this make me more doomer about the entire left? I'm too hope-pilled. Superman has really given me some more resilience to shit like this. This sucks. This is just a shame. I wonder if Brooks would be much more impressive if he had absolutely no affiliation with President Sunday. Almost everything I'm seeing that I don't like is something that President Sunday does 10 times more. Superman. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm literally, it's bounced off of my abs.
Artistic content emerges from historical conditions, how themes
We're going through the plagiarism claim? No, we're not. I haven't even touched the plagiarism shit yet.
These conditions, and even what role things play within a historical context.
I don't even know if we're going to finish this whole video, to be honest. Like, we're about halfway through it now. But if there's a really important part of it...
The second is the interpretive framework. Here, it's about understanding how we even approach cultural objects.
President Sunday did help Brooks get on the drama slop. I have to. This is my clippable moment. Start the clip after I say it's a clippable moment. Otherwise, it's cringe. This clip is ruined. I'm gonna wait more than 60 seconds before I give the clip. So that you can't connect the part where I say this is the clippable moment to the clippable moment. I'm gonna give a buffer. I know how this game works.
At all, the concepts, codes, categories we use, the stuff that conditions the history of a thing or a people. And in that paragraph, he says explicitly, I mean the second. I mean, again, we're not...
What's going on, guys? Yeah, there you go. Yeah? You happy with that? Wait, hold on. What's going on, guys? How's everyone doing? Millennial pause.
Even moving past the first paragraph of the preface of a book, and he writes how we cannot encounter history directly. Books always come to us already read.
Okay. Envy. This is the first time I've seen this in chat. President Sunday did help Brooks get on the drama slop. I am not surprised that President Sunday is able to hold two seemingly contradictory systems in juxtaposition. The drama slop and the theory. Some people think that these are completely distinct things. I argue that they're the exact same fucking thing. Because they both have the exact same purpose. To give you, the viewer, a smug sense of superiority over other people. For the drama slop, it's you feeling better than the average person. Oh, sorry, it's the average person feeling better than some idiot, some lolcow that Sunday is reviewing. And for the theory, it's dialectics, yeah, fuck off. And for the theory, it's making smart people like you, Envy, feel smarter than the average person. It gives you a sense of superiority to know that you are understanding something. Perhaps this is internal. Perhaps you see other people in President Sunday's chat who don't understand it and you go, heh, I got it before them, or heh, I already understood this. Or you get to, call someone dumb that he's critiquing for not understanding theory well enough. But it's all the same. It's all there just to make you feel smug, okay? Do you know what my purpose in life is? Is to make you feel angry, to make you feel furious at a smug, satirical caricature of an intellectual asshole. That's me. I don't want you to feel smug. I want you to hate the smug guy. I'm the smug guy. I am meant to be a caricature for your hatred. That's what my purpose in life is. That's what my project is about, okay? It's about making you hate this. It's about making you hate this guy! This guy! Oh, I nearly cut off his beard. Damn, that would have been a shame. He's worked hard on that, clearly. Alright. Get back to my station. Back to work!
Through whatever tradition
No, I'm that one, you're the dumb guy. Fuck!
formed them, whatever popular understanding already exists.
What if it just makes you frustrated because I want people to understand postmodernism? You will have better luck teaching people postmodernism by giving them a slightly incorrect, cheat, conceited, low fidelity model via someone like Michael Burns than through this type of critique that Brooks is doing. Because the problem is that if you claim that the 101 professor was a retard who didn't know what he was doing, then that makes you throw out the old model and start again from scratch. When, if instead, the 201 philosophy professor says, hey, so here are the cheats that they were using to help you understand this. Now that you've been comfortable with this for a little while, you've been working on this for a few weeks, now I can explain to you some more details on how this actually works, right? We're going to go in with a bit more precision. That helps you build a foundation of trust. You feel confident. You feel competent. But the goal is not to make you feel competent, confident, or even to help you understand. It's to help you feel better than someone else, smugger, more intelligent, more filled with conceit. Good satire, thank you. I haven't heard any of your points, and I'm just picking out key phrases, just like when Brooks does his. And incredibly, you're doing a better job than Brooks, despite doing this live.
This, and even the frameworks we may have been taught. Always historicize is historicizing the act of historicization itself.
Okay. Now, listen. An important component of my style of critique is to avoid... let me think for a second. What's the best way to... Okay, you know what? Let's listen to that again.
Them, whatever popular understanding already exists, and even the frameworks we may have been taught. Always historicize is historicizing the act of historicization itself.
No, actually, I just hate philosophy. I just hate philosophy. I hate it. I hate it. No, actually... Oh, you thought you were eating banana. No, eating banana is the eating banana of eating bananas. Fucking kill me, dude. Fucking kill me, dude. Ah! Holy fuck, man! We're doomed. We're doomed. No, we are doomed. No, Superman, 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 Superman. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm so back. I'm so fucking back. I'm so back. I've never been more back. Superman, Superman, Superman. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Smoke hates philosophy. Who could have seen this coming? And yet, Olive, did you genuinely enjoy that sentence? Okay, do you want to know what philosophy is? Do you want to know what evil philosophy looks like? I'm going to show you what evil philosophy looks like. Is the N-word in this? Yes. 4,000 times, but incredibly I've managed to pick out the one paragraph that's doesn't have the N-word in it. I really am a gamer. Whoop. Okay. This is what true evil looks like, chat. Okay, I'm gonna show you the most evil philosophy. I'm gonna show you the most evil philosophy that exists. All right, you ready? You ready? I'm going to critique Brooks through the lens of calling myself retarded. Okay, this is a high level strat. Very few people. I really need to make sure that there's no N-words in here. Control F, the N-word. Nope, not there. Excellent, I did it. I'm incredible. What a gamer. Okay. So paranoid about this N-word. You know what? Fuck it. We'll commit. Sorry, Wiz. Channel's gonna get taken down. Boom! Okay. This is why philosophy is evil. I will now point to... you know what? 3 AM Smugbug has just possessed my body. Okay? 3 AM Smugbug has now asserted direct control of the stream. Okay? It is time to critique this fucking asshole. Alright? This image is in theory... This is in reference to N-word Heil Hitler. My favorite song ever. This image is in theory utterly horrifying to Nazis, an organized group of powerful black men commandeering their signifier while dressed in the regalia of tribal warfare. The juxtaposition works in both directions, a libidinal hostile takeover of both the liberal fascism of dictatorship over signification and the fascist fascism of fascism. You catch that? Yeah? 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 This is why philosophy is evil, guys. This is why philosophy is evil. This is all philosophy. All philosophy is this. That's what I think philosophy is. When I write philosophy, I do it. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is why it's really important to produce stuff yourself. Because then you understand how evil it is when you do it, okay? I did it. I can't help it. Philosophy channeled through me. It possessed my body. It possessed me to write this. I don't know what the footnote is. Let me check the footnote. I hope the footnote doesn't have an N-word in it. That would be awkward. It does. The footnote does have an N-word in it. Really should have looked at the censored version that I created specifically for other people to stream, huh? Oh well. Moving on! So yes, this is why philosophy is evil. That's the entire critique I needed to make there. That's it. That's the full thing. No further context. Just philosophy is evil. Moving on. Superman. Okay. I'm still stuck on the liberal dictatorship of fascism. It's good, isn't it?
In late Marxism, this is an explicit thing he talks about through his reading of Adorno's self-reflexive method. Adorno, as he goes about his shit, didn't just analyze cultural objects historically. He analyzed how his
I'll send you my gay little essays when I write them. I would be so happy for that. Hey, you know, if you were an axolotl tier, not only would you have an adorable puppet, but I would link to you in my blog so other people can read you. We've got like a little thank you section at the bottom of every single blog page that links to your own blog as well, or whatever, or even your stream. I'll link there as well.
Own analytical categories were historically produced.
The billboard.
That's what Jameson hooks onto. This is why Jameson can...
But yeah, to be more specific, claiming that the guy is incorrect because he didn't say historicizing the historicization of historicizing...
simultaneously insist that everything must be understood historically, but critique linear developmental narratives.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You could literally critique anything like this. You really could. Like, you could literally be this, like, banal and unhelpful to either the understanding of your viewership or that this is purely you, a jargon mogging. That's it. That's all you're doing.
At once. He basically is saying
it was my
an anti-historicization version.
Yes, because you immediately got a hostile takeover by a deranged stalker. I don't, like, bro, I'm sorry, but, like, you gotta give me something to work with here.
It's confusing. It's tough. I know. But you don't have to make a video if you don't understand a thing. Just don't. It doesn't have to exist. What he advocates...
And that's such a dick move as well. Like, just telling someone that... Imagine being a leftist and saying, you shouldn't have produced it. Don't produce. Stop. Stop making. Stop making art. Why? How dare you? How dare you make art that is wrong? How dare you get this wrong? You didn't have to make this. You didn't have to make this. Like... If you were critiquing Wisecrack, I could understand. It's a corporation. But this is a dude. This is a dude who just got fired. You know? I'm not trying to, like, appeal to the humanity of the person. Although I would hope that that has some bearing on your opinion of things, Brooks. But, Christ, man. Don't make it. You didn't have to make this. You didn't have to try to communicate to your large audience of people, leftists. Imagine, how dare you? How dare you attempt to give a large audience of potential budding leftists a frame on which they can latch onto? How dare you allow these disgusting lumpen proletariat into my vanguard? How fucking dare you? How dare you? Fuck you. Fuck you, Burns. Fuck you. You keep the peasants at the gates. Okay, I will sit on my throne of books. I will ascend to the top of the hierarchy, and then I don't know. I'll like dismantle the power structure later. Ooh, fucking prick, ass shit. I think we should all be wrong now. In fact, I now think Smog is wrong. Wrong man or super wrong. Yeah, I think being wrong is really good. I think, but that's just. Every good signifier has been stolen. We should all be wrong more, and that's just like fucking rational wiki less wrong. Whatever. Most of the time, you should just explain whatever concept you want that you think someone got wrong instead of focusing on the video. Yes! Or better yet, say this is an unofficial phase 2 to your education. Oh, you started watching Michael Burns? Here's an expansion on Michael Burns. Why do we never see anything instructive? I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't get clicks. So it's valid. It's fine. You're allowed to be a cunt to get clicks. It's okay. You're allowed. You're allowed. But you shouldn't do that in ways genuinely destructive to your own movement, which I assume Brooks is. Is large audience a jab? I don't know how many subs he has. No, he didn't say large audience. I said large audience. My point being that I don't remember what my point was. Actually, Superman was about it being okay to be perfect and good at everything. You are unironically being Lex Luthor right now. Superman was okay at making mistakes.
A dialectical historicity that thinks contradiction without synthesis. and allowing that. That's the dialectical historicity. The apparent contradiction design.
Brooks, consider that if you want clicks, all you have to do is scream about every 6 minutes to wake everyone up as you do theory slop. Have you considered this? Perhaps instead of engaging in drama, you dress yourself as a funny little Spartan snail and you scream occasionally. Have you considered this? Also, this would be a great time for you to donate, guys. We do need to fill up the bar in order to not only bring Sunday down back to my level so I can hit him with the sword. Yeah. Look at him shake. Look at him buzz in fear. He's terrified. He's terrified. Or he's like charging up some kind of attack. I don't know. But also, you'll notice on the bar it says fun next stream. And the reason that the Smugbug Sundays are sporadic is because until I get $50 worth of Smugbug Sunday money, I don't make another stream. So if you want more streams like this, if you want more often streams, then you give me money. You pay me for my services. Many hours of labor go into this. I would like money for my labor, please. Thank you. Thank you, leftists. I'll get you one day, Sunday!
Resolves when we see that
Please give me money.
always historicize is actually the weapon against historicism, not its expression.
Bruno Latour's thing is that he's wholesome except when he does bits and says the rape wagon. That feels like me. My admiration of Smugbug has vastly increased since he got that 6-pack. It's crazy. You know what? You're right. I'll go all the way. I'll be right back.
He is demonstrating how our very categories of understanding are themselves a product of historical understanding.
If you don't understand history, if you do not have a connection to that which came before you, you can't understand how you got where you are.
And this is, I think, why I had to make this video. You're turning Jameson's sophisticated hermeneutic method into self-help bromide.
Oh, this is so bitchy.
Read some books. You'll understand yourself. This reduction of structural analysis to individual lifestyle
as if you're not the one doing this.
is
Okay, it's fine.
Often the people that are using postmodernism as some scary thing are doing postmodern stuff themselves. They are the ones who are embodying, facilitating, and perpetuating the exploitative logic of late capitalism.
Again, an Andy Kaufman level perfect example of postmodern logic.
Oh my god. That's so cunty. That's so... Stop calling people Andy Kaufman. What is so rude? Sorry, I don't want to be soy here, but fuck. You like, just because it sounds like a nuanced, thoughtful, intellectual critique, you are literally saying the only way you could be this retarded is if you were doing it on purpose. That's literally what that means. That's so fucking shit. Fuck this guy. What a little bitch. Look at your screen, you don't have to guess. I do have to guess, actually. I'm struggling. It's fine. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Every time I'm about to drift to sleep. This, when did you think that this was an appropriate sleep stream? Go put on President Sunday if you want to fall asleep to yapping. You should say Borat. He means Borat. Whatever. Yeah. Borat. Actually, Borat would be funny. That would be great. That would be good. What are you, Borat from Borat?
Logic, the very thing Jameson's method is designed to reveal and critique. And it
If
did.
Andy Kaufman is so dumb, why didn't they make an Andy Schliessman?
True. Also, why did he die?
Paying for permission to tune out the fundraising.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Orange. Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate the $5 each. Very, very helpful. Did you write Andy Kaufman to make the fish say it more accurately? Orange, that's impressive. That's good work right there. Very few people... Remember that the fish speaks in a Chinese accent because he's literally Xi Jinping. And write your words phonetically. As a good job, Orange. I just want to call that out. That's very good work. Andy Kaufman. Very good. You knew that the fish would fumble if you wrote it out correctly. That's impressive. And thank you very much, Jordan, as well, for the $5. Yes, you have paid for permission to tune out the fundraising for a little bit longer. And look, oh, he's struggling. I can almost reach him. Oh, I'm gonna get him. Whoa! Ah, so close. Maybe next time. Oh, that bar, I can see a hint of it at the top. It's so tantalizing.
Found it. You know, someday, I dream that a time will come where people will finally have a grasp on what critical theorists mean when they talk about schizophrenia. God.
Hey, chat. Yeah. You know, one day I wish chat. Hey, guess what? One day, guess. Hey, chat. Guess what? Yeah. One day, I wish we just watch a leftist who wasn't smug about knowing more theory than other. God, I nearly got a hernia. Okay, I found the physical limit of my smugness. There we go. We learned something important. We all have limits. I just got Superman. Okay, that was my opening to Superman. I just 3 minutes ago, Smugbug began doing a smug impression. 3 seconds ago, he lost the fight.
You ever felt like you're stuck in a loop? Like, everyone I know, the past somehow feels forever ago.
Oh shit, wait, I just did a massive skip accidentally. Oops.
The reason Jameson chooses it is actually not any of that, but this thing it does at the end. See, it's a super common trope now. It's almost a... Just don't. It doesn't have to exist. Current contradiction dissolves when we see that always historicize is actually the weapon against historicism, not its expression. He is demonstrating how our very categories of understanding are themselves a product of historical...
It just sucks to just explain how all of this works more precisely, and then I feel like I'm reaching the limit of what this video can offer. I can't watch this guy just explain in more complex terms what a thing means over and over and over again, with absolutely no regard for what's actually helpful or useful to understand. Like, it's just nothing. It's just full of nothing. This is so
historical
empty.
understanding.
If you don't understand history, if you do not have a connection to that which came before you, you can't understand how you got where you are.
Okay,
What critical theorists mean when they talk about schizophrenia, oh, that'd be nice. One might be able to grasp the process as the focus rather than the clinical entity.
Again, we do this video essay. We're killing this. This is dead now. We kill this. This dies. Today, this dies. This is the last time. Everyone, chat, I declare it. This is the last time that a cringe, leftoid video essayist will set up an epic own trap and then edit their opponent into the trap. It is the gayest, most cringe fucking thing. If any of you fall for this shit ever again, any of you, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I hope they don't talk about schizophrenia wrong. Cut to them talking about schizophrenia wrong. I'm done. We're done. We're done with this. We're done with this bit. It was very clever. It was so clever 8 years ago when video essays were, like, becoming a thing. Now, fucking garbage. Okay, this is shit. Do better. You can do better. Just make a good argument. Do some art. Do some art about it. Perhaps do some art about it instead of just using the fucking meta structure of editing to get epic owns on your opponent. Fuck me, dude. This is so gay. This is so fucking gay. What other word is there for it except this is just so fucking gay? I'm sorry. Yes, yeah. I'm a Spartan, okay? Today I'm homosexual. I get to call things gay. All right, I'm covered in oil. I'm ready before battle. I'm making sweet, sweaty love to my brother in arms. Okay, all right, and this is gay. This is gayer than that.
That's someday. That's not today.
And we keep doing
And I
this?
mentioned before that he talks about a
Yeah,
certain
I know.
type of schizophrenia that we get. Now, he doesn't mean a literal...
Not today.
Okay.
And I mentioned before...
This might be the last thing we look at because I'm hitting my genuine fucking limit. Honestly, this is really fucking me up. But okay, so Brooks has asserted before we ever get to see ourselves, he has pre-poisoned the well. He's asserted that Michael Burns does not understand the most basic, like 102 IQ, basic fucking shit about Deleuze and Guattari. Right? The idea that when Deleuze and Guattari use the phrase schizophrenia, they do not mean medical schizophrenia.
Defeat that Canadian bastard. Also, Peacemaker Season 2 comes out in August. Get hype. DC chance you might.
Let's go! Thank you, Trans Rights Crab. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Peacemaker. God, that show's so fucking good. That show's so fucking good! I love that fucking show. Oh my god. I am a DC... God, I didn't think I was never really a big Marvel fan, but fuck it. DC fan. I declare allegiance. I would like to declare allegiance to DC. That's it. I know it's all cringe. It's all cringe slop. Don't care. DC. Is Doom Patrol DC as well, Wiz? Give Fan of Monkeys his credit. Wait, what did Fan of Monkeys do? Nice juxtaposition with his criticism of Family Guy's formulaic format. Ha! Very good. Thank you. That is good. That's clever. Yes, fine. When you say schizophrenia, is that what you mean? I'm gonna scream. Yes, by the way, me calling myself schizophrenic is actually a running joke about... Yes, congrats, you figured it out. Congratulations. Although I do also have schizophrenia, so it is... Like all good satire, it's meant to be confusing. Doom Patrol is DC, also Grant Morrison. Yep, DC, all the way. I love Doom Patrol so much. The Doom Patrol episode about trans people made me cry. And I didn't cry because of the trans stuff. Like, I'm not trans, okay? I didn't cry at the trans stuff, okay? I cried at the gay man forgiving himself. So it has nothing to do with me. It was pure empathy, okay? I cried at the gay man forgiving himself. Okay, it had nothing to do with the trans stuff. I was sympathetic to the gay man, okay? So, ha! Get owned.
That he talks about a certain type of schizophrenia that we get. Now, he doesn't mean a literal schizophrenia, but he thinks we end up in a schizophrenic position when we lose that connection to history.
No. This...
Oh, I'm gonna dress up as the bandage guy. I'm gonna dress up as bandage guy from Doom Patrol for Halloween. I've already set that my costume. I'm looking for the trench coat. I'm looking for the cool coat. That's it. That's gonna be my costume. 1000%. Such a cool look. No, you are not. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Stay mad. Yes, I am. You are the robot? Nope, I'm not the robot. I'm the gay man. I'm the gay guy.
End up in a schizophrenic position.
I'm the gay guy. Nice try, idiot. I'm the gay guy, moron. Nope. I'm the gay guy. Nice. Fuck you. I'm the homosexual man. Mistyped, already lost. What did I mistype? What have I fumbled?
That's someday. That's not today.
And I mentioned before that he talks about a certain type of schizophrenia that we get. Now, he doesn't mean...
Sorry, so to be clear, we need to assess whether Michael Burns understands the correct form of schizophrenia as it's used by Jameson here.
A literal...
Not today.
And I mentioned before that he talks about a certain type of schizophrenia that we get. Now, he doesn't mean a literal schizophrenia, but he thinks we...
Oh! He doesn't mean literal schizophrenia. He doesn't mean medical schizophrenia. What does he mean?
End up in a schizophrenic position.
It ends up in a schizophrenic position. Or, in other words, a schizophrenia-like position. Now, chat. I wonder why D&G used an existing medical condition as the phrase, as the word, for the thing they wanted to describe. Is it perhaps because their process of schizophrenia, of schizoanalysis, has some parallels to the medical condition of schizophrenia? And so to call something schizophrenia-like is a good way of describing the phenomenon that they want to talk about. And so it's perfectly valid to say something is schizophrenic, or puts you in a schizophrenic position, because you're saying it is like schizophrenia.
When we lose that connection to history.
Or you're the spirit in me? That feels... Is that right? But see, I feel like you ruin my life more than I ruin your life, Wiz. So I feel like you're the spirit, and I'm the gay man. You're inside me. I'm the gay man, and you're inside me. I think I'm the gay man, and you're inside me. I think that makes sense.
No. This isn't about individuals feeling psychologically disconnected from history.
True.
No.
But he thinks we end up in a schizophrenic position when we lose that connection to history.
No.
Okay, he thinks we end up in a schizophrenic position when we lose that connection to history. So based on the previous context of the clips that Brooks has used here, from what I gather, Michael Burns is saying that if you don't understand the historical flows that help you understand your present position, you'll end up in a schizophrenic position. Now, a schizophrenic position would be a schizophrenia-like position, or a position of, like, deboundarying, deterritorialization, lots of different aspects in kind of conflict and contradiction with each other, right? Which is, I think, not a bad, not a terrible... In fact, it's Brooks said something very, very similar earlier, actually. He literally said that, like, yeah, this is how people end up in schizophrenic positions, in this, like, schizophrenic form of, like, engaging with capitalism. You consume and you kind of construct an identity from all of these different aspects, and that leaves you in a schizophrenia-like position. So I think Brooks has said something almost identical earlier in this video, but now he's claiming that Burns has got it wrong and has misunderstood that it's not about psychological disconnection or the medical case of schizophrenia. schizophrenia in the way D&G is more like autism than current schizophrenia is important. You see, that's interesting because I've definitely been using the kind of autism versus schizophrenia as like totally juxtaposed and competing with each other. The idea being that like autism is very cemented, hard-boundaried, rigid, in terms of like the sort of the containers you exist within. You know, you're a very, very effective gear. We should probably have a talk about that. I mean, you can even call in and we can talk about this later. Because that's interesting. That's the exact opposite of what I perceive and believe. I'm proud of my inner shadow. Yeah, I guess you could say that. The last time I spoke to my therapist, I said that knowing the child that I was, I also would have beaten the shit out of me if I was my dad. And that's not to justify him or to justify beating children, just that I have such a low regard for the child that was beaten by my dad that I'd probably strangle the little fucker as well. So probably not proud of my inner shadow, or maybe that is the inner shadow. Maybe the inner shadow is maybe my inner shadow is my dad, and I just want to continue the cycle of abuse. Let's not unpack that. That sounds fine. Moving on.
This isn't about individuals
Bingo, shut up!
feeling psychologically disconnected from history. It's about the structural fragmentation of experience.
He saves his life, shows him joy, makes him confront himself because he's tired of watching him be miserable. Wait, are you saying that I made you... Are you saying that I made you joyful and confront yourself because I was tired of watching you be miserable? Aww, if you guys read Wiz's last few things, he's describing my impact on his life. Can you believe that? Wow. Anyway, I'm the cool guy, sure.
Experience.
I say anything to get my way. See, this is satire. D&G jump scare. D&G jump scare.
It's about the structural fragmentation of experience qua experience under late stage. It's about the structural fragmentation of experience qua experience from history. It's about the structural fragmentation of experience qua experience under.
It's not about disconnection. It's not about disconnection. It's about fragmentation. A very different thing from disconnection. You see, disconnection is when things disconnect from each other. That's how you do definitions, by the way, chat. Enjoy. It's when things separate from each other. Whereas fragmentation is when things separate from each other, but like a bit different. So you're wrong. You're wrong. It's when lots of things separate from each other instead of two things separating from each other. Jesus fucking Christ, this is so fucking embarrassing. This is so painful. This is so frustrating. This is so painful. Okay. Alright. So, let's do the same exercise again, okay? So, from what I understand of what Michael Burns' position is, right? He talks about a certain type of schizophrenia that we get, not literal schizophrenia, but he thinks we end up in a schizophrenic position when we lose that connection to history. So, Michael is obviously simplifying here, but it seems like super defensible, right? We end up in a schizophrenic or schizophrenia-like position, and that is a very reasonable way to describe the D&G form of schizophrenia to a layperson, right? Given that they literally relate it as a tool of understanding to our existing understanding of what schizophrenia means. He's not saying schizophrenia, he's saying schizophrenia-like. Brooks then says, it's not about disconnection from history, it's about the structural fragmentation of experience qua experience. This just, like, he's just being more precise, but he's just using bigger words, which, if anything, ends up being counterproductive to the explanation. He's using more precise terminology to describe the vibe of a mainstream communicator. And also, using the phrase experience qua experience without explaining it, while ostensibly being someone who's meant to explain the problems with the mainstream communicator. By the way, experience qua experience is, like, not the simplest term in the world. Like, from what I understand, it means the experience absent all its associations and context. And when you say, like, if I were to say, like, a Labubu qua Labubu, I would be referring to Labubu, a very finite object, absent all of its context. Literally just the thing itself. Nothing to do with the thing, just the Labubu, right? So when he says experience qua experience, he means experience in terms of experience. Experience, and just experience. Experience excluding all else. As the thing in itself. Yes, yeah, as the thing in itself. Which is also not a very helpful way to explain it, by the way. I'm doing my best here, because it is a very cunty way to put things, okay? Now, if you understand what he's saying, you understand what qua experience means, can anyone defending him fucking explain why he would dare to use such a retarded fucking pointless jargony phrase except to make himself look clever? Except to do what I do as a meme in my fucking articles? If you said Labubu qua Labubu, that would actually be cool. I just did. A thing absent its context isn't a thing, though. That's a very clever thing to say, and you are right. I would agree you are right, but we still sometimes need to just refer to the thing absent context. For example, you could say that experience qua experience does not exist, right? That would be another way of saying what you just said. So it's sometimes useful to be able to refer to a thing absent its context, even if we all agree that a thing can only exist within relational context to the things that define it, right? Whether it's language or whether it's the actual object. Okay? Okay. So, Labubu actually makes sense here, in the senseless gambling game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but you're right. You're right. That's a genuinely a good point to make. I would broadly agree with it. I think, but yeah, in this context, it's just so pointless. It's so pointless. It's just an excuse. It's just an excuse to sound clever. I cannot think of another reason. I'm sure that Brooks could wax lyrical about how valuable it is to make this particular point in this particular way, and I wouldn't fucking buy it. Because there's no... Here's my challenge to Brooks. Explain to me your goal, and then demonstrate to me how this serves that purpose. Because if your goal is anything other than making your readers, your watchers feel smug and self-important, and like they're smarter than the mainstream philosophy communicators, if that's your only goal, then you've succeeded. And if you have any other goal, you're a fucking hack. No, sorry, that's really unfair. When I say you're a fucking hack, what I mean is I think you have accidentally done things that make you feel good that end up counterproductive to your overall project. Ugh. Unfortunately, Brooks does seem chill and fine, so I'm gonna be nicer to him than I would President Sunday. But I'm still disappointed. Make them feel like a smug bug. Yeah, exactly. You want to turn everyone? You want to create a world of me? That's what you're doing. That's the future, Brooks. That's the future that you're creating. And you can help create that future too by helping to donate to the stream, because I will be going back to shilling. Sorry, it's been a little while. $40. He's straining under the weight. He's so close. My laser is nearly ready to destroy him, but alas, $10 more, and he'll drop below into a lasering range, I guess. And then we'll watch his we'll watch his video. I'm happy to go on late. This is a vibe stream, so we can go for another couple hours. But I'll probably put the death timer on soon. If you want the stream to go on longer, then tactically, I shouldn't tell you this, but I'm on your side, consumer. Tactically, you should save a little bit of money for when the death timer goes on, and then extend the stream by donating after the point. So I would highly suggest that no one donates until the timer comes on if you want the maximum value for your money. Okay? We'll cheat that fucker Smugbug out of every minute of his time that we can. So no one donate until the death timer comes on. Okay, save your money! I'm helping you, okay? Look, I'm pro-consumer. I love consuming. What's the metaphysical context of Brooks' new romantic haircut? I don't understand his haircut. I'm not going to comment on it. I feel like I'm lacking context. Any call-ins? Yeah, I would also be fine with a call-in, I suppose. I guess that would be cool. You know what? I would like to talk to Envy later. I'd definitely be up for speaking to Envy, for sure. But once we're done with this video.
Late-stage capitalism. When Jameson adopts their concept of schizophrenia, he's not talking about psychological states, but about how
everyone understands this, and Michael Burns understands this, and frankly, Michael Burns is speaking as if his audience understands this, which I imagine they would. I imagine that anyone who's watched multiple Michael Burns videos has probably heard the schizophrenia explanation thing. Again, if my mum asks me what DNG is, I would say they use the medical diagnosis of schizophrenia as a kind of an analogy for a process that's in some ways similar to schizophrenia of understanding the world, modeling people's reaction to capitalism, and how they interact with the systems that exist today. right? Like that's how I would like, you know, I would use that's the first way, that's the first thing. And I can't think of another first line you would give someone about D&G. The schizophrenia thing is the most useful thing, not because it's the best, but just because it's the thing that gets referenced the most. And so understanding what people mean by that will help you avoid misunderstandings a lot.
Capitalism's deterritorializing logic fragments traditional structures of meaning. The schizophrenic subject isn't someone who forgot to read history.
Fine explanation of schizophrenia in the context of D&G. This is fine. This is good. I like it. It's better than mine that I just did.
Is manic depressive. It's the form subjectivity takes when
But do you see how when he explains it, it sounds like he's explaining it to Michael Burns. And in this case, it's more explicit. I think he's quite clearly suggesting that Michael Burns got it wrong. Here's the real schizophrenia we're talking about, as if Michael Burns wasn't already referring to this exact fucking thing. Right? Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. This is just so fucking disappointing. The worst part is, I imagine that if I sat down to have a debate with Brooks, he'd probably win. Would he? He's smarter than me, but I'm probably better at debating than he is. I don't know, I haven't seen him debate. I would imagine someone like this, who is more of a nerd. More of a nerd is going to lose to a screaming Chad. I feel like screaming Chad beats nerd most of the time. I feel like we have an advantage on against the Soys, but who knows? Maybe. But if I had a debate with him, I'm sure that he could talk his way around me. That's not to say I would refuse to debate with him, but I think he'd probably be able to sneaky snake around.
Capitalism dissolves all the stable points of.
I wouldn't expect Brooks to run.
Reference, all the depth, all the stuff.
Also, I do a lot of jokes about President Run Day. You know, I literally ran from my last debate as a joke, right? Like that. The Run Day. I don't care. Anyone can leave a debate anytime. By the way, I want to make my position clear and sincere. You can run from debates. It's fine. It's also okay to make fun of people for running from debates, but also you can run from debates. I literally did it as a joke with Ico. Like that was literally part of the meme. We literally set that up because it's funny. It's just funny. It's funny to get the last word in and then run. It's hilarious. Can't run from this. What? What do you want? Shut up! Yes, okay, I'm sorry. My dressing room was briefly revealed. Why
Stuff that he's been talking about. And capitalism has done that. We are not being made postmodern, according to Jameson. You use language a lot in there for people who are watching your video and talk about how they might fight it like a cold or stop being tricked.
Now, another thing that happens under postmodern culture for Jameson is we have a split between history and nostalgia. Now, history, of course, is what actually happened. It's sets of historical conditions that lead to where we are right now. It's understanding the steps that got us here.
No.
No, yes, actually. Fuck you. That, again, an incredibly reasonable, simple, perhaps slightly simple-minded explanation of the difference. If I'm trying to explain to my fucking mum what the difference is between historical fact and the narrativization that occurs on top of it, I think using the difference between
You should let me ask to you about Latour. And also, hate chat so will ignore what you said.
Thank you very much for the donation. Do I have to bring you on right now? I guess since you donated, I want to encourage. The problem is that currently, wait, what's that? The bar is full. That's it, chat. The call-ins will be unlocked. President Sunday has been he's stuck. Look, he's finally revealing his true form. He's manifesting. He's manifesting. It's real. Oh my god. Could it be? It's him! It's him! Look at him! Look at his terrible visage! Look how evil he is! You unhand my donation bar! Foul creature! Yeah! Yeah! And then I guess the laser, I'll do the laser. Bweem! Bweem! Ah! Got him! Got him! He's cooked! He's cooked! He's cooked! Look at him shake! Run! Run, Run Day! Run for your life! We did it. Good job, chat. That was a team effort. Look! We got the dono bar back! Yay! Oh my god. Don't you? This is. By the way, this is how you narrativize a stream. This is how you avoid being a dick to people. Okay, you well, I guess you turn them into a caricature and then kill them on stream. Well, what it is, what it is. Look at the donut bar. We did it! Yay! Thank you very much, Envy. Appreciate the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, as a little treat, Fish Guy, for your services today, I knight you. Your service in yapping everything that chat sends to you has been exactly what we needed to defeat the evil monster President Runday. Thank you very much for your service. You are officially Sir Ambiguous Fish Guy, which is his canonical name, chat. Good job, Ambiguous Fish Guy with a Glock. You are now Sir Ambiguous Fish Guy with a Glock. Can I have the Glock now? Please? Pretty please? Are you finally going to stop threatening us? Please? 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 No? No?
该拔除我。
Ah! Okay, sorry, boss. Well, the threats are maintained. Alright, I'll bring Envy on. I'm glad to see you happy playing with your dolls. It's actually way more cool and base when I play with my dolls on my own than when me and Wiz play with dolls together. It's way cooler. Alright. Envy, I'm bringing you in. Wah! Hello! How you doing?
Double smug.
No N-words, no N-words.
Okay.
I know that you're
All right,
favorite.
you wanted me
so you gotta
to
stop.
you wanted me to
Yeah.
explain the autism schizophrenia thing?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, well, it's actually really simple. Schizophrenia just used to be like a really broad category. It used to kind of be a bit of a different thing is all. And it mostly encompassed autism. I think it did encompass a little bit of what we would call a little bit of what we'd call modern day schizophrenia. But I think if I remember correctly, for the most part, it doesn't.
So the
Yeah,
only thing
it's
I
just,
know about,
it just-
the only thing I know about that is the Russian sluggish schizophrenia. You know, the one they used to like imprison dissidents in like the 80s or 70s, 80s, maybe earlier. Do you know about this? They
It's just
created,
a weird thing.
Yeah, they created a form of schizophrenia that was used to basically just gulag people they didn't like, to like force them into like to section them basically. I saw a stat where apparently they had used they'd given 3 times the number of people in the UK by percentage schizophrenia diagnoses. Sorry, as people in the
Brooks,
UK. Crazy.
Brooks should have explained it because Brooks is where I learned it from, which is why he should have explained. He could have just explained it really quick because it's a really easy thing to explain. That it's just
Big L.
that you can just explain what it actually means. It is one of the L's that Brooks took in this video. That's where I learned it from because people have written about it. Brooks sent me papers.
Oh, there you go. Hello. How you doing? Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But okay, so can you, because I very much see autism. So are you saying that maybe historically they were similar, but these days they've been, do you feel like they're appropriately separated? Because I do see autism and schizophrenia as like opposite sides on the same spectrum. On like a line, there's like a very, very strong difference between the two of them. I feel like the reasons for their fragmentation kind of are in opposition to each other. Like, I don't think you can be autistic and schizophrenic in the D&G sense, not necessarily the medical sense. Obviously, it's possible to have both.
Yes, I think if I might be fucking butchering this, I don't know. Since all of my, I want to make something very clear. All of this is coming from me repeating what I remember Brooks saying about D&G. Because I've never read it.
And don't you dare fucking cite
I've never read
sources,
Anti-Oedipus.
Okay? This is your idea. You never read Anti-Oedipus? It's not fun. It's not a fun read.
Wow.
I'm 3/4 of the way through it. I've been reading it for like 7 months. I keep getting distracted by other books because it's just it's a slog.
Yeah, but basically, just it's a weird fucking categorization thing. It's a fucking.
Okay.
And this is where I could go on my a rant about how my reactionary rant about how I hate psychology/psychiatry, but I shouldn't do that because that's not productive. It really isn't.
I don't think that's reactionary. I think that's pretty straightforwardly leftist. In fact, I think Anti-Oedipus is kind of definitionally in opposition to psychoanalytic. So it's literally Anti-Oedipus. Like, yeah.
in the way I do it, it ends up being pretty reactionary because I'm like I fucking want to bring it all down. It's because of my little gripes, my little fucking experience. I let the dark side take over.
Nah, that's just straight based. I hate therapy. I think the therapy makes you weaker and worse. I think it's good for. I think it might help like the average person or someone who's literally never received any coping mechanisms ever. But if you're at like a fairly basic baseline of like coping mechanisms, then therapy probably just makes you more self-indulgent and less useful to yourself and others, in my opinion.
There's one of the things that you said that I very much agree with, and this also applies to something else. Do you know what getting sectioned is?
Yes, yeah. Being locked away in a mental institution, yeah.
So I live. I'm gonna dox my state. I live in Florida.
Okay.
Florida has this law. It's called the Baker Act, and the Baker Act is a law where they can hold you for 72 hours, if they deem you a threat to yourself or others. And in theory, you know, this sounds like, you know, maybe a little bit okay. You know, some people, you know, they want to kill themselves, and so you should just lock them away. But there's a big problem with it, in that unless the issue you're having is you need to get back on medication, it is kind of just useless, and for a lot of things. And literally just staying at the hospital.
I sentence you to 3 days, no killing yourself. Okay, you're done. You can go home now.
Yeah,
it's not very helpful.
It's even worse if you're a kid, because they can threaten your parents into keeping you longer by being like, well, if you don't fucking let us. I'm not describing personal experience, by the way. This is not personal experience. They can just threaten your parents and make you stay longer, and it's really bad. It's evil, and
most parents
it is really fucked up.
Deal with that.
No, they really aren't.
Like,
and especially if you have a kid, and they have some even if they're good parents, you have a kid, you know, they're having issues, and if they're having issues, they even if you're a good parent, they probably don't want to talk to you about it. Because I think most kids like to keep things secrets.
Yeah.
Because and so yeah, it's evil, and this informs all of my takes about psychology/psychiatry. Not watching people get abused, only reading about it, and also having it happen to me, but not actually, because I just read about it.
Yeah,
happening to me as well.
Yeah, of course. I also have imagined many things that could have happened to me that didn't, that I then used to inform my political worldview. 100% agree. Yes, very. Yeah. My dad loved me, for example.
Exactly.
I think that I will say, just on a slight tangent, but on like a meta layer, I think it's valuable to have people attacking everything, like to have, you know, kind of and maybe that's part of the value of like the variance in lived experience, is that like it's kind of useful to have like a group of people who just blindly hate therapy and will do whatever they can to tear it down, because at least then you have critiques of therapy that are backed by like a real drive to try and dismantle it via their best efforts. And in theory, an institution that is, you know, kind of coercive or is like or rather an institution that exists when it doesn't have to, is more vulnerable to attacks like that than an institution that exists because it has to, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of okay with there just like being people out there who are like, fuck therapy, I hate therapy, I'm gonna try and kill every therapist, you know what I mean? Like, just like raw driving hate of everything. I need one of every person hating one of everything, so that like everything is getting, you know, constantly poked and prodded at, even if it's for like completely random, unfortunate reasons that have no bearing on the broader probabilities of something being good or bad.
Also, I have to add, one of the other things is the doctors there get to diagnose you based off like 5 minutes of conversation with you over those like 3 days, or at most a week. And so this also doesn't help. And they just get, if you're a kid, they just get to slap labels on you. They just get to call you, you're just fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, this one's bad. Sorry, defective. Make a new one. We'll keep this one. You can leave it here. You should probably leave it here. Just leave it with us.
I
take care of it.
There are, like I said, it's there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues with this stuff, and I don't fucking. I do in my heart of hearts. I want to. Because the problem is, even if you had people who wanted to do good, the nature of it itself, just like fucking lends it to. Because the only way to do it is to overwork yourself in those places, and then the doctors are just gonna fucking also still hate everyone, and they're gonna do a bad job anyway.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
yeah.
issues.
Especially
It's
with
just
all the underfunding and
it's
stuff.
horrible all around.
Yeah, yeah.
Horrible
it's,
all around.
It
It's
cycles into disaster.
the worst part is it is for this to happen. It doesn't even have to be the doctors don't even have to be evil. They can be good. And I've met doctors that seemed like they wanted to do good, but they were just not good, just because of how things work.
Yeah. Yeah. Many such cases. I mean, like, I think not to go on a crazy tangent, but like, I think the Tavistock Institute is an example of this, where like you had this overly centralized, underfunded system where a bunch of doctors trying to do the best they could for as many trans kids as possible ended up like having to reduce systems of like bureaucracy and kind of and checks and kind of restraints on the diagnostic process in order to get as many trans kids help as possible, because they were underfunded, because they had so few resources. And then that ended up harming their cause, because conservatives looked at that and went, why are they not going through X process? Why are they not, doing this check and balance that we put on for safety reasons? Well, it's because they literally don't have the resources to do it. And so if it's between keeping this bureaucratic administrative process alive and keeping a trans kid alive, they're going to focus on getting the trans kids the, puberty blockers or whatever that they need. So I think there's a lot of cases where like people who are doing good end up causing damage to their own to their own side, just because of the situation circumstances they're under. It's kind of hard to blame them. Like, I don't think there's any doctor at Tavistock that could have really done anything differently.
I also want to say the reason why I try to be as you would say hope-filled on this is because after having read many studies about the fucking Baker Act system in Florida, I realized every person who's wrote about this agrees with me in some way, shape, or form.
Based.
And it actually gives me a lot of hope, even though it probably won't change for a while. That people actually do recognize all these issues, because it, as you can imagine, very very traumatic for a little child. I've heard about kids in there being as young as like 7.
Jesus.
Insanely young. And it's just like you're like a little when you're a little larvae, that's harmful to you.
Yeah.
It's a little bit harmful.
Well, look, thank you for coming on the show. Could you face me for a second? Thank you. I would like to knight you. You've been knighted. How do you feel?
Honorary
Honorary
anti-psychiatrist chatter, yeah.
Yes, very based. For a base take, you get knighted. Thank you very much for joining us.
Bye.
Bye. Plop. I got flomped. Thank you, Envy. Lovely chat. All right, let's finish this Brooks video. I need to finish this, or I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream at Brooks.
Hello, everyone. I want to begin by saying that I am not...
Choose understanding your inner demons. Choose understanding how you've been bent out of shape by society's pliers. Choose therapy, but why would I want to do that? Who needs therapy when you have the Pond Scum Podcast? Give me money, please. You funded the stream, but now I want more money. Now I'm greedy. Oh, wait, no, you have to save it. No, wait, don't give me money. Do not give me money. You have to save it for the death timer. You have to save it for the death timer. Do not spend money yet. You have to save it for the death timer. First, you paid for the next stream, and you've succeeded. Congratulations. But now you must pay to extend this stream. Save your money. Give me no money. Quick, save your money. Open your wallet and then do nothing. Stare into your wallet. Check how much money you have. Start counting the pennies for later when the death timer triggers, which will be soon.
After this people.
After this Brooks video.
I
Put content on the screen.
bet
I'm
that
working on it.
Jameson would probably not
it.
be heard often saying, yes, history that actually happened.
Nostalgia.
Okay. I am sure I agree that Jameson would not frequently say that, but Jameson was not writing for the layperson. Jameson was writing for people who read and want to understand complex philosophy about postmodernism. Like, this is not, of course Jameson wouldn't use that phrase. Michael Burns, a guy who's just trying to explain to you the difference between the thing that you believe, which is that history is a sequence of facts that occurred, and the thing that he wants you to believe, which is that history is a fictionalized, narrativized, set of references within which we can smuggle meaning into society. then using nostalgia as a term is good, because nostalgia is a signifier that is familiar to people and is a signifier that they can use to latch onto the meaning of what he's actually trying to explain. Another philosopher who did this was fucking Deleuze, who used schizophrenia, a term people already had associations with, in order to help you understand his explanation for the process that he wanted you to think about and arrive at by reading his stuff. He's literally doing the exact same thing. Why is Burns not allowed to do it, but Deleuze is allowed to do it? The answer is, they're both allowed to fucking do it. Chill the fuck out. You're cringe.
Nostalgia is an
Do the scream, not for free, baby.
imagined picture of a past that maybe didn't happen anyways.
You know, someday.
No, you don't get to do this twice in one video. You don't get to do this twice in one video. Are you fucking one day. Oh, I lost my abs. One day, I hope that I'll watch a video where a leftist isn't smug twice.
A time will come which will not entail me returning to my days, running back and forth at the LDAC and under the shadow of a man who, sadly, I will have to name. That day is not today.
Yeah.
When talking about nostalgia,
cringe, performative. I mean, like, this is Rick and Morty. This is even Rick and Morty would identify this as too cringe to put in the show. Maybe one day I'll not have to explain things to stupid people. Maybe one day I'll not have to have, I don't know, foreshadowing for a future video. Who fucking cares?
Jameson uses George Lucas's early film American Graffiti as a perfect example of the historically...
Mara, I don't really understand what quote he got wrong. Like, if you want to be... okay. Maybe we should just settle this video out. Are we happy to move on to the... Let's okay. I'm gonna wrap everything up here. Actually, let's focus on the nostalgia thing. I think that helps. Okay. So Burns is comparing history, which is a thing that happened, to nostalgia, which is a memory of something that may or may not have happened, right? And it is a bit of a clumsy framing device. I'll agree. If your critique is that it's a bit clumsy, perfectly appropriate and fine. Perfectly appropriate and fine. You can say that, and I would not disagree with you for even a second. But it is a perfectly reasonable starting point. Just assume that your opponent or your rival, the person you're critiquing, is reasonable. It's a reasonable starting point for explaining the difference between an objective sequence of events and subjective memory of events to a layperson. And I would expect this kind of framing device, again, in a philosophy 101 course, which is, I imagine, the kind of shit that Michael Burns was doing before he started working at Wisecrack. So at this point, in kind of concluding everything, as a concluder, my most charitable interpretation of Brooks goes something like this, right? I think that both Brooks and Burns do understand Jameson, right? I don't think Burns would disagree with Brooks's read on Jameson. I think Michael would probably watch this video and go, I don't actually think that we have very many disagreements on this. I think that's how Michael would react. If Michael were to, I don't know, watch the video and leave a YouTube comment, I imagine that that's the kind of thing that Michael Burns might say. Surely he's not setting up a Brooks-style trap here, where that'll come up later. Oh, I went back too small. Now, I think that what's happening here, again, to be super charitable to Burns, is that his goal is to, with like a contextual understanding of his audience, compress a complex idea into an understandable frame. And then Brooks is basically uncompressing, decompressing these ideas, finding artifacts in his own decompression process, and then critiquing these artifacts. Again, it's like a well-meaning physicist walking into a college class on physics and then repeatedly critiquing the lecture over and over for imprecision and not providing a, highly complex context and loads of asides and tangents to ensure that they can never be misunderstood when they're just trying to convey the basic frame. It's exactly what someone said earlier, Bill said earlier, like, actually gravity is 9.82 meters per second, not 10 meters per second. A good analogy would actually be like a person going, why would gravity be exactly 10 meters per second? That seems like a weird coincidence. And the answer is, it's not. You were given a cheat. You were rounded up. You were given a framing device. Don't mistake the analogy or the framing device for the actual concept. Now, you could critique Burns, and I will, for not being flawless in their compression of very complex ideas. He's definitely a little bit vague sometimes, And I do believe that complex ideas should be understood in terms of layers of meaning stacked on top of each other. So perhaps Michael Burns could do a little bit better to say, this is just an analogy, or this is just a framing device, or if you're unfamiliar with the concept, this is a good first step to understanding it. I'm sure that Michael Burns, I would imagine, like almost every other creator on YouTube, wants their audience to feel like every time they watch a Michael Burns video, they get a full understanding of something. When in reality, Michael Burns is probably a stepping stone to understanding something very valuable. Unfortunately, the system doesn't really give you a lot of room to just be valuable. You also have to grab attention and give people good dopamine in order to get views on your videos. Maybe Brooks, who does seem to be highly intelligent, can immediately arrive at the correct conclusion based on this, like, flawless, perfect, programmatic formation of an idea, you know, like a fucking equation. And that immediately yields him understanding. Maybe there's a perfect phrase that you can say that Brooks will instantly, in his mind, understand. Maybe he's so good at philosophy that if you are good at communicating, he will instantly understand it. I would say that 99% of people are stupider than that caricature of Brooks. I think that most people, if you want to communicate something to them, you gotta give them something small and easy as a framework. I do this all the time. In my writings, I will give people simplified versions and forms of ideas. Psychic War is a simplified form of postmodernism, motherfuckers, as many of you know. It's just this. What we've been looking at today is basically Psychic War, right? It's the collapse of reality into subjective frames, the collapse of truth, and you know, into a battle for meaning. Like, these are all well-known critiques from continental philosophy that's 40 fucking years old. No one gets your writings? That's fine. That's not the point. The point is to invade someone's frame. Well, really, the point is to appeal to a particular demographic of person. The kind of demographic of person who'd usually balk at leftist writing. Oh no, I got duped into philosophy via memes. Yes, which is all philosophy is memes. Philosophy is memes. It's just memetics. It's just memetic engineering. So anyway, I think most people, in my experience, need steps of gradually increasing complexity that may include misunderstandings or like little cheats in logic in order to help them ascend to the full understanding of a topic. So, as a result, Brooks ends up simultaneously asserting a system of educating that could only work for super intelligent people, while also asserting that Burns and his audience are too ignorant to understand his simplified explanations for the intent Burns had. There is an internal contradiction here. Brooks, you do not get to pretend that Michael Burns and his audience are so stupid that they misunderstand in every possible way every term that he uses, like historicize, or like nostalgia, or like schizophrenia, and then also use phrases like experience qua experience without explaining them. All you are doing is appealing to an already intelligent audience. You are not teaching anyone anything useful in this how-to philosophy series that you've put together. This video sucks. I think I'm done with it. Yeah. Shane Brooks didn't riff off of Smug's blog. If Brooks wants to kick my ass, it would be very easy for him to do so. He'll go read my blog, he'll find 15 different ways my latest article is citing someone incorrectly, or misspeaking, or there's a fucking grammar issue, or I misunderstand some continental philosopher that I give half of a fuck about. And he'll own me in the intellectual marketplace of ideas. And my response to that will be, I don't fucking care. I'm writing. I'm trying to convey a feeling, an idea, an opinion. I'm trying to push my agenda. I have a political view that I'm trying to get into the sphere. And as I am doing that, as I am performing it, I am understanding it better every day. If you read my blog, from my most recent post to my oldest post, the writing gets way, way, way shitter every single time. It gets worse and worse and worse as you go backwards in time. Because I've only been doing this for less than a year. But you know what? Everyone should be fucking producing. And telling people not to produce because of your misunderstanding of their understanding is fucking cringe. It's not leftism, it's not theory, it's smug, entitled twattery. Fuck you, Brooks. Alright, there we go. Maybe this will be a YouTube video, who knows? I'm upset. Wait, calm down now. Brooks, if you'd like to come chat, I'm available anytime. You seem like a cool dude. I'm sure we'd get on. I hope we can still be friends. I would like to be friends with you. You seem chill. I just don't like this video. Okay. Make content even if it's bad. Yes, except if you're Spore and you're using AI. This has now become an intervention for Spore. Spore! Stop Stop using AI! We can all see it brain rotting you! You have been getting 4% more retarded every week, and everyone in the community notices. I'm calling you out. I'm shaming you. I need you to stop. Okay? Please, for God's sake, stop vibe coding. Stop using ChatGPT. Do not use the goon bots. Don't make a joke about this. This is sincere. Don't make a joke. You're about to make a joke. I don't use AI? Good. Never use AI. Never kill yourself, never use AI. I noticed. Everyone noticed. PC goal is to help people understand philosophy better, and I think Discord is successful in that. This React content is new and not the best. Again, I can only react to the context that I have, and the context I have is this video, and I'm very unimpressed. I'm very upset. And unfortunately, this video got him a conversation with Michael Burns. So he's only been rewarded for his misbehavior. Never goon. Never kill yourself, never goon! Everyone, raise your fists in the air. I'm serious, real life. Fist up. Fist up, everyone! I can see you. Spore, I can see you're not doing it. Spore! Spore! Fist up! Wait, I'm waiting. Do it! Okay, good. Good boy. Good. Fist up! Never goon! Never kill yourself! Okay, good. That's the... Oh, God. That's the... Ah! Ah! There we go. The AI attacked me for a second there. Right, what are we doing next? ChatGPT, write me a convincing and compassionate intervention. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Good work today. Excellent work today. Should we react to President Sunday? That's how I baited you all to watch the stream. Yeah? Is there actually chat, since you've all been so well behaved and you've donated, I'm going to give you guys a little more control over the show. We can definitely react to that 30-minute President Sunday video, and this will be a first-time react, so maybe I'll get completely owned, and turns out President Sunday's a genius, and all his stuff is good. Or we can look at something else if you guys would like me to look at something else. It's up to you guys. I'm happy to take requests, but I think I can, if I had to guess, knowing you slop rats, you probably want me to watch the President Sunday video, so I'll probably do that. I'll pop that up now. Boop. Also, it'd be very funny if I lied to everyone about what I was going to look at today. You know what? That's pretty much what we do every stream. Because the reality is, the most moral thing you can do today is clickbait, in the sense that you get people to click on something thinking it's going to be disgusting dopamine slop, and then you give them something better that's better for them. That's it. I am crushing up. I'm crushing up good content. I am hiding the pills in the burger, in the sausage meat, and I'm putting it in your bowl. And I'm saying, come get the burgie! Come get the burgie! And then you run over, you little slop dogs, you slop rats, you chew it up. It's too late, you've eaten the pill. Okay, you're gonna learn theory. I just like Sunday. Was the Peak stream better than Drama? Yes, Peak stream was good because it was community focused, and community is really important. And listen, I know you people, and I'm saying this not because I know any of you individually, but because everyone is lonely except me, because I'm the only person in the world who has community. Hey, all of you, think for a second, okay? What if you had friends to play some fun games with? What if you could hang out? What if you could play Peak? What if you could play Deep Rock Galactic? You know that every time you see a cool multiplayer game, and then you're like, I don't have anyone to play that with. Come to the Podscump Discord! Come to the Podscump Discord! Come play video games! Come play video games! I'm serious! I'm serious! The community is currently at the size, the perfect size, for you to have some people to play a video game with, without the whole thing being weird and overwhelming and crazy. We are at that perfect size. It's not going to last forever. Make some friends. Play some video games with people. Get into the VC. Play Peak. Play Peak. We've been playing a lot of Peak recently. I could literally play Peak every day. It's so fun. No, don't, no irony. No irony poisoning, what are friends. No irony poisoning. Okay? No. Play video games. Get into the Discord. Get into the Discord and play video games with each other. Not me, although I'll also play games with you. Look, we're going to be incredibly successful and famous soon, okay? You don't have much time to be able to tell people that you used to play video games with Smugbug. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, there are no pings, okay? We're not doing pings. We're not doing pings, we're not doing rolls. No. You will enter a random channel, and you will say, does anyone want to play Peak? We have no channel structure. The Discord's totally unstructured. We're an anarchist community. You show up into a room full of people talking about dying Palestinian babies, and you say, who wants to play Peak? That's what you do, okay? Alright? 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 It's not that hard. Okay? Scroll past. There's no Palestinian dying babies. There's no IP talk in Discord because it's fucking boring drama slop. Okay? There isn't enough people to just join the voice chat. Just join the voice chat. Just sit in voice chat. It's not cringe. It's cool. I do it. Sit solo in voice chat. Do you know what happens? Someone will join you 3 minutes later. Okay? I promise. Join VC. And if you see someone sitting alone in VC, don't be a fucking coward. Go join them. Alright? I'm serious. Yeah, we're doing cringe community stuff now. I'm sorry. Superman happened. Okay? And if you haven't seen Superman, go see Superman. And then you'll agree with me. Peak speedrunning. Yes! Also, I was talking to Wiz about this the other day. I had a very cute idea, or maybe it was earlier today. I had a very cute idea. The idea is, what if we made funny little badges for everyone, for like little community achievements, you know? Like, what if you get to the peak? What if you win? What if you win a game of Peak and you get a little scout badge for winning Peak? What if you make a really good comment in chat? You get the little good comment badge, and then you get to wear that in Discord. What if, I'm sure we can think of other cute things. What if you write a blog? What if you write an article? What if you produce? And then you get the producer badge, right? Just cute little things. Little collectibles. I just want everyone to do stuff. If I have to gamify you people being fucking humans, I will do it. I will do it. Have fun! Make friends! I love you! Never kill yourself! Never goon! Okay, Superman did a number on me. Did I get the I Killed Smugglebug badge? That's a good badge, yes. And it applies across any game. If you've ever killed me before in a video game, that's a good badge. Yeah, I've killed Smugglebug. That's good. Give people AIDS. No. I am literally Superman. That whole movie I was watching, I was just like, I'm Superman. Alright. Let's watch President Sunday. You know why I have hope in the world? Because we only lost 2 viewers, even though I spent 5 minutes ranting about how you should make friends and love people. Look at that. This is how I know this is a real community, okay? Real deal here. Good job, everyone. Proud of you. Please like the stream. Should we start the death timer? It would be really funny if I started a 15-minute death timer with a 30-minute video. That would be hilarious. That would be very funny. Yep, because in 15 minutes, it's, that'll be 11... That'll be 4 hours of streaming. Yeah, so if you want more than 4 hours, you got to start paying up, bitches. Alright. Death timer's coming up! I'm gonna have to do some rejiggering on stuff, so I'll still chat to chat because I love you guys. Let me fix some things. Blop, 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 blop. Let's get this video down. Bleep 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 bloop. Look at all these bugs. Look how adorable they are. Where should we put Cyan? Where would Cyan go? Cyan, where do you want to go? You know what, Cyan? Literally, if you donate to the Patreon, if you subscribe to Axolotl tier, and if you resubscribe, you get main character status for the day. Good job, Cyan. Thank you very much for your help. We appreciate you. In fact, I knight you, Sir Cyan! Oh god, I cut off one of his things. Oh shit, I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, they grow back. It's an axolotl. It'll grow back. We filled the bar, you bastard. Yeah, and what? 2 viewers who aren't getting the I sat through the yap badge. Yeah. Just like Hassan, he did the same thing while watching Superman. Did he? Maybe. To be fair, every narcissist watched Superman and went, I'm Superman. And every incel watches Batman and goes, I'm Batman. And then, I guess Dreg watches Joker and goes, I'm the Joker! Hey! Woohoo! I'm the Joker, baby! Yeah, but I say I hate you also, I didn't fill it. Nice. That's true. You're right, we did fill the bar. That's a good point, actually. Thank you for reminding me. Dun 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 dun. That's such a good point. Thank you for reminding me that we filled the bar. Thank you. Bum 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 bum. Oh boy. I'm very excited about this next thing. And end tomorrow. Oh no! Oh, you see, this is what happens when you're depressed. Bar half empty instead of bar half full. Huh, guys? Huh, gang? Okay. The death timer. We begin. President Sunday returns for round 2, phase 2 of the boss fight, and he's sapping the life out of the entire city. Oh, he's operating in the background. Look at him go. Whoa! Look at a little shake. He's got the shakes. He's got the shakes from alcohol withdrawal. That's a President Sunday reference. If you're a real Sunday fan, you'll understand that he's a terrible alcoholic, and we all love him, and we hope that he seeks help. We really do appreciate his work, other than all the things he does. Oh, we're gonna have to keep him. Oh, he's preparing the death timer. Chat, he's preparing the death timer. What are we gonna do, chat? Oh no, ooh. Ooh, ow, 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 it hurts, the death timer. Because I feel, imagine how much pain you had to be in, to go from being not dead to dying in 15 minutes. Think about all the pain that would cause you, right? Think about it. Oh, look how looming that timer is. Ooh, oh, it's looming. It's looming. My death timer. I think the thing he's done. Well, how do I canonize this? I don't know. Like I don't know. In 15 minutes, the platform drops. That's his master plan. In 15 minutes, this platform has 15 minutes left on it. There you go. We did it. All right. I won't start it until we. You know what? I'll give you guys, because you've been so good, because you filled the bar. I'll give you 18 minutes. How about that? 3 extra minutes for free. All right, get out of here, Sunday. Ooh, or maybe I should put him on the bar. He's kind of funny. Kind of like him. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, that slaps. Yeah, that slaps. Yeah, he's like, ooh, look at him. Ooh, he wants the timer. Sunday content. Yes, I'm working on it. Jesus Christ. God, you people are so impatient. Wiz specifically. What do you want from me? We're just chilling. We're vibing. We're having a good time. Where's my President Sunday raid, huh? You guys should ask him to raid me. What about that? Have we considered that? Okay, fine. I'll start the video. Fine. I'm a hack. I'll start the video. Let me just set up. I am a Yapistani. That's not racially inappropriate.
To reduce time by 5 minutes.
Sick as hell, dude. Sick as hell. Who did that? Jordan, reduced time by 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Jordan. Jordan has decided to choose evil and has accelerated the timer. Congratulations. Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it. So we're starting with 13 minutes. That's fucking sick. Alright. Awesome. Very awesome. Very based. Very funny. Good job. We appreciate you. Okay, how do I make sure I haven't fucked all of this? Incredible. Alright. God, I'm so nearly. I can't believe you had to have a whole new channel. Very annoying. Have I fucked all of this? No, this is fine. We do that. We do that. And we do that. There we go. What could go wrong? See, I'm very good at my job.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I want to begin by saying that I am not one of those people who buys into the idea that social media is not connected to real life, and that online politics doesn't have any real impact politically. It clearly does, and if online activism has failed to yield any measurable victories for the left so far, that should, in my opinion, be attributed more to the failure of leftists to properly make use of it than to the impossibility of doing so.
Okay, leftism is possible to achieve, and if we aren't achieving it, it's because leftists are bad. Yeah.
That being said,
Not a falsifiable position, but a valid one I wouldn't complain about.
in this video,
Oh my god, is he literally sitting on a throne of fucking books? He is everything I hate about leftists. Just pure book mog. Also, hilarious that he's put Deleuze down there, despite the fact that he doesn't understand Deleuze. That's, oof, yikes. Maybe I'm being unfair. The last thing I saw him do on D&G was probably like a year and a half ago. So maybe he understands it now that he's got Brooks in hand.
I want to talk about a very serious barrier within leftist politics online to making
I know it's the
productive use
Lincoln
of
statue, but he's added books, which is evil.
social media for our collective benefit. But before we get into it, I'd like to take a moment to mention ground news. Fuck ground news.
Okay, cool. Jesus, you can see the 1-2 punch of Brooks going on here. By the way, if you want a good, a really nice video about ground news being shit, look no further than, fuck, what's his name? Flaming Geordies? Is that his name? Can anyone Geordies, something friendly Geordies? Look up ground news Geordies and you'll find him. Australian guy who got his house firebombed by a gambling cartel. Friendly Geordies, yes, thank you. He did a great video on Ground News. It was so good, and one of the reasons it was so good is it's really impossible to tell precisely what his politics are. Mwah! Perfect. No sidesism, no cringe bullshit, literally just explaining the problems with Ground News and the sort of collapse of, like, a really good nuanced video on it. Go watch that instead of any of this crap. By the way, I totally believe that Friendly Geordies has problematic views, and also he oversights Chomsky, and I hate Chomsky. But you know what? I prefer him more than anyone I've looked at today, and most people I look at generally. Is he super left-wing? Yeah, but he's like sort of post-left-wing in that way where you can't really tell if he's actually a problem or whether he's based like me. It's hard to tell. None of us can really see each other that well either.
It's possible, if you're watching this, that you, like myself, have watched with dismay as very large, ostensibly leftist influencers like Natalie Wynn, aka ContraPoints, and Abigail Thorne, aka PhilosophyTube,
The devil, evil, the most evil woman on the planet, this one, evil.
have seemingly gone out of their way to make soft appeals to
ContraPoints is based. I will die on this position.
Zionists in recent posts and videos, trying to frame themselves as one of the good ones to people who spend their time cheerleading the racism-fueled massacre of tens of thousands and the displacement of millions of people from their homes. Spouting nonsense like, the online left's obsession with Palestine saved no...
God, how based would it be? This is why President Sunday sucks and will never be powerful. How based would it be if President Sunday made every book there a, like, embarrassing in-joke? You know what I mean? Like, just, like, nothing but bad philosophy books, like, the most terrible philosophy books. You know, or, like, totally... right? Like, if you actually want to signal that you're a book guy without being the kind of person that just wants the status of being a book guy, you would drop signals for other book guys. But instead what he wants to do is look like a book guy to the mainstream. That's how you be clever, by the way. That's how you be clever. That's a good sentence. That's how you be clever, is you leave jokes for other clever people to enjoy. If you're doing it for status, then you are doing it wrong. If you're doing it because you genuinely enjoy the art of making a clever thing, then you should be making it for other people who appreciate it, and no one else.
lives, didn't prevent a single bullet or bomb, and may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump.
Oh god, are we gonna end up in this exact same position where Sunday? We've only got 8 minutes left, by the way. You're gonna hate for this to get cut off. Are we gonna end up in the exact same position? Oh, by the way, you don't. If you $5 will give you another 15 minutes. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. That would be $20 an hour. That's pretty good. Maybe we'll get worse later. For now, cheap. Fire sale. $5 for 15 minutes. Are we going to end up in another position where we just end up misunderstanding what someone said? Because Natalie said may have led to the re-election, or may have had a small impact on the slightly contributed. May have slightly contributed. Why do we never accept confidence? This is a low confidence statement. This is a low effect, low confidence statement from Natalie, and I'm gonna blow it up like she's saying that yapping about Palestine made Kamala lose. Fucking stupid.
Yes, that's it, Natalie. Israel is breaking international law and committing probably the great humanitarian crime of our generation. But what about leftists on the internet? If you can't read between the lines, what about...
Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not, but it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if not outweighed by tangible benefits. Yes, an objectively correct statement, because it's a very cold take. I do not want to do things that yield negative outcomes for my side. If it's a net loss, I have an obligation as a leftist not to do it. This is not a hot take. This is, in fact, what is happening here is Natalie is merely not stressing herself in the signifiers of pro-Palestine positions, and so is being treated as if she is not pro-Palestine. She's pro-Palestine, and she's not interested in dressing herself in the signifiers of allegiance that have been created, have been required by retard dipshits like Sunday.
Natalie's career. Not that...
Then why say it? Why say what? Why say a low confidence statement? What do you mean? In order to provide a low confidence statement, to say it may have done this, it may have had a small impact on that, it's still useful information in the contextualizing of your decision making. If we get to, you know what, I will review the fucking ContraPoints thing in full. If we
but we
get to $80.
needed any additional reasons to not take ContraPoints seriously again, but here you go. Now, if you believe these people to be progressive and leftist advocates for the oppressed up until this point, well then I've got a bridge to sell you, but also you're probably very understandably disturbed by these developments. Why would...
One thing I appreciate about President Sunday is that it's so important for him to be smugly superior that he'll be smugly superior than his audience. Like, Brooks, at least, is standing in a group with his audience, all laughing and smugly pointing at someone who's dumb. President Sunday both needs to point at someone and also show that he's smarter than his audience. Like, his ego has 2 levels.
Would a leftist trans advocate like ContraPoints jump on the
It's pure
bandwagon of
doomerism.
concern-trolling pro-Palestinian
agree.
advocates amidst...
I can be sympathetic to doomerism. I can be sympathetic to it, okay? A part of being Superman is appreciating that even Lex Luthor can be redeemed, okay?
100,000 people, give or take, being murdered by a fascist
Yeah, lots of
state
people died.
about
Yes, lots of people have
raising
died.
awareness
It's
of the
terrible.
horror,
It's a
and then
genocide.
go on
It's
to pretend
horrible.
like the cause of Trump's re-election to the extent...
No, wrong. Did not pretend the cause of the re-election. Slightly may have. Slightly contributed. Jesus Christ. You would think philosophy bros would have better reading comprehension, but of course they don't because they get it wrong too.
It was affected by the Gaza issue at all was the fault of progressives actually standing up for progressive values and not
No, didn't say that.
Joe and the
Wrong.
Democratic
Wrong. The text that is wrong that shows you are wrong is on screen. Which you have recently criticized people for. You, in reviewing the ICO stuff, he was literally sitting there like, how can you not do this? The text is on screen, the lie is on screen. While President Sunday, the lie is on
Party
fucking
for being
screen.
only slightly
Jesus
inferior
Christ.
supporters than the
Why does she feel bitter about this though? That sounds like a take that I do not have time to give you. We're speedrunning right now. If you extend the timer, we'll find out.
Republicans of Netanyahu's desperate attempt to undermine his own country's democracy
Russian.
by using a constant flow of states of emergency at the expense of hundreds of thousands of people's lives to prevent himself from being voted out of office. Well, it's for the same reason ContraPoint spent the one video she made in 2022 calling leftists jealous for complaining about the rich endangering the public by flouting public health regulations that were enforced upon everyone else.
What people were upset about was not that she had the party. I mean, wouldn't you escape to a private island if you got that MILF money? The problem was more that she tweeted about it. When Kim tweeted this, most people were trapped in quarantine. We didn't get to have birthday parties. Some people couldn't even travel to visit
I think these are some of her best videos as well. Like, I think I remember the MV video being really good.
their dying relative. Pain at the good fortune of others is how Aristotle defined envy. And I
By the way, I don't think... Okay, Contra is broadly doomer these days, but I think many of her videos have a streak of optimism and hope in them. Like, I absolutely do think that a lot of her videos are not doomer. In fact, Envy is a video that is not doomer. It's about taking... if I remember correctly, it was about taking the victories of the right and the rich and trying to turn them into victories for yourself, which I think I've followed through on, right? Like, the idea of taking people like Fuentes, you know, taking the cultural victories of the right and finding ways to co-opt them and make them useful for the left, I think is exactly what Envy, you know, should be. But I don't know, maybe the video about me was good. Yeah, but this take is doomer? I disagree, and if people pay, they'll learn the details of why. In fact, me and Wiz could even have a debate if you pay for it.
interesting that whenever
minutes
social
left.
media erupts in outrage over luxury music festivals or Kim K's birthday party, no one ever uses the word envy. It's like we're averting our eyes, avoiding confrontation with this dark aspect of our own psychology.
And why in 2021 she was trying to separate herself from those nasty trans people on Twitter to be the good one, the good, reasonable, nice one, to J.K. Rowling, even trying to get her on for a wine date.
So Joanne,
Are we really gonna
Joe.
take this
Mother.
funny joke?
I'm sorry about the Twitter mob. I know how much that sucks. So if you ever want to take me
Are we
up on
really-
it, I'll buy you
really?
a drink to apologize for that.
And what did she do with the one video she put the laudanum down long enough to make in 2023?
Whoa!
Defend Hillary Clinton and J.K. Rowling again
Jesus,
as
that's a
just
bit
victims
weird.
of misogyny.
A movement can't get along without a devil. And across the whole political spectrum, there is a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil, whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling.
Natalie doesn't care about trans people more than getting rich and famous friends, because ContraPoints isn't a leftist.
What?
Leftist
That's retarded. This is fucking retarded. This is so fucking retarded. Seriously? Seriously, from the wine date joke, doesn't care more about leftism than about... Is that what he said? Wait, sorry. I might have misheard, because that was so insane.
Misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil, whether it's Anita Bryant,
Fun
Hillary
show
Clinton,
tonight.
Oh, whoops. Thank you very much! Wait, I need to find what the fuck that was. Wait, I thought I heard shorten it. Was that shorten it? Oh, fun show tonight. Oh, thank you, monkeys. Appreciate it. Okay, $10. That's another 30 minutes. God damn. Oh, right in the nick of time as well. I was just about to start fucking the show up. Okay, well. Everyone say thank you to monkeys. Everyone please say thank you to monkeys. Wow, I fucked this up really badly. There we go. Is that worse? There you go. Everyone say thank you. Monkeys has paid for another 30 minutes of content. Incredible. Okay, now you will hear my takes on ContraPoints.
Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling.
Say thank you,
Nelly doesn't
monkeys.
care about trans people more than
Thank you,
getting rich and
monkeys.
famous friends, because ContraPoints isn't a leftist. Leftism was just a way for her to get rich and famous.
What's the YouTube-friendly way to say this? You know what? I'm just gonna look meaningfully into the camera. I'm just gonna say, when is someone gonna do it? There you go. There you go. That's the new leftist meme, right? When is somebody gonna do it? There you go.
And now that she is rich and famous,
By which I mean, criticize President Sunday so thoroughly and effectively that he is banished from YouTube in embarrassment, is obviously what I meant there. I'm anti-violence, of course. I would never advocate for violence. Only scathing critique. I only wish to critique power.
ContraPoints doesn't need you anymore. What Natalie really cares about is getting the Kim.
But yeah, this is nothing. This is garbage. This is trash. This is shit. Has anyone watched this video and thought it was good? In the first 4 minutes, this collapses instantly. He misreads a basic, like a very, very low confidence statement out of the entire statement, and then he misreads a single joke and uses that to justify Natalie's entire pursuit of being friends with celebrities like JFK, who wants her exterminated, and just being a grifting leftist when this guy is the biggest fucking grifter I know in my local scene. I like the sound of cars in the background. Wait, what? There shouldn't be any cars in the background. Oh, it's Metropolis. It's in the city, fuck you.
Kardashian private island experience for herself, and those pesky leftists are getting in the way of that. Leftists need to start thinking about the use and exchangeability of social capital, because it's very important. Fame isn't just desirable in itself, it's a valuable resource that can be traded on. A famous leftist isn't just a leftist with a lot of attention, it's someone who can use that attention as a megaphone to make powerful signals in public. And if they and powerful right-wing movements can find mutual benefit in them altering what their signals say, they can be persuaded to do so. Leftists are often made fun of in the media for being too demanding of their public representatives. Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks goes on the warpath against
okay, I will say Anna Kasparian annoys the fuck out of me. See what the brain... Oh, hello, Raiders. Hello. How are you doing? Boy, have I got a story for you today. President Sunday cringe. President Sunday bad video. President Sunday shit. President Sunday idiot. President Sunday evil bad bastard man. Salt the President Sunday. What's that? He's a boss fight, and chat just recently defeated him, but he's come back and he's trying to steal my donation bar. What's this? A death timer. Giving me $5 increases the length of the stream by 15 minutes? Oh my god, so many incredible gamified elements for this stream. What am I, you ask? Why, I am a Spartan of Thermopylae. Incredible. You can only dream of such incredible, entertaining visuals to go with your Slop React stream. Welcome to Smokebug Sunday! Hello, everyone. Give me money and I'll do what you want. That's the conceit. That's the conceit. I need money. If you'll recall, I was fired last week. So now I do this shit. I need money. I need money badly, okay? $5 for 15 minutes. Anything you type in the TTS for $5, the fish will say it. Whatever you want. Very funny. No slurs. I think it auto removes them. I would keep them in, but the TTS guys don't like that. So, yeah, funny. You can put a whole paragraph. You can put fucking War and Peace in there. I don't give a shit. Make the fish yap. The fish yapping is funny. He speaks in Chinese. It's very funny. I love I love China. Nope, nope. Nope! Definitely not that one, guys! There we go. How's everyone doing? Get a pop filter? No. Please like the stream. Please like the stream. I love you. Please like the stream. I love you. We also just critiqued... So, you guys may not know this, but President Sunday, obviously shit heel idiot. Moron bastard. But, not bad faith, not poisoning the well. I don't like him. I just critiqued his theory guy. He's got a main guy that he uses for, like, extra special smart theory streams called Brooks, and we basically just taught him a new one for 3 hours because he's cringe as well. So, yeah, we've already taken down President Sunday's bodyguard, his lieutenant, and now I'm going for the jugular. All right, I'm gonna take down the president himself. All right, and this time there will be no ear grazing. Okay, I'm going straight for the fucking throat. Let's go.
Trans women and homeless
Hi everyone,
people,
I love you. Like
then
the stream.
goes on
Please
to
like the
rape
stream. It's very helpful when 100 people likes the stream. It's extremely helpful. Okay, we're trying to make something nice here. You see all the effort we go to. Please like the stream. I'm not even asking for money right now. Just like the stream. Makes a huge, huge, huge difference. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Doesn't take very long, but it makes a huge difference. You want to support little leftist creators, little cute guys, people putting effort into things, okay? Anti-slop. just click the little like button below the stream. Very, very helpful. Love you.
Wing shitposter channels like Sitch and Adam to complain about the left being too obsessed with pure
It's so odd that he's using a picture of Anna Kasparian from a decade ago before she got plastic surgery, some sort of insight. I don't know if that's an insult. I have no idea. I don't know anything about the plastic surgery. I'm not gonna...
Brianna Wu decides that trans advocacy isn't a shortcut to fame and influence anymore, so she flips from morally condemning streamers for playing Hogwarts Legacy to publicly advocating against other trans people while butting up to the kinds of fascists that make Nick Fuentes benign by comparison. Someone like John Fetterman builds a successful political...
Wait, that make Fuentes benign by comparison? Okay, I think Fuentes is probably the most fascist, but maybe President Sunday is like me in that he likes Fuentes. Interesting. Okay, odd. Odd from to say.
Career advocating for progressive values, and then accuses progressives of being too obsessed with ideological purity when they complain about him voting against a ceasefire in Gaza, making him directly culpable for every murdered civilian, journalist, and aid worker that resulted.
Okay.
We could also talk about public figures like Vosh, who built himself up as an anarcho-syndicalist who supported Antifa, now acts as a Democrat Party shill, and was silent about Brianna Wu openly harassed...
Just want to reach out and apologize about the Brianna Wu nonsense. I'm in DC right now to participate in events she's involved in, so public commentary at the exact moment would be incredibly messy, but obviously I'm sure you know where I stand here. This is incredibly embarrassing. This is so bad faith. Like, there's no, like, okay. The argument is, Vosh is a Democrat shill. Evidence. While Vosh is on tour, increasing his public persona, and getting out of his fucking stupid fucking RGB basement, and away from his gay-ass fucking fashion streams, he finally goes outside and does something that he, you know, may think is useful. At least he's getting some sun. At least he's, like, out talking to real humans in the real world instead of just streaming in his little fucking fortress. You want him to blow all of that up for the sake of principle, just to... This is it! It's all signal! It's all signal! President Sunday doesn't care about a fucking thing! He actually does not give a single fucking shit about anything. He just wants to bitch and moan and whine and look smugger and more intellectual and more morally correct than everyone else. That's it. That's all he cares about. He has no interest in community. He has no fucking interest in actually being correct about something. And he has no interest in moving leftism forward or helping other people produce good stuff. Oh god, he's such a cynical fucking bitch. God, I hate these. Superman's made me hate these guys more than ever. Fucking asshole, dude. Vosh is literally screaming about Mamdani as we speak every 5 minutes. The best thing you can do as someone in Vosh's position is to make fun of your cringe audience, which he does, by the way. The last couple of things I watched from him on Mamdani, he's been telling his audience to go to the fucking gym, stop being cringe, stop being fucking betas, start dressing properly, stop making us look fucking gay, right? Like, that's good. That's good shit. That's good mainstream shit. Especially with fascism. If you're a leftist and you actually believe that fascism is on the rise in America, you should be helping every leftist get fit, get a gun, get friends, look fashionable, be able to, like, hide in a society that may soon require guerrilla warfare. Now, I don't think that the American, you know, system is going to collapse so quickly and so catastrophically that civil warfare is on the horizon the next year. But people like Vosh, and presumably being more left-wing than him, people like President Sunday, think that that's a possibility. So everything he's doing with regards to that is entirely justified and consistent with their position on how dire the circumstances have gotten. If you think a trans genocide is happening and has been happening for the last couple of years, as someone like President Sunday has, who's suspiciously quiet about it now, even though that was a big deal a couple of years ago when Lonerbox was being, you know, rinsed for not accepting the trans genocide. And we are big Lonerbox fans here, aren't we, guys? Lonerbox was taking shit for not admitting that it was a trans genocide. Now I don't hear much about that. Surely you should be telling every trans person to pick up a fucking gun if they're being genocided. This is entirely consistent. And not destroying your relationship with the Democrats when the whole point, the whole purpose of being these streamers, the only political value you can really offer is to try and build a connection between a base of people that you can influence and a base of politicians you can influence to get your ideas in. Right? You need people like fucking Gary Stevenson who are taking ideas, populist ideas like a wealth tax, and trying to build up enough power to attack Labour, to force Labour to get to consider more radical economic redistributive policies. That's what you should be doing. Not just sitting around in your fucking basement, okay, in front of your fucking bookshelf, drinking whiskey and jerking yourself off to how many fucking books you read. fuck, man. It's all aesthetics.
Passing trans members of his community, while he and his mod staff censored criticism.
I thought Vosh was cancelled for telling us to arm ourselves. I don't fucking know. Vosh is cancelled for jerking off. He wants to have a big horse cock and fuck animated 12-year-olds. It's very bad. It's very sexually degenerate. You should not have any sexual degeneracy, okay? The drives that require that are probably bad for you and probably interfere with your efficacy out in the real world. But also, I would much rather have a lolly-enjoying horse-fucking freak than someone like this who does absolutely nothing of value. At least Vosh is doing aesthetically... you know, MLK cheated on his fucking wife, you know what I mean? Like... I'll take the sexual degeneracy plus the good aesthetics and the good messaging over someone like President Sunday, who's just an ankle-biting little fuck.
Of her, so long as she promised to get him interviews with.
Not everything is a freaking genocide. Yeah, we currently have a pretty bad genocide. It's a shame that we spent 2 years before this genocide saying that trans people are all getting genocided and completely ruining the term.
Dem party members like Rokana, effectively helping Brianna to set herself up to profit as one of the most ghoulish apologists for the Gaza genocide on the internet.
No, Vosh did not help Brianna Wu set herself up. Brianna Wu has been very effective at exploiting the retardation of liberals and some leftists, but mostly liberals, in order to create a position for herself that ekes her out a small existence on the internet. Where she's basically just a advanced rage baiter. She did not need Vosh for that. Vosh has made zero contributions to Brianna Wu's project in any meaningful sense. He got interviewed by her a couple times, that's it. Yeah, Brianna Wu's been around since fucking Gamergate. Fuck off, dude! I know you're trying to bait Sunday, but I'm not trying to bait Sunday. I know Sunday will never talk to me, okay? The last time he spoke to me, he ran like a little fucking bitch, okay? I know that he's not gonna have any interest, because if he talks to me, guess what? We're just gonna fuck with him. We're just gonna fuck with him. I don't need to have a sincere conversation with Sunday. He hasn't earned it. He doesn't deserve it, okay? If I have a conversation with Sunday, it's gonna look like the one I had with Aiko. The difference is, Sunday is not so weed-addled that he's gonna realize that I'm fucking with him in 3 minutes, because I'm not that smart, and he's gonna fuck off, as he should, because it would be pointless to speak to me. So no, I'm not trying to bait him. I'm actually mad. So if you want to defend him, Olive, you can, but I know that President Sunday is your fucking weakness, alright? Smug libbing out? I'm libbing the fuck out.
He also hoards images of children on his work computer.
See, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Or consider Keffels, now largely forgotten. She used her status as a trans advocate to fleece her audience of largely low-income trans people for over 100,000.
Okay, I'm going to return to charitability, alright? Your Mad Sunday almost stole your skip bit. He's not funny enough to have stolen it, okay? Do you know who stole my skip bit? It's fucking J-Stalk, okay? His whole community's been using skip. He owns that now. I've lost it. It's gone. Resi took Psychic War. I love him, okay? He can have it. That is my gift to him. That's my olive branch, okay? You are my olive branch, and you have carried to him my Psychic War. Okay, J-Stalk can have skip. I love J-Stalk, okay? J-Stalk's fine. We're chill with J-Stalk, okay? He's fine. He got that it was a bit. That's good. That's good progress. Transgender stuff is not why the term is considered meaningless by people who don't think. That is totally true, Wiz. That's totally true. You're totally right. I was absolutely being bad faith. I was absolutely conflating those two things. That was not a legitimate argument. I was just using that as an example of how people waste the term genocide and overblow it in ways that are probably unhelpful to the project. Will not say that those two things are linked to each other. Full surrender, full concession, Wiz is correct. Jesus, I wish Sunday stole it then. Would much prefer that to it becoming a J-Stalk meme. Unfortunately, it is what it is. J-Stalk was the only one intelligent enough to actually get that it was a fucking bit. How sad is that?
$1,000, ostensibly to replace equipment that was confiscated during a swatting incident and to pursue legal action against the police and Community Farms where she claimed the swatter came from. In the end, it turned out that her equipment had actually...
Okay, there is a version of this video that's good, right? The leftists who eat their own. Good concept. I like the idea of critiquing a bunch of leftists. I like the idea of looking at how there's been a succession of grifters. Okay, that's cool. Good concept for a video. It's a shame that he fumbled it for the first 4 minutes. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna blank slate. I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna mind prison. I'm gonna fucking put the first 5 minutes of this video in my mind vice. Crush it. It's gone. Okay. We're starting from the Keffels critique. All right. We're resetting. Maybe he just wants to give you that little bit of a dopamine hit of, yeah, these guys fucking suck, remind me of all the evil guys that I hate, and then he can get into his real critique. So we're gonna start again, okay? President Sunday, welcome to the stream. I'm very excited to hear your takes on Keffels and nothing else that's happened.
Actually been given back to her immediately. No legal case was being...
I like the idea of critiquing a bunch of leftists. Yes, I'm a leftist critiquer. All leftists critique each other. I don't know what you think is going on.
Pursued.
Sunday nearly used it on Ico. Getting the bit doesn't steal it. That is merely making a reference. You learn nothing from Brooks. Sunday was too cowardly to embarrass his friend Aiko to commit to the bit. I would never be so cowardly. I'm happy to embarrass anyone, especially and including myself.
And that she had squandered.
Stop interrupting the video! Do you want me to watch this or not? Because we're halfway through Monkey's very generous $10. We're down to 15 minutes, okay? And it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. Give me more money.
All the money on drugs.
Oh, hold on. If anyone finds out how I spent the GFM, I'm definitely getting cancelled. One, I believe... You'll have fucking red arrows. One, I believe that Keffels is a grifter and a scam artist. I also believe that presenting this as evidence is not good enough, because I make jokes like this every single fucking day that I don't mean. Literally every day. I make jokes. There are 3 billion DMs where I look like this, and I'm just fucking around. And they're always funny. They're always funny. If any DM of mine that gets leaked is hilarious or correct, I don't think I've ever sent a bad DM. That's not an invitation to leak, but I don't think I've ever sent a bad DM. Except to Bambi. Only Bambi's not allowed to leak. Bambi, if you're watching this, she's probably asleep. Bambi, this clip will be sent to you by Kittiers because they're freaks. Never leak a DM from me, okay? Ever again.
Another person.
Until our next therapy session.
Personal pleasures. Or consider Destiny, who had originally built up his career as an anti-racist who gained fame for exposing...
Monkey didn't pay for you to lib out. You knew I was gonna lib out! That's a bad goatee. Holy fuck. Oof, that's rough. Is that new? I've not seen anything from Destiny. Is that new? That's really rough. Is
My
that
grandmother
Photoshop?
says I can't watch you guys, but for 10 minutes this has been very entertaining. Don't tell her.
Okay, alright. Everyone, do not tell... Wait, who donated? Thank you, Encelo. My grandmother says I can't watch you guys for $20! Well, I've kind of fucked myself, haven't I? Wait, is this gonna turn into an impromptu subathon, and I'm not okay with that. I do not have the... Well, I guess I'm unemployed now. Is this how it starts? Okay, hold on. Okay, so that's... Well, adding an hour? So it's 73 minutes... Oh my god. Alright, well... Jesus Christ. I guess I'm locking in. Fucking hell. Okay, I guess we're gonna have time to look at some brick stuff after this. Fuck, hi Encelo, thank you very much, appreciate it. If we get to $100, I will put chat on screen. We will end austerity measures for the rest of the stream. I will put chat on screen. I'll put you guys right here, okay? I will end the austerity measures. $100, that's it.
As a white
Next
nationalist.
milestone.
Later, when
Next
he wanted
DLC.
to network with white nationalists like Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern, he purged progressives from his audience, as well as Jews who were uncomfortable with Destiny connecting like
sorry,
Nick
what?
Fuentes and Lauren Southern. He purged progressives from his audience, as well as Jews who were uncomfortable with Destiny connecting his audience with that of a virulent anti-Semite.
Correct, all valid. And I'm not saying that just because I hate Destiny. I would defend Destiny if it was wrong, but this is a fair description so far.
And it was later revealed that he was secretly having an affair with Lauren Southern, and then subsequently he was in legal hot water over sharing intimate videos of vulnerable women he had on stream, as well as doxing and threatening people who criticized him for this.
You know, I wonder if all the critique Sunday's gotten for his shit, not from me, obviously, I'm a nobody, but generally for the poor way he's handled it has made him very concise and precise in the way that he's depicting this in future videos, because this is good.
We could talk about others. Ethan Klein, Dave Rubin, Cenk Uygur. We could do this all day. The problem...
Dave Rubin as a leftist? I know he was originally, like, the vibe, like, that was that, but that... No one ever did... Oh, sorry, I might be showing my youth here. Did anyone...
Attention says, he knuckle, the stand.
Fucking hell. Oh, yeah, the timer's also stuck. Yeah, Jesus, I don't have a long enough timer for this. I guess, well, okay, well, I'm gonna... Fuck. Okay, I guess, let me think about this. Well, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Gabriel Stewart. Thank you. Heart knuckle extend. Potomkin says. I don't know what that means. I'm sure it's funny. I don't know what that means. I guess we're capping back out at 60. I don't fucking know. Wait, so what are we at? Like 80 minutes? I've lost track of everything. I need a longer timer.
Is that every single case like this is actually
Add an extra
example
timer.
of an
Add an extra timer to the screen. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's funny. Okay, fine. I'll work on that while the video's playing.
opportunistic snake, using progressivism to build successful public careers, and then, once they hit a critical mass of publicity, doing a public about-face to sell themselves as one of the good ones to the enemies of progressivism, who of course welcome the opportunity to deal a devastating moral blow to progressives and their public representation. So the problem with the left isn't purity testing. It's actually the opposite. The problem with the left is that our standards are...
Look, I'm not saying he's used ChatGPT for this, but just every time someone says, it's not X, it's Y, and I know that this was a common way of speaking for ChatGPT, but now it just raises alarm bells. It's not just this, it's that. It's not this, it's the opposite.
so low that we will accept
Ico was pretty
virtually
good on here.
anyone with a big audience.
Ico was amazing. The reason that me and Wiz were so confident in fucking with her is that we thought we should get the bit. We genuinely went in expecting her to like play along or call us out and call us idiots. Like we genuinely, we thought that was going to be like a 2-hour bit. Like I was going to hop on, do the show. Ico was going to realize immediately afterwards they were fucking with us, and then Parry would get a funny little video exclusive as a joke. I really didn't think that was going to blow up to be what it was. I truly did not expect it to go. That went great for us. Obviously, it's good. It's good that it got bigger, but we weren't expecting it to be that huge. It was just you know, following the vibes. No 2 hours, dude. Jesus Christ.
And good screen presence to be our
10
representative.
minutes at most. Yeah. We thought that was going to be a 10-minute bit. We literally, I can't believe how that went. Smug is rapidly becoming Will Smith. No idea what that means. No, couldn't even. Mog, you are impressive. Do you remember earlier today when I said you have to be 20% more interesting to stay this retarded? You're still winning. This is good. This is good. Calling me Will Smith. I am baffled. Don't even know what to latch onto there. Can't even comprehend. I'm being abused by a wife? No? I slap people? My new song is bad? I can't even begin.
Representatives in public, almost invariably resulting in them betraying us and serving a political victory to the right wing, as well as the cowardly liberal tag nuts who trail behind it. The pattern is clear. These are all examples of people who have used progressivism to build a large support base, which catapulted them into public awareness, at which point they were able to trade on their exposure to change their politics and swap out their previous support base for a larger one. My fellow leftists, the problem with the left isn't purity testing. It's that we're not testing for impurities at all until there's literally tar pouring out of our faucets.
No, I disagree. Having just watched that Brooks video, no, I disagree. I think the left is looking for every conceivable possible impurity they can latch onto so that they can make content about each other, because it's easier to appeal to a demographic of demographic of leftists. It's getting late. I'm going to start mumbling my words. It's easier to get a demographic of leftists roiled up about a bad leftist because you're appealing to their audience and they're close enough to your audience that you could capture some of them. It's way easier to do that than to try and enter right-wing spaces filled with crazy...
Release the chat user working at 星号 derogatory anti-slave epithet 星号 love Cyan. Smile.
Love you too, Cyan. Well, everyone say thank you to Cyan. Cyan has just paid for chat to go on screen. Incredible. This is the first time chat has been on screen in quite some time, so I'm just going to shift the video over here to give you guys a little bit more room. But you can see Bambi out in the distance, chomping on a skyscraper, and I guess we're bringing back chat. Incredible. I never thought I'd see the day. I really never thought I'd see the day, gang. This is crazy. Look, I can't believe it. Austerity measures have finally ended. This is insane. And I think you've paid for another 2 hours of content. I need to set the timer up. All right, let's have a look. Does he even know how to add chat? Of course I do. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I'm a gay man. I'm a gay man. I'm a gay man. Beep boop 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 boo. I just want to see how. Yeah, that's nice. Nice. Boom! There you go. Enjoy your white text on a white background, everyone. Okay, you earned it. You've earned an incredible and impeccable chat experience. Look at that. Superman, let's go. Chatters are finally back in. This is crazy. It's actually been so long. I don't even know how to. I'm gonna struggle to deal with this now. This is too much stimulation. Don't just spam Superman the second you get back in. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Shit. What's the $150 goal then? I guess oh god, I'm gonna be stuck here for another 2 hours. Jesus Christ. All right. We continue. We move on. Chat. What should we do for $150? I'll keep $5, extend stream. We might have to start making extending the stream a little more expensive. I think it's $5 for 10 minutes now. Put chat on live chat? They don't deserve that. Why would they deserve that? Fine. God, Wiz is really treating you guys today. I don't know what you did to deserve that. Oops. Tee hee. Alright. Alright, I'll sort out the
On top of all of this, there are predatory practices. For example, several prominent leftists have tried to frame their platforms as politically important in order to solicit donations from people who are afraid of the rise of fascism globally. Let's take Michael Burns, who hides his earnings on Patreon from his viewers, who released a video in May guilting his audience.
Okay, is that a big deal? Hiding your earnings on Patreon, is that a big deal? Why is that a big deal? I guess transparency is good generally. Why would you want to hide it? I can see how you'd just be like attacked by the right, but he's not really controversial enough to get that kind of ire. Yeah, I guess you should reveal your stuff. Okay. But I thought him you know, shitting on the corporation was based. I didn't have a problem with that. Oh, Lily's getting in the way again. Lily! You are forever my little problem. My little problem child. There you go. There you go. You lock in right there.
Into financially supporting him by insinuating that the reason why Donald Trump and fascists are so successful right now compared to the left is that the left doesn't donate enough to support progressive content creators.
I've already mentioned the financial advantage that the right wing has in today's content marketplace. And while a lot of leftists, self included, really hate talking about money, I want to be as upfront and transparent as possible about the financial realities that I'm facing by starting this channel. You've likely noticed a wave of videos and community posts from some of your favorite left-leaning content creators saying things like, oh my God, I don't have money anymore. I can't make money doing this. Please help me so that I can feed my cats. Views are down across the board, and YouTube ad revenue is way less than you probably think it is. You know, sponsors are tightening up their budgets, and a bad economy makes it harder for folks to support their favorite creators and channels.
This is not only misinformation. Content creators are not the movers and shakers in global politics. At over 1,200 patrons paying a minimum of $5 per month, Michael Burns was already more than well enough funded to produce the 2 low-effort video essays he publishes per month, of which one of them, last month, was the video pleading for money.
Is that all he does, or does he put stuff out on Patreon as well? I don't know. I find it hard to really judge. I don't know. I don't really find it valuable to like go, you don't make enough content to justify the amount of money you're making, right? Like how are we supposed to assign revenue correctly in a system like Patreon, right? Like the value that Michael Burns produces is the like we are working in a market. What's the alternative? What's the other way to do this? I don't know how within this system you're supposed to. What? Wiz, can you write in real words, please? What the fuck? This means nothing. As long as you're transparent, it's fine? I suppose so, yeah. It's annoying how Brooks and Sunday approached this. They had some access to Burns and could have actually brought up their concerns. Yeah, but why would they? When they could just burn a guy. You know what I mean? It's clearly, the goal is clearly to fuck him up. That's it. Like, if I was... Okay, so let me say what I would do in this situation, okay? So let's say let's say that the Ponscum podcast, okay? Wiz is gonna scream at me. I don't care actually, because I'm just gonna say what I believe. This might change in the future. I might change how I believe what I believe in the future. I might decide that I misspoke because it was like nearly midnight and I'm yapping, but I don't care. I'm just gonna say what I feel right now. That may not reflect what we do in the future. If Ponscum gets like too much money, like 20 grand, in like Patreon money every month, I mean, we'd want to just spend that on internal projects. Some of those projects might end up taking like 6 months. You know, like we might want to make a TV show. We might want to do like a live meetup. We might want to fund other creators that we're working with. We might want to like pay people for like big art projects. Like we would want to build a collective that's got money that can be shared amongst people. Not because we're anarchists or socialists or whatever, but because that's the best way to make cool art. And that's what we're doing. Like, one of the best thing about, what I feel the best thing about our community and our show is that while the money's important and while none of us have jobs, none of us need this. We don't need this emotionally. We don't need this kind of egoically. And I don't think we need this financially. We could all do okay, you know, if we left and did something else, and we'd probably all have good lives. You know, we've all got good community and good friends and stuff to do and other things that we like to do. But we love doing this because it's fun. We like making stuff together. We're friends. We have a good time. And we think that we offer something that's valuable and different and meaningful. And I would just like to do as much of that as possible. You know, if that was our full-time, I don't even know if this being our full-time thing would make me happy. I have no idea. I might get sick of it if it was like my full-time job. But that's what I'd want to spend the money on. And you can't really tell what Michael Burns is doing with that money. You don't know how much debt he's in from the shit show that went on with the company. You don't know if he's working on some like extended projects. You know, like if you give me 100k today, I cannot produce a great product within 2 weeks. I cannot. I can produce something good, but I can't make a beautiful documentary. I can't make an 1.5 hour long documentary in 2 weeks, even if you give me £100,000 today, right? So what would I do? I would take that money, I would begin creating my bigger projects, my documentary. I would make sure I spend the money well, and it will probably take 3 months to make. And while I'm making that stuff, I'm probably going to start putting out the same slop I've always put out, because that's what continues to keep people's interest and keep people engaged and make them feel like it's worth following us. And when I'm in a better position, or when I'm closer to releasing that project, I'll start talking about that project. If that project collapses and I waste 20k, well, that's a shame. I fucked up. I trusted the wrong people, or I made some bad decisions. But at least I was trying to make something. So yeah, I don't know. Does that make sense? That makes sense. You should list all your expenses. I suppose I kind of like what the slop content I enjoy is Linus Tech Tips. If I'm like trying to fall asleep or like stressed out or whatever, and I need actual mind rot, brain rot, numbing garbage, that's what I watch. I'll watch like a fucking 25-minute review of like a GPU from Linus Tech Tips, something like that. It's loud. It's Mr. Beast for graphics cards. Okay, it's perfect. Now, every year they put out a video where they talk about their expenses and how everything breaks down. I like that level of transparency. It's not like total transparency, but it's good enough. Like, it feels like it's like a shareholder, like a QBR. I think that's fine. I think you know, revealing every like few months what you're doing, what you're spending money on, even if it's just, hey, we've got like Project X in the works, it's taking up a lot of money right now. I think that's fine. I think that would be a good idea for a big project. I wouldn't really expect a project the size of Michael Burns to need to do this. I think that seems excessive. LTT is gigantic, so all expenses would be a bit ridiculous. Exactly, but I would say that level of transparency satisfies my interests in LTT, and it would absolutely satisfy my interest in Michael Burns' background. I wouldn't even need to know the full amounts. I just would want to know like what the distribution is, where the money's coming in, you know, sponsorships, etc. We will never be transparent. You'll never know our evil schemes, and they will be evil. Yeah, I will be transparent. Wiz will obscure everything because he is evil. Need plushies? We are actually. Yes, I would love to make plushies. Again, the more money you give us, the cooler stuff we can do. We've got big plans. We've got big plans. It needs reach and it needs money. Okay, share us with your friends. Donate money. The little bits of money that you give us now really, really helps. That's like, this is a very high impact time to help us out. But reach is really important as well. Like, if you share us with people that you think will share us with other people, that's also really cool. We'd really appreciate it. Because I think we're doing something cool and special here. And if you think so, then I hope you'll share us with people. And if you don't, then thank you for watching anyway, I suppose. And I love you.
Is also despicable. By convincing his audience that paying him is in their own political interest, he encourages vulnerable and frightened viewers who otherwise might not donate because they can't afford to, and who probably earn significantly less than him to part with their hard-earned money, under the illusion that this is in their own interest. This is predatory. But okay, let's leave that aside. Is Michael at least delivering on the content his audience is paying him to produce? Well, in the past month and a half, roughly, Michael has published about 71 minutes of content spread out over 3 videos.
This is so
One of these is the aforementioned video in which he begged his audience for more money. And the latest.
Are we seriously doing this? Are we seriously looking at the number of minutes a leftist has produced? Are you a fucking... President Sunday, are you a fucking capitalist? What is this shit? You've not exceeded your KPIs. You've missed your key performance indicators for number of minutes of content produced in exchange for the amount of money you're receiving. Fuck off, dude. Seriously? You're acting like middle management for YouTube. Are you fucking serious? Who asked you to do this? Fuck you, man. This is so embarrassing. Fuck. Especially when the shit... It's the quality, not the quantity. It's the value. It's what it means to people, not the number of minutes. Oh my god, Jesus, streaming is such brain rot, man. It really fucks you up. Like, I'm being really nice to you guys now because I watched Superman the last couple of days, but I like, we should have an antagonistic relationship. You should pay money to fuck us up, to fuck us over, right? To express your anger. That's better, because whatever the fuck is happening to President Sunday's brain and every other streamer I know is fucking embarrassing. This sucks, dude. He's literally demanding slop. Yeah, it's so fucking embarrassing. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, speaking of demanding slop,
entitled "Conspiracy Theorists Are Right in the Wrong Way" was plagiarized.
Okay.
You heard me correctly. Plagiarized.
Minus
Minus a few jokes and a sponsorship break, almost all of this video by Michael Burns is lifted directly from a Cleveland Review of Books article called "Feelings Over Facts, Conspiracy Theories, and the Internet Novel" by Celine Wen. For example, in Wen's article she writes, quote, "In Doppelganger, Klein suggests that liberals and leftists were too quick to dismiss right-wing conspiracy theorists. Take Naomi Wolf, a liberal feminist turned Stephen Bannon subordinate who was frequently mistaken for Klein. During the pandemic, Wolf was one of many COVID skeptics who raised the alarm about vaccine passports, claiming that vaccination records would be used for a social credit system that would lead to slavery forever. The theory, Klein notes, is inaccurate in its specifics and co-opts the language of structural racism in perverse ways. But it also reflects very real fears, which are substantiated by historical events and mirror leftist critiques of power. Before the CDC became every Democrat's favorite government agency, it was also the organization that helped oversee the Tuskegee study, which deceived hundreds of black men about their syphilis diagnoses and denied them necessary medical treatment for 4 decades. The right-wing's paranoia about vaccine passports reflects anxieties about big tech and big government. Leftists familiar with surveillance capitalism and the CIA's history of domestic espionage share the same concerns. As Klein notes, conspiracy theorists get the facts wrong, but often get the feelings right. The feeling that every human misery is someone else's profit, the feeling of being exhausted by predation and extraction, the feeling that important truths are being hidden. The word for the system driving those feelings starts with C,
Yeah, this is all
but if no one
basic,
ever
correct?
taught you how capitalism works, then it's easy to see how you might confuse it with another C word, conspiracy. Unquote.
Okay.
Compare
that's
this with
fine.
Michael's video.
Shit. Now, in her recent book, Doppelganger, Naomi Klein gets into this.
Shit! I was supposed to buy a Doppelganger. I don't actually like Naomi Klein that much. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because her writing isn't super compelling. I've had a couple of her books. I think the one about... Oh, fuck, what is it? Fahrenheit? No. The Shock Doctrine. That's it. That's a good book, actually. Never mind. I take it back. Shock Doctrine was good. But this one seems interesting as well. It's about a... there's another Naomi Klein who's like a right-wing influencer or something that she's constantly getting confused for, and I guess she did a lot of research into her own doppelganger to kind of understand the different paths they went on. Shock Doctrine is a banging book. That's honestly, I read that so young. It must have been something that radicalized me a little bit. I think that's probably where I got like my initial like foreign policy, libertarian economics, counter takes from is probably that book.
That conspiracy theorists get the facts wrong, but often get the feelings right, meaning that they're right to feel like
this is so true that I feel like you, as a leftist, I don't think you can claim otherwise. I don't know how you would, yes, they get the feelings right, 100%. They're reacting to massive holes and contradictions in liberalism, or neoliberalism more accurately, and then they're filling in the gaps with Jews and lizards and chemtrails and shit. Naomi Wolf? Naomi Wolf wrote Shock Doctrine? Quick Google. That makes so much sense, because I always been like, why don't I like Naomi Klein? I loved Shock Doctrine so much. It's because Naomi Wolf wrote it, and Naomi Wolf is a good writer, and Naomi Klein is a bad writer. Thank you, Olive. My god, that's been like 10 years of confusion for me. Thank you.
the world doesn't make sense. You know, like nefarious forces are making life increasingly hard for normal people. But they
Oh, by the way, sorry, we got the timer up now. I believe that time is correct, but if someone wants to... That's Klein's No, Naomi Wolf is Klein's doppelganger. Oh my god, what? Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so I was right. Okay, then I don't understand. I'm wrong and retarded. I know!
get the facts wrong when they rely on overly complex and
You made me more
conspiratorial narratives
incorrect.
to make sense of things. She explores this in the book by contesting her own work, which is famously critical of neoliberalism and capitalism, with her doppelganger, Naomi Wolf, whose own political skepticism led her to go full-on conspiracy theorist in recent years. You know, they're both Naomis using research and writing to try to make sense of the world, and while Klein locates the root problem in neoliberal capitalism, Wolf sees it in like 5G, COVID vaccines.
As you can see, Michael has completely lifted Wen's arguments and references without giving any attribution, and crudely swapped their order in order to hide what he's done.
No, no. Nah, if you're putting out like a 15-minute YouTube video... Well, let's see, actually. What's the name of this video that Michael Burns put out?
In years. You know, they're both Naomi's.
What's the name of this video? Oh, here we go. Okay. So he references 4 different articles. Okay. What? Okay, well he cites it. It's literally in the description. Yeah, okay, this is literally... Okay. Wait, so what's the critique? What's the critique? The citation's in the description. It's very obvious. What's the critique? I'm confused. What's the critique? Hi, guys. What's the critique? Is the critique that this guy who makes 15-minute philosophy videos took an article and turned it into a video form? 30 minutes? How did he get 30 minutes out of that? There's 4 articles here. Did he plagiarize, or did he just use an article for a segment of his video? Look! It says Naomi Klein, author of the book being referenced. It's a 3-minute portion of the video. Like, I'd have to watch this. I'd have to watch this to be sure, and I'm not going to. But this seems on its face like a very, why are they so furious at Michael Burns? What is this? What is this? There must be. I am so sure there are enough dumb, shitty leftists that you could find enough people to critique without having to reach this far. What are you doing? What is this? This sucks, dude. Fuck me, this sucks. It's so bad, it's muted. There you go.
Energy into figuring out.
Like, what?
Using research and writing to try to make sense of the world. And while Klein locates the root
ass.
problem in neoliberal capitalism, Wolf sees it in, like...
Okay, he's literally talking about Klein and Wolf. You could only, like I would instantly know he's talking about Doppelganger, because that's a book that came...
5G,
it's in
COVID vaccines.
It's in the description.
As you can see, Michael...
It was so much fun to critique Brooks, because I feel like Brooks is a smart guy doing smart things in a bad way. But President Sunday is I think, a smart guy doing extremely stupid things in a bad way. This is, I think, I can only assume, because I know that President Sunday is a smart guy. He's not a genius. He doesn't understand all theory. Smart people do not automatically understand all theory, and they can explain things and they can, badly, and they can get things wrong, and they can do bad things. And President Sunday has done all of this. He's done all of it, okay? But I don't think he's stupid. So I have to assume he thinks his audience is really dumb, and he thinks he's better than them. And to be honest, given that at the start of this video, sorry, I'm breaking my pact, I'm going to refer to the start of the video. At the start of the video, he literally smugly goes, I've got a bridge to sell you if you believe that. You know what? I believe that he thinks his audience are fucking dumb. God! Imagine being a President Sunday viewer. Imagine getting treated this shitty. Like, do you really, like, this sucks. It's okay for you to treat the streamer badly. I think that's important. But the streamer shouldn't be treating you like shit constantly. Like, right? This sucks. Fuck, man. He thinks you're idiots.
Wen's
This is
arguments and
awful.
references without giving any attribution, and crudely swapped their order in order to hide what he's done.
Crudely swapped their order.
Take another example.
Do you know what would have really helped him hide what he did? Not referencing the fucking article in the articles referenced in the video section. Yeah, this is, if only, Michael Burns, your scheme has collapsed. You accidentally added the article you used in the video description.
In Wen's article, she writes, quote, "What's the difference between conspiracy theory and critical theory? In both cases," wrote the French philosopher Bruno Latour,
why is it... Envy has been trying to get me to read Latour so much.
"You have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say because they live in the thralls of a complete illusion. Then, after disbelief has struck and an explanation is requested for what is really going on, in both cases, again, it is the same appeal to powerful agents hidden in the dark."
Listen, guys, I've been going for about 4 or 5 hours now. I am going to need to take, like, a 2-minute pee break. Here is my proposal to you. Choose a Ponscum song that I'll leave on for the break. Okay, we'll have a little intermission. Fun little intermission with Ponscum playlist music. Ooh. You decide amongst yourselves which ones you want. Scream for the one you want.
Dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly.
Real
Unquote.
Ponscum fans know.
Now let's
We've got
compare
an
it to
album.
Michael's video.
According to French philosopher and anthropologist Bruno Latour,
Was it there when Sunday released it? Come on, man. Duckbringer song? I'd be up for the Duckbringer song. Spore? Funny. Big booty? Okay, alright.
conspiracy and critical theory actually have a lot in common. He writes that in both cases, you have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say because they live in the thralls of a complete illusion. Then, after disbelief is struck and an explanation is requested for what is really going on, in both cases, again, it is the same appeal to powerful agents hidden in the dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly.
We can see here that Michael has again directly lifted from Wen's article without acknowledging it. And the only reason why we caught it
Without
is...
acknowledging it, it was in the description! What do you mean? Oh
because
my
the original
god!
article
I've
actually
seen that happen
misquotes.
before. Okay, maybe. What would I do to check the archive? Okay, forget it. We re-enter the hyper-charitable frame. Perhaps it was not there. If it was not there, and I went to check that description, and it wasn't there, here's what I would have said. Who fucking cares? The name of the person you're talking about is on the fucking screen. You are literally using screenshot quotes from the fucking article. It's clear that you're taking this from something. Doppelganger is a well-known book that came out a year ago that made a big splash. You'll scroll down into the comments, and you'll immediately find someone recommending it. Maybe the video he's got citations, actually, now that I think about it. Does he do... No? No. Okay, that's fine. And I'm not really pro-citation. I don't think it's that big a deal. It's clear he's not trying to hide it. This is not like a fucking Illuminati or whatever H-Bomber guy scenario where they're like changing things to hide it. Like, it's quite explicitly, Michael Burns is not hiding it. He could do way better work hiding it. He's quoting people. He's using names. Naomi Wolf, Naomi Klein, Latour, like... I don't expect this standard of rigor from a 15-minute video essay, and if I did, then I'd be yet more unimpressed with your shitty fucking video essay, President Sunday. Fuck, man.
Latour. It should actually read illusio here, not illusion. For a breakdown on why this misquote...
Okay, no, I got mad. That was an unfair reaction. I'm sorry. Let's hear his breakdown for why this matters, why this typo matters. I bet it matters. Let's find out.
matters, because it actually really affects Latour's meaning here. Check out this video by Brooks Brown at the Quarantine Collective on YouTube.
Here's how citations work.
Shut up, nerd.
Yes! Agreed! Wait,
But
what?
back to it. What if we try to be a little bit charitable here? These are just two examples, and I'm sure I could find more if I dug. But perhaps.
Okay, here's what academics won't tell you. Citations are another way to manipulate you. It's so easy. I see academics do this all the fucking time. I'm friends with academics. I'm friends with PhD students. I'm friends with fucking... I've seen this shit a million times, okay? Alright? It is so easy to build any narrative you want out of very, very well-cited shit. Okay? It's very easy to build up a narrative in a paper by citing other people. By quoting them exactly right. By citing them exactly right. So complaining about, like, context or whatever is fucking bullshit. What you shouldn't do is try and get paid for work that other people have done when you're not doing it in a transformative way. It sucks a little bit, I admit. I wouldn't call it artistically valuable, but you know what? Translating every single fucking Atlantic article, nearly word for word, into a video essay presented by a charismatic person, valid, transformative, useful. There are people who won't read an article that will watch a 10-minute video. There are many YouTube channels that basically do this. I'm completely fine with it. If I needed to make money, that's probably what I would do. If I was desperate to make money from YouTube and I needed to be successful, I'd probably I would take, like, good articles from the Atlantic or some other, like, center-left liberal slop media bullshit, and I would just make them into 10-minute cool videos. That's what I would do. If I had to do this gun to my head and make as much money as possible, that's probably what I would do to, like, just get a channel off the ground. And it would be fine. It would be valid. It's just regurgitating the ideas, but it is transformative and useful. Okay? It's fine. So I don't care if you cite. I don't even care. Brooks is right about citation, but yes, but it's easier to deconstruct that if I can find what you're citing easily. Sure, but here's the problem. The way you want to deconstruct it is you want to say, it all relies in some sense on an appeal to authority, right? Look at what all the mistakes Brooks made. Brooks looked at this guy's quotes of Jameson and said, you're misinterpreting Jameson. Jameson actually means this. But that's way less important than just explaining what is correct. It's not about, why are we arguing about the fucking Star Wars canon of Jameson? Why are we not just talking about the validity of the ideas? Why is it so important to know what Jameson meant? He's a dead fucking cringe, dead fucking corpse. No one fucking cares. Citing your sources makes it easier to steal and not get caught. Unless you mistyped that, I agree. Yes, I think actually it's probably easier to get away with stealing shit if you cite it. You get more plausible deniability because you're like, well, I cited it.
Michael didn't mean to plagiarize Wen's article, and he just was lazy. Let's say he just asked ChatGPT to generate a script about conspiracy theories for him, and it just happened to mine Wen's article for information.
Okay, well, he put the reference in the fucking description, so clearly that didn't happen. But again, maybe that happened after the video, so we'll be charitable again.
This would still be scamming his audience, who are paying Michael to produce original philosophical content.
No. No one is paying Michael to produce original philosophical content. They're paying Michael... They're paying Michael because they like the content he's producing. If whether that's a regurgitation of an article, or whether that's his original writings, or whether that's him explaining fucking Jameson, that's an incredible assertion to just assume every single person is just paying him to produce his own original philosophical content. Your content isn't original. You're reacting to other people's shit. Are your audience paying you for original philosophical content? Is this what you mean by original? Because it's critique, it's transformative? What if it's shit critique? Did you cite Michael Burns' video? Yes, you did. Okay. Did you cite Keffels? No. Curious. Did you cite Vosh's tax folder video when you... How am I supposed to know the context? Well, how do I know that wasn't a bit? How do I know that wasn't a joke?
But
like,
at least...
the point... And by the way, I'm being facetious. I don't actually care about citation. That's the thing. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's cringe. Ugh.
Then we could believe that Michael didn't mean to steal someone else's work, right? Well, at 1646 and at 1804 in his video, Michael quotes from Alenka Zupanchik's A Short Essay on Conspiracy Theories. Let's take a listen.
According to philosopher Alenka Zupanchik, this critique doesn't hold, as it too quickly conflates what critical theory does with how conspiracy theory operates. Now, she writes that, however...
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel! Always doing fun stuff every Monday, plus bonus streams.
While critical theory examines the means and ways in which, for instance, the manufacturing of consent takes place, a conspiracy theory immediately jumps to what is behind, to hidden depths, to another reality. It never really deals with critical analysis of facts and of reality in their inner structure. Zupanchik goes on to write that the basic assumption of any critical theory worthy of its name is that precisely as false, these facts are extremely relevant for the analysis and have to be taken and examined seriously. So...
Okay. I'm sorry for the jump scare. What? Okay. I am briefly going to put on one of the Pond Scum songs while I go pee, because I've been going for 4 hours. I need some water. I need to pee. Let's go with... you know what? I was requested the Duckbringer song and Big Booty Band, but we'll just, you know what? We'll stick on, yeah, why not? Alright, I'll be right back. I need to pee. Don't forget to donate. I'll check them later, but the fish will yap. Don't say any slurs. Love you. Bye, chat. I'll be like 3 minutes. Bye. I'll pause the timer. Timer's paused. Okay, I'll be right back. Seriously. Right back. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Fun songs. Fun songs. Chat with each other.
I won't
glow sticks. Glow sticks! Get them up! Get them up! Get them up! Get your glow sticks up, we're Raven! Yeah! I feel it! I'm wiggling! Go wiggle! I appreciate that this looks a little bit like I'm skull fucking President Sunday with a sword, but I won't say that was not intentional. I'm just grooving. Oh. Okay. Oh, that was nice. This is peak stream content? Yeah. I wrote this song. Oh, look at this little worm in the... Look at this, cute. I miss writing the songs. Man, I'm really conflicted because I like writing the songs. I like making them. But also it's AI slop. This is my one weakness. I stopped doing it. But I feel like the songs that came out were kind of nice. I don't know what to do about that. I'm thinking about trying to learn how to make music, and I'm just not that talented at it. So I don't know. I've got good taste in music, I think, but I just can't make it. Oh well. Oh well. I guess I'm a slopmonger. That was fun. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah. Whee. Okay. Oh, Cheeto. Okay. Well. I suppose. If you put song, if you do a TTS $5 and you add song, then we'll play another song. If you want to pick a specific one, then you can pick it. But anything from the album is totally fine. It's in the playlist on the channel. Subscribe. All right, back to the real slop. Let me tell everyone that was a threat. It was.
Even if a conspiracist gets caught up on a particular what,
right, we're back.
we can still ask why and take that why pretty seriously.
And at 2606, he quotes an article called Mirror Mirror by Nico Baumbach.
In an essay on Klein's book, Nico Baumbach writes that anti-establishment politics, without a critique of capitalism or some guiding egalitarian principle, accounts for the lure of Trumpism and conspiracism and will remain seductive.
Oh, sorry. This just feels like a completely bad faith reading of how better citation would improve discourse in general. I only mean for video building, narrative, or theory. Drama videos don't need citation, but also, to be honest, not including video you're reacting to somewhere also makes things more frustrating. Yeah, I think that's fair. And look, like I'm probably more anti-citation than most people are, and I accept that. I understand that's a bit of an unusual position. I'm really hardcore anti-copyright. If you want to know my foundational opinion, I think that like parallel creation, evolution of ideas. I don't think any ideas are really original. I think that everything is created by everything. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, there's so many times in history where people have kind of parallel evolved to the same idea. You know, the theory of evolution was like come up with 3 times around the same era. Like everything I create is a function of the time and era and things that I've consumed. And I feel like everyone who created the stuff that informed me owns my stuff as much as the people who will come after me and maybe be informed. If I'm lucky, maybe will be informed a little bit by what I've done. I think that's how culture should work. It should be like a big group communal activity. I don't like the idea of like ownership. I don't even like the idea of like giving people immense status. Like even in the anarchist utopia, you know, I would kind of feel a bit weird about, you know, giving people high status, you know, like, oh, this is an artist. We should fuck them more. We should appreciate them more. We should respect them. Like, I don't know. I don't like the idea. I think that's bad for people. I think even the artists probably suffer from that a lot of the time. And if they don't suffer, it's probably because they have drives that are fulfilled by that status that are probably have negative consequences for people around them. I think generally any of those kind of hierarchies ends up being a bad thing. Like, you can't consent to a hierarchy where everyone in society respects someone for the content they produce. But then it's so easy for them to abuse that respect and power. So yeah. This is why I'm very anti-copyright. That's just how I feel. That's how my brain works. I'm not saying this is a moral position. That's just how I feel about things, okay? I'm a feeling guy. I feel things. I totally think you should be allowed to steal whatever the fuck you want from whatever the fuck you want without citing it. When you monetize that at the expense of other people, that sucks. That's unfortunate. Copyright is not a good solution for that.
as long as mainstream liberal.
I also completely disagree that this is plagiarism. Yeah, that's fair. I agree with you. I don't think it's fair. Yeah, it's totally insane to call this plagiarism. I think like the way that like internet comment etiquette, right? That was the not internet comment etiquette. Who am I thinking of? Internet historian. Oh yeah, internet comment etiquette is Eric, that guy that fell off very hard but was funny for a while. The people that H-Bomber Guy did an essay about, that kind of plagiarism was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I think he made a good case for why those specific cases were bad. I don't think all plagiarism is bad. I think if it, you know, you're changing the format of something in a viable way, I think that's good. I think that's fine. This is not me saying that I plagiarize, although I will actually no, I'll say it. I probably plagiarize. I mean, like, I throw the vibe citation of everything I do. I use quotes as a weapon, not because I am trying to like launder an idea. I'm just trying to like, I don't know, I just like them. It's like the vibe-based quoting, vibe-based citing. I think it's just better. Just give me a list of books. Give me a list of books at the end of what you did, whether it's a fucking fiction or non-fiction, whether you just cited it directly or whether it contributes to the vibe. Put fucking Percy Jackson, okay, in your citation.
As on Polish Heights by Delegate Steve. If that's too long, then we'll be friends by the same guy. Link 1. Link I can't for link 2, but you'll find it.
Okay, well, time is increasing. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. You're a hero. You're my best friend, and I love you. Socially, not even parasocially. I love you. Add song Tallest Heights by Delicate Steve. Sorry, I meant a Pond Scum song because that's not copyrighted. Those are songs I wrote. So I can't play any songs in the middle of the stream or we will get copyright struck and the stream will get ended instantly. You can only play them at the beginning because then I can trim them out. I'm very sorry. I apologize. But you can ask for one of the other songs if you like. But either way, you've extended the timer and I appreciate it. Thank you, love you, thank you. You misunderstood, that's fine, that's my bad.
Liberalism takes the side of the establishment in response, and there is no readily available left alternative.
Now these two are interesting, because while Baumbach's article is...
Anyway, I see where we disagree. I prefer rigorous citation because I think it improves communication, not because it's a way to make sure you don't plagiarize. Who cares about that? Yes, and I agree with you. That is the best argument for citation, is make it easier to understand and critique what I'm doing. And this is why I like to cite. I like to cite my sources, not super complexly, but I like to throw them in there just so that you can go look at it and see if you arrive at the same vibe. But I think that every piece of philosophical work should be interpreted, right? Like, it should be a tool that aids you in interpreting something. So if you go read The Weird and the Eerie by Mark Fisher and you come to totally different conclusions to me, I would love to have a 3-hour conversation with you about that, because one of my favorite streams ever was that first Dispel stream I did, where we talked about cute accelerationism and all the ways that we differed. Like, that book club stream was so fun. It's on the Patreon. Cute Accelerationism is the most evil book ever. But me and Dispel had a lot of very cool disagreements on it. I thought that was super interesting. I had a great time. I would love to do that with more people. So if you ever read something that you think I completely misinterpreted, like, surely every writer worth their salt is desperate to find someone they get to have a 4-hour conversation with about an obscure book, right? That should be the motivating factor. I want to talk to people about how you think I'm wrong about something, because I want to argue. That sounds great. That sounds like I want to go for a coffee. You know, like, that sounds awesome. These are the things that should motivate people. I don't know. I'm Superman.
It's referenced in Wen's article. The quote from Michael
stream again pretty soon. I think he's been threatening to stream again recently.
Aren't. They are, however, linked in Wen's article. And the link to Zupanchik's article was paywalled, suggesting that not only did Michael Burns lift his content from Wen's article, whether or not with AI assistance, he also likely had to manually follow the links in Wen's article and copy from them in order to pass off Wen's references as his own. It seems that Michael has just gone into this person's article and plagiarized her research. But since Michael...
Wait, sorry, so he literally paid... well, I guess, to be fair, when you pay those journals, I don't think the authors make very much money. But literally, that is super helpful. Wait, that's based as fuck, right? I was half paying attention, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But as I understand it, he's paid money that people otherwise wouldn't pay to get access to content so that he could make a video about it. That's based. That's super great. What stopping the journals making money? You're pro journals now? The journals literally have the best fucking racket in the world. They get academics to do a bunch of work for them for free and then force them to compete with each other in order to get citations so that the journals can then resell that to institutions paid for by tax money and by student loans. Really? Really? This is who we're defending now, President Sunday? You fucking liberal. Holy fuck, what a fucking bitch.
Is
I
apparently
hate
fine
him
with
so
scamming
much. He's not a leftist, guys. He's not a fucking leftist. He's not even left-wing. He's defending journals? Isn't this guy meant to be an academic? Doesn't he LARP as a fucking academic? No academic in the entire world would do what he just did. Never have you, God, fuck, man. You've counter-signaled your credentials so badly here. Every academic in the world would clap like a seal and go based for fucking a journal out of $42 or however many dollars it was needed to. That researcher is happy that their paper is getting getting interest from people, that their ideas are being spread. No scientist has ever gone, you didn't pay for my paper, how dare you? Except where they're forced to by the journals they are yoked to. They're enslaved by. Do leftist academics publish in journals? Nope! Leftist academics publish in the same journals as every fucking other academic. And they kneel before the journals. And they scrape and beg and plead for citations. Because they live in a capitalist hellscape like everyone else. They don't get any... There's like 2 journals that work differently. And all the other ones, all the important ones, all the ones that define your career, you're gonna have to suck cock. You're gonna have to suck a huge, fat, fucking money cock. There's no other way around it. Academia sucks. Honestly, working in tech, better than academia. Way better. So much better. You have to suck way less cocks, and the cocks are smaller. Yeah, the authors don't get paid. It's slave labor. It's literally serfdom. It's crazy. The amount of money the journals make, my fucking god. My condolences to your wife for having to listen to your non-sentient screaming every night. Babe! Oh, honey, darling.
Yeah, what did you want me to say?
Could you please read the following statement at knife point? I'm holding a knife. If you could please read the statement. You like the screaming?
I like the screaming.
Good. Okay. Any complaints about the screaming?
I don't mind.
Excellent. Do you see the $105 bar down there?
Oh, cool.
We made $105 from our lovely chatters. Thank you. Is the $105 worth the screaming? The knife is at your throat, darling, my love. Okay. I think you're too mumbly for the microphone. Love you, baby. Bye. Thank you.
I don't mind the screaming.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
There you go. See, all you have to do is hold your Italian wife at knife point. I was dressed like a Spartan, okay? That's her weakness. They got into a lot of scraps with the Greeks, alright? She was immediately acquiescent. Moving on! Smug is being held hostage? No, Ladybug is being held hostage. But nice to see you, President Sunday. I'm a huge fan of your work. I really appreciate you. I think you're very funny. I think you do lots of very evil and bad things all the time for little crumbs of clout, and it's quite embarrassing because you seem like a smart dude.
Audience with AI-generated scripts and outright plagiarism. Let's have some fun and run Michael's script through Claude. Quote. Did
you see the cupcakes that she made me? I'm posting them on stream. Did you see the cupcakes she made me? Holy fuck. Oh my god, they were so fucking banging. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Sorry, I'm gonna glaze my wife now. I'm a wife guy. I'm sorry, I'm a wife guy. It's real. It's real. I can't help it. I'm a wife guy. Open link. Look! Look, she made herself and she made me. Look! Look! Look, it's Ladybug and Smugbug. Look! What's really cute is my sister did a photo shoot afterwards. With literally like 100 photos of just these two. She made this for my birthday. Look how cute. Also, she made me Bakewell tarts. They're my favorite. I love her. I love her so much. I'm a wife guy. I'm a wife guy, okay? Yes. Excuse me. Good beer. Moving on!
YouTube creator appears to be using Wen's review as a foundation.
It's interesting that Sunday decided to talk about my wife instead of any of the critiques of his video. Curious, very curious. Very curious. I'm sure the video will do well, though. I mean, you've definitely, you made a very incisive call to attack all leftists. Very productive.
Text, both for direct quotes
all
and
husbands should be wife guys. True.
A roadmap of their own analysis. While they add their own examples and perspectives, the theoretical scaffolding is largely borrowed from Wen's piece. This represents extensive structural borrowing beyond mere citation. The YouTube creator has essentially adapted Wen's analytical framework while adding their own commentary and examples. There are several suspect patterns that suggest problematic appropriation. The most concerning pattern, uncredited structural wholesale adoption. The YouTube creator has essentially reversed engineered
Oh,
and
I zoned
examples
out.
and
Sorry, I'm gonna have to restart this to give this its due
But
attention.
since Michael is apparently fine with scamming his audience with AI-generated scripts and outright plagiarism,
Whoa! Okay, wait, hold on. You concocted a hypothetical that he was using AI, and then you just ran with it? That's crazy. That's crazy. You're saying, literally earlier he said, maybe he used AI to generate it, and that would explain it, even though he cites the fucking reference. So that's not really how, like, I know that AI can give you sources, but I don't think that's really how that would work. You wouldn't, right? You wouldn't just drop the source in the description if you AI generated it. But let's say that he did. It's entirely a hypothetical. It's a total assertion. And then you run with it? You just run with your hypothetical? This is crazy.
let's have some fun and run Michael's script through Claude. Quote, the YouTube creator appears to be using Wen's review as a foundational text, both for direct quotes and as a roadmap for their own analysis.
What? Wait, hold on. Why are you running it through AI? You used... Okay, I must have missed something, because I would be so embarrassed to use AI in a fucking video. This is insane. Like, even as a bit, you're just doing the slop. Okay, I'm virtue signaling now. I think AI is so fucking gross that I wouldn't touch it for anything that's like intellectual, but whatever. Fine. Well, you know what? Maybe he's doing a bit. Maybe he's doing a bit. Maybe there's something important here. Okay.
While they add their own examples and perspectives, the theoretical scaffolding is largely borrowed from Wen's piece. This represents extensive structural...
Even as a bit. Yeah, for the purposes of like a real critique, sincere essay, yes. For the purposes of making a funny bug song, bit different.
Borrowing beyond...
I don't expect you to understand the difference, Mog, but I'm just saying it's different.
Mere citation. The YouTube creator has essentially adapted Wen's analytical framework while adding their own commentary and examples.
But why would you read this? Why would you read this slop?
There are several suspect patterns that suggest problematic appropriation. The most concerning pattern, uncredited structural...
Okay, so like this is the problem, right? There's no reason to do this unless you are trying to use this as evidence of plagiarism, and he's literally asked AI, is this plagiarism? Right? Actually, to be fair, I do write every single word of the AI songs as well, so you can complain about the music stuff, but actually every word is written by me.
Wholesale adoption. The YouTube creator has essentially reverse engineered Wen's entire analytical architecture while presenting it as their own original thinking. They use the exact same theoretical progression, follow the same argumentative logic and sequencing.
What, is this evidence? Are you presenting evidence?
Adopt the same key distinctions and frameworks, and present the same conclusions. But they only explicitly credit Wen twice with brief quotes, while the vast majority of the intellectual work derives from her piece.
I was talking about the first episode. Yo! That's a callback. Yeah, Mog, you got me. You got me 100%. But the difference is that I would say that was different because we literally trained an AI on all of Aaron Bushnell's Reddit posts and everything. Like, that was a very transformative way to use AI, I think. We were essentially using it to interview a data set filled with all of his Reddit posts. Now, we could have just looked at his Reddit posts, but it was more fun to talk to his Reddit posts after training an AI on it. But that's a good call out. That's fair. You're right. We did use AI for one show.
There are academic dishonesty patterns like the laundering technique. The creator cites the original sources, directly making it appear they did primary
What is
research.
this? What dude? Okay, you've now spent too long on this for this to be a joke. Like, you are going to... Are you going to... Bro, if you're still watching, are you actually gonna use this Claude AI thing as, like, proof of, or at least evidence of plagiarism? Really? Really? Do you think that Claude AI is like, good at that? Do you think it's good at calling out... Like the laundering technique, like, it's just... Creators cite the original sources directly, making it appear they did primary research when they're actually working through Nguyen's synthesis and interpretation of these sources.
Working through Wen's synthesis.
Academic dishonesty patterns.
And interpretation of these sources.
This sucks.
There is selective attribution. They credit Wen for 2 small quotes, but not for the overarching framework that structures their entire 30-plus minute video essay. There is false originality. Phrases like contemporary philosophy has a lot to...
I genuinely am not saying this with bad faith. I feel like you would only include Claude AI in your video like this, so blatantly, so uncritically, if you use it privately. This is not the first time President Sunday's ever used Claude AI when making a video, right? Because surely you could not get your brain around the idea that AI is acceptable to use in content creation in this way without having done it a bunch of other times in a hidden way, right? And now President Sunday's a smart dude. He can delete the M-dashes and all the fucking whatevers. It's not just X, it's Y. Like, this is crazy.
Say about this.
I really I see Sunday as like a smart guy who's a bit of a grifter. This is really sad. This is really fucking
and presenting
sad.
themselves as discovering these connections when they're following Wen's roadmap. There are ethical red flags like labor theft. Celine Wen did the scholarly work.
No, the issue is more retarded than this smug bug. This assumes, yeah, right. Like he cites the. I mean, if President Sunday comes into chat and tells me Brooks does a lot of AI work, if I hear about another smart person using AI and just succumbing to the dopamine rut, it's actually fucking killing me, dude. Fuck, man. Really? Brooks uses AI a lot? It's slop, man. It's not good. I've tried as hard as anyone else to get value out of it. Not for the show, but just to, like, try and... Like... Oh, no. I speak to every new model, I try and talk to it, and I try to understand if there's value in it, and it's just... I feel like I would have to be so lonely or so stupid to find it useful. I'd have to crave so hard for any of those models to like for any of those models to work for me, you know? Fuck, man, that sucks. I know I mean, I don't know. Everyone's just lonely, dude. It's so sad. Like, I'm doing alright, you know, but like, fuck. I'm so... have we passed midnight? We've passed midnight. That's why I'm getting sincere. Okay. It makes me, the reason I believe the things I believe and I am the way I am is because I went through some tough shit and I have such a great life now and I just want everyone to have good things. I want everyone to have loving relationships. I want everyone to have a good job. I want everyone to have friends. I want everyone to feel like they can be creatively fulfilled. I feel like I'm doing so good. I feel so happy. I just got fired and I feel so happy about my place in the world and so fulfilled and like I've got so many decades ahead of me to do cool things and to change and be different, and I'm so glad about what I am, and I want that for every single fucking person. I just want everyone to get to do that in their own way, and it makes it, and that's my core driver. That's the thing I care about more than anything else. Is every single other person getting to do that. And it makes me sad that everyone's so fucking lonely that they feel like they need to go to these fucking horrible little invaders, these horrible little fucking parasites, you know? It's so miserable. Fuck. Superman. That's a great, I'm so glad that Superman is a meme. That's good. We're holding on to that. Find something you love doing. Do it as well as you can. Share it with a community. That's it. That's the meaning of life. That is the meaning of life. Objectively, there aren't other answers. It's those two things. Those are the reasons humans exist. Okay, whether we're whatever else, find something you love doing. Do it as well as you can. Share it with a community. AI doesn't help you with any of that. AI does not help you find something you love doing. It does it for you. AI doesn't help you do your best. It makes you worse at it. You're offloading your cognitive skills. It stops you from finding community because you end up finding community with the fucking robot. It is fucking killing you. Every time you use it, it's like sugar, man. It's like fucking sugar. You're drinking 2 liters of Coca-Cola, full fat, every single fucking time. Use that shit. It's killing your brain cells. It's bad for you. President Sunday, you know, I like you. I wish we were friends. You know, I like you. Like, please stop. I don't know how deeply this horrible fucking parasite has wiggled its way into your life, but you are surely smart enough and surely have the capacity to find community well enough that you don't need to use this once. Fuck, man. And okay, and I wanna be clear. If you're having a tough day, or you need help putting a CV together because you know you can't do it, or you need to survive a day of work, and so you use ChatGPT to write an email to fucking whatever, it's fine. I get it. We have to survive. In the same way that I forgive you if you order Uber Eats because you just don't have the energy to cook tonight. I get it. Okay, I do get it. All right, but you can't do it every night. You can't keep doing it. You can't fucking You can't just give up pieces of your soul like this so readily. You have to fight it. Oh man, that makes me so fucking sad. That makes me sadder than anything. Every time I see someone I like as well, you know, like not just this is all me crashing out about Spore. Every time I see someone's brain just start to get fucking eaten. So upsetting, man. Ugh. The people won't listen. Night City, here we come. Yeah, past midnight, we get sincere. This is what you pay for, okay?
Work of synthesis.
You extend the stream too long, the crash outs get more emotional. If I go for another 2 hours, I'm gonna cry.
Multiple complex theorists into a coherent argument. The YouTube creator benefits from the...
Not satire, real, large, no, not satire sign. Please find something you love, do it well, and share it with the community. Please, I'm begging every single one of you, I'm begging you, please. Please, 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 please. I'll help you, okay? Please. Please DM me if you need help, okay? I'm not perfect, I'll try. Please. I'm not saying I'll be your friend, but you know, I'll go to the Discord. I'll play video games with someone. I'll be mean to you about your life. I'll challenge you. I'll tell you to do stuff better. I've mentored so many people in my career, okay? Please, I'll help, okay? A little bit. I'll help a little bit. Do Brooks AI video if you feel so strong about it. Honestly, if we've got time, yeah, that's the next thing I'm watching after this, okay? We've got an hour, because you guys have been so generous today. I really appreciate it. You deserve good content. I will look at that video next.
This labor while minimizing attribution. There is audience deception.
Jordan Peterson is more human than President Sunday is right now, by definition. Jordan Peterson is crying, crashing out, shitting and pissing himself. President Sunday is now a middleman for a fucking slop AI. How unsure of your own writing? How President Sunday can write okay. He's fine. His videos are decent quality. Why would you decide to fill 30 seconds of your fucking video with a shit slop? Olive, you goddamn bitch. Olive, explain yourself. Explain yourself. Defend your man now. Look at this bullshit. Look at this fucking shit. Disgusting.
They're getting original analysis rather than a video adaptation of an existing essay. This violates academic standards of attribution that should apply.
I was so embarrassed when when Aaron was looking at a video of some guys, a right-wing podcast, and they pulled up ChatGPT like it was Google search, and they kept asking it questions about little political issues. They were like, how many immigrants have come across the border? And they would go to ChatGPT, and I thought, how unself-aware, how embarrassing it must be to be right-wing. How embarrassing must it be to be that cool, that uncool of a fucking person that you're willing to put your ChatGPT usage on screen on a podcast. But my god, I could not believe for a second. If you asked me to predict whether President Sunday would ever do this, I would say no. I would truly, I had a much higher opinion of him than is apparently real.
Apply to educational content. By the by, did I neglect to mention that Michael Burns sells himself on his channel as a former philosophy professor? And Claude concludes, the pattern suggests the creator read Wen's piece, used it as their primary source and structural guide, then backtracked to cite the original theorists.
I'm not going to engage with this. This is slop. This is slop. I have been made worse by... I've been made worse by just even being this did damage to me. This is nothing.
Overlords.
I want the human words. I want President Sunday's beautiful words, his beautiful human words, which I assume is not influenced by AI. But now I can't be sure.
Abigail Thorne is another one who has also attempted to frame herself as struggling and low income.
This is the building where I was born. It used to be a hospital, but now
you're not going to. Abigail has made a video about how she's in line for the throne. Are you really going to claim that she's also claiming struggle? Really?
It's luxury flats.
We just recorded the video. It's free original content. You're going to have to donate for it like anyone else.
It's in there go for about £600,000. Ironic that I can't afford to live in the room where my life began.
Meanwhile, like Michael Burns, Abigail also hides her Patreon.
Insane. Oh my god. This really just makes it, and I don't want to be bad faith, but I can only interpret this as you're annoyed that you don't get paid as well as these people, despite the fact that you're smarter than them.
Come from her audience so that they don't see immediately.
Ugh. What am I supposed to? How am I supposed to put this on screen? This is oh fuck me.
That on
Fine.
Patreon alone, disregarding ad revenue from her videos, she makes more in 2 months than the average yearly income in her country. She also does no research when producing content, like Michael Burns. Her last 3 videos before her most recent one were excoriated by other philosophy influencers on YouTube for outright misrepresenting Friedrich Nietzsche
Yes, her new
as a
videos are shit,
racist and
we're aware.
anti-Semite who claimed only certain ethnicities were biologically capable of doing philosophy, and her latest video was literally trying to explain away her
Wait, sorry, what?
biological representing Friedrich Nietzsche. Her most recent one were excoriated by other philosophy influencers on YouTube for outright misrepresenting Friedrich Nietzsche as a racist and anti-Semite who claimed only certain ethnicities were biologically...
I to be clear, I fully agree with this point. Yeah, like I hate Philosophy Tube probably more than any of you, probably in much more psychotic and deranged ways. That said, this is not really improving any. Like I'm not getting anything out of this. I'm not getting anything out of this. This is just it's just repeating a popular opinion. This is
capable of
this
doing
isn't
philosophy,
contributing anything.
and her latest video was literally trying to explain away her poor research on those videos as being the fault of the limitations of the video format and capitalism.
I never considered that by adapting philosophical texts into videos, something might be getting lost in translation. Or something might be getting added in translation, namely me and my personality. But I look back at the history of the channel and you know that really tracks. The videos of mine that people cite as being the most impactful, the ones that people still share and talk about and remember, are the ones where I get really, really emotional. I mean, what is it that causes people to sign up for my Patreon or sign up to Nebula? The things that fund the show and keep it going. A parasocial relationship.
Alright, I don't trust you not to dox yourself, but you know what? You're an idiot. I'm just... Fine, we're playing the video. Wiz has sent me a video, I guess. We're gonna watch this video now. I don't know why. This is original content. Philosophy Tube stole Sunday's monetization, allegedly. I don't know about that. I mean, I could believe it, and I would be happy to believe it, because I hate Philosophy Tube, and she sucks. First of all, that she's a skinwalker. Yes, Olive. Yes, yes, I know. Yes, but we're on the same page with the conspiracy. Yes.
Oh, I feel really bad.
That's such a sad sound.
Oh, I feel really bad.
Okay, wait, one more. We need a rotoscope. We need a rotoscope of that. Okay, alright. Thanks for wasting my time.
Relationship, an emotional connection. But that kind of video essay production, where you're constantly going over your own raw emotions and using them as content, is not emotionally sustainable. Believe me, I've seen other creators burn out.
Wrong! Wrong! I've never burned out. I've been screaming and crying and shitting and pissing for a year now, and absolutely no signs of stopping. Have not missed a single fucking week for like 2 years. Or like a year and a half, whatever. I'm a fucking god. I never run out of emotions. My abs are like steel. Stay mad,
and end up
bitch.
destroying themselves by doing that. There's a reason that not every episode of Philosophy
myself.
is
I
about
will
a
never
topic.
kill myself. I will never goon. Fists up in the air! Never kill yourself! Never goon!
That personally moves me to tears, or that I'm massively invested in. Because if you want to make video essays as long as I have, you can't do that. You have to resist the demands of the audience and also of YouTube, a platform, to be constantly
true. The
hacking off your own
audience
limbs and throwing them as fuel on the fire. I think we have found a fundamental limit to Philosophy Tube as a project.
Again, this is a person who, even without
Wait, what was
factoring in
that?
the ad revenue from...
Project.
Again,
Whoa.
this is a person...
Is this gonna be like a huge cock or something? What? Okay. Why are we doing Fight Club single frame inserts? I guess a little clip there. A little error on the timeline. I hope I don't get President Sunday's editor in trouble.
Again, this is a person who,
sure they work
even without
hard.
factoring in the ad revenue from her
Lovely
videos,
workers.
is bringing in a full-time worker's annual income every 2 months to do nothing but make philosophy videos, while she's also been able to capitalize on her e-fame to get token gigs in big IPs like Game of Thrones and Star Wars.
She made a whole play, which I actually went to go see in person, and I thought the play was fine. Not great, just fine. I went to see her play. She made a play. She wrote a play. The play had an interesting premise, an interesting message. I'm glad it exists. I hate her. I hated her when I went to see the play, but I thought it was a funny opportunity to go see her in person. And the play was fine. And she's still shit and I hate her, but her play was okay. Alright? Okay. Her play was cool. It was fine. It was alright. What was it called? I don't know. It was like a Shakespeare thing. Basically, I'm going to spoil it. The core conceit of The Prince, that's it. The core conceit of the play is that being forced to speak in Shakespearean is a bit like being forced to code switch as a trans person. And you know what? Simple idea. Fine. Cute. Executed well. Cute idea. I liked it. I thought it was a good enough idea to be a play in a small theatre. Perfectly valid, a good enough idea to be a play. All meta and weird, very Guildenstern and Rosencrantz or whatever the fuck. It was fine. Perfectly fine.
Additionally, Abigail has co-ownership with Nebula, a video hosting platform through which she
Oh no, what?
additionally paywalls her content that she's already paid to produce.
What do you mean additionally paywalls? Nebula is like $2. It's so easy to get a Nebula subscription for like no money. Maybe she's better at that than doing YouTube videos. Honestly, yeah, probably working in like a theater with a bunch of other actors. All the other actors were way better than her, by the way, which was quite funny. But you know what? Cool. Cool. I'm glad that Abby is either, you know, maybe she's overly confident in her abilities, or more generously, maybe she hires people that she thinks are really great, even if they make her look a little bit worse, because every person in the play was great, except her. She was just okay.
Produced, all the while describing her channel's mission as essentially one of charity. I'm giving away a philosophy degree for free is something she repeats regularly.
You might know that I started PhilosophyTube when the British government tripled the cost of attending university. I thought it was unfair that anyone had to pay to get educated, so I wanted to give away my philosophy degree for free online.
In recent months, this has reached a new level of obscenity as she has started to turn her main channel videos into de facto teaser trailers for paywalled content on Nebula.
So that's what we're going to talk about. Next time, was Nietzsche MAGA? You can see that video right now, ad-free and uncensored, by clicking the link in the description and going to Nebula.
This is so bad faith. Surely this video has been released on his wait, what? Hasn't this already been released on her main channel? Hold on. Am I crazy? Am I about to get punked? Am I about to get punked? What's her fucking name again? PhilosophyTube. Didn't he just have a screenshot of 3 of her videos?
Check out the...
Okay, was Nietzsche woke? Was Nietzsche MAGA? This is the video. This is the video. It was released. What do you mean paywalled content? Do you mean early access? Oh my god, dude. Like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch. Sunday, we agree. I hate this bitch. I fucking hate her, dude. I fucking hate her slop. What's her last good video? What was her last good video? Oh, it's been so long. It's been so long since she had a good video. The trans coming out story was decent, if only because meta. I liked Data. The last PhilosophyTube video I liked was this one, and the last one I liked before that was this one. Jesus Christ. In the last 5 years, she's produced 2 videos I enjoy. Fuck me, I really do hate this bitch. But, my god, man, can you do a better job of killing her? She never did a banger? I agree, she's never had a banger. I said, video I liked. Yeah, she's never hit... Has she ever hit anything cool? Like, I liked the format. What's really annoying is I liked the format of this, and then she never did it again. Probably because it was too high effort. I liked it. I thought it was cool. The point of this video... It was shorter as well. The point of this video was, what was it? It was someone... It was talking about all of the philosophical constructs of data... the abortion one was shit as well. It was talking about all the philosophical constructs around like data and digital rights in the context of a person trying to get into a club who doesn't have ID. And then they keep rewinding to try and beat the bouncer to get past the identification thing. Really cool idea. I love it. Quite arty. It was good. It was good. Like a solid 7, even an 8 out of 10. This one was cool just because kind of cool to like hire a guy that looks like you pre-trans to do like a cool, meta, cool, interesting, nice. Art. The 2 times she did art. She did art twice. Twice she's done art. No other times. 0 other times. What was I yapping about? President Sunday is a bad faith retard.
He emailed him and said, hey, do you want to be the voice of Thomas Jefferson on PhilosophyTube? And he said yes. Right now, on Nebula. That video wouldn't really work on this YouTube channel because I get Nebula.
Okay, so there's a different Thomas Jefferson. Okay, wait, but that's someone else. Wait, hold on, but that's someone else's channel. Nothing to do. Huh?
Go right now, ad-free and uncensored, by clicking the link in the description and going to Nebula. We emailed him and said, hey, do you want to be the voice of Thomas Jefferson on Philosophy Tube? And he said yes. Right now on Nebula. That video wouldn't really work on this YouTube channel because I get Nebula.
Despite their already...
Why have you sliced it up into shit? What the fuck was that about? Okay, whatever. So I don't even know what the point you're trying to make is. I guess it's bad to gatekeep content ever. Do you have extra content on your Patreon, President Sunday, Mr. President? Do you have any deep state slot footage that you're hiding on your fucking Patreon, or do you give every minute of your content away for free? I don't know. I'm not gonna go check. If you don't gatekeep some of your content to make a bit more money, you're kind of stupid, and maybe that's why you're mad that you're not getting paid very well.
Being an obscene amount of money to do nothing but research and make these videos. I'm giving away a philosophy degree for free, my ass. Abigail...
It's donations, yeah, like, you get access to the videos. You do get... Literally, you don't ever have to pay her a fucking penny to watch 50 hours of philosophy content. Is it good? No.
...is being paid...
Sunday has members-only streams? I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I cannot. This sucks, man. I really... I don't love how Sunday did what he does best and ran away after leaving a single comment. I won't lie. I might be wrong here. Maybe I'll rewatch it back and think it's cringe. I think it was very funny to bring my wife to the stream at knife point to say that she's fine with me screaming. I'm glad that Sunday came and did that because I thought that was a good bit. That was a very funny bit. I'm very happy with that bit. I enjoyed that bit. My wife enjoyed that bit. And I look forward to it being taken out of context as further evidence that I'm abusive to my wife.
A ridiculous amount of money to make educational content with the understanding that this is a charitable project that...
God, this video sucks! We're nearly done? There's not been a single good point. I would have loved a good point. The only thing he's done well is regurgitate 30 seconds of bland, basic critique about a bitch none of us like.
She needs that money to produce, and she can't be bothered to do the bare minimum. There's no excuse for this. Actual educators have to get by with vastly fewer resources than Abigail. This is not due to capitalism. This is Abigail's decision because she is selfish, dishonest, lazy, and greedy.
No, this is capitalism. This is yes, this is capitalism.
For a detailed breakdown on just how...
Even before the gender change, I felt like she was trying to be ContraPoints, but without being anything like his Woody. 100%. Listen. The canonical reason for our hatred is, of course, the schizophrenic 4chan conspiracy theory about how Philosophy Tube relates to ContraPoints. Every single person watching this stream implicitly agrees to that conspiracy theory, uncritically, zero evidence required, purely based on vibes. We all believe that that is 100% true in every extent. Any future 4chan post written as a continuation of that conspiracy is also true. Every piece of speculative fiction written about that post is also true. All of it is true, 100% of it, uncritically. I've decided to believe everything, all of it.
Poor Abigail's research is. See my tastefully thumbnailed video, Philosophy Tube is garbage, and here's why.
Okay, I might, I'd rather watch the Brooks video because I had more fun watching Brooks. I have way more respect for Brooks. I had more respect for Sunday, but that's gone off a fucking cliff. What's the last President Sunday video I liked? You know what? I'll actually no. I'll be honest. I've never liked a President Sunday video, and it's not because he's bad. It's just not for me. But this is really justifying my my vibes for sure.
Linked in the
this
description.
Is objectively bad.
But to switch to a more serious point, Abigail has been a little worse than silent concerning Israel's massacre of Palestinian civilians.
Fuck
now, she has publicly signed off.
Fuck off! No! You've not said enough about Palestine. You said it was a genocide, but you haven't jumped through the hoops I require. The reason I'm worse than you, the reason I have fewer viewers than you is because I'm more willing to take a more real stance on the real issues. I'm more willing to burn my clout and my capital in order to create the biggest signal ever. I'm more willing to set myself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in order to make a fucking loud tweet. Fuck all of you guys, Jesus. It's a genocide, and you've done absolutely fucking nothing to help.
Is justifying that silence because it might endanger her acting career to speak up. Meanwhile, major figures...
I liked the Tyler debate where he got too drunk and ended it because his brainwash was mush. Thank you. That's the last thing I watched that President Sunday did that was objectively hilarious. Also, President Sunday, this sucks as well because here's another frustrating thing I have. President Sunday was smart enough. He's one of very few people who genuinely could fucking rape Destiny in a debate. He could fucking rinse him. He won on that debate he had with Destiny on the academia stuff. President Sunday was objectively correct about reality, kicked his fucking ass, but unfortunately his other urges, his other drives constantly hamstrung him. He ran away from Destiny as well because he got caught in a silly moral trap and he wanted to look Giga Chad. He started schizoing out and freaking the fuck out and hating Superman. You're right. Thank you. What I was gonna say actually was that President Sunday was powerful. He's one of the few people who could take on Destiny and win. And I feel like he constantly ended up getting in his own way for a bunch of different reasons. When he probably could have done more damage to Destiny a lot earlier if he just sucked it up and focused on killing his enemies instead of serving his own gross internal drives.
Figures in the industry are making bold statements.
Oh, so the play was really okay? It was
concerning
okay, yeah.
the genocide and condemning those who have made themselves complicit. In her most recent video, Abigail apparently was feeling the heat because she tried to both sides the genocide in Gaza.
I am aware that Israeli scholars have their responses, that the US and Israel are not the only countries to instantiate this pattern, or something very close to it.
How's that both sides? I'm aware that Israeli scholars have made responses. In other words, she's saying, I've read your fucking Israeli sources, don't send them to me. I'm aware that other countries have done the same thing.
And that a proper treatment of this subject would need to be done at length with due concern for the global rise in anti-Semitic hate crime that we've seen over the last few years.
This is the least objectionable take ever. If you want to do a video on Israel-Palestine, probably you need to include the anti-Semitism because it's a big part of the story. Israel uses the anti-Semitism as a shield in order to help facilitate their atrocities and genocide. Are you saying that you wouldn't do a video that included any mention of anti-Semitism? When it's like a critical function of the entire way that the Israeli state is able to conduct a genocide out in open?
You know, we can talk about the murder of tens of thousands of innocent children in Gaza, but we have to do so while keeping in mind the feelings of North Americans with a perpetual victim complex.
Why are we throwing in aristocracy? Is Philosophy Tube related to aristocracy in some way, or are you just bringing up a random dipshit? Aristocracy is a retard. What?
Complex.
I hate that people like President Sunday are so shit and stupid and bad faith that they make me defend people I hate even more than him. This sucks, man. Fuck!
User on Abigail's subreddit made a long essay post inquiring as to why Abigail can't even make a signal statement in any capacity condemning the
I'm so bored of this. Make your statement, make your statement, make your statement. What does this do?
genocide. Abigail locked the thread.
The only cheaper might be Dropout TV or the Patreon of Ponscums. Yeah. Yeah, literally. Honestly, like, Nebula's a better deal than Ponscum Sheep Tier. Like, you could get the same... You can get way more content for the same price. And I will continue to defend Dropout. From what I hear, they pay people very well. Their content is good and weird and artistic. They allow for, like, weird avant-garde shit. Vanessa 3000 is a great stand-up show. Becoming Scarlett Johansson is a great stand-up show. These are weird things you would never find on Netflix or even YouTube. Very base, very cool. Eris is talking about Bad Empanada, by the way. I don't give a fuck. Oh, actually, no, wait. Maybe I give a fuck. Hold on.
Signals when he do so while keeping in mind the feelings of...
I haven't spoken about this before, but an anti-Semite post painted a large red Hamas triangle on my home a few months ago. The police arrested him, but were forced to release him because the people in power had decided hate crimes against Jews were freedom of expression. This sounds insane. This sounds so insane that I'm just not going to believe it on its face. I don't believe... Like, I would need an extraordinary amount of evidence. I also have no idea why President Sunday would post this. I don't understand.
North America.
I have no idea. I have no idea. No idea.
With a perpetual victim.
Did you know Ponscum has a Patreon? I did know that.
Complex.
Did you know that you can spend $5 to increase the death timer? Don't get complacent. Bad Empanada painted a triangle in her house. I have no idea. That sounds insane. I don't care. I don't care. I hate aristocracy. I hate Bad Empanada. I hate President Sunday. I hate Philosophy Tube. Somehow I'm the hope-pilled one. I don't know how this is happening.
Here on Abigail's subreddit made a long essay
I want to like
post
people. So I initially imagine that they are being satirical about things and think just like me, but they don't because I'm insane. Yeah, I'm very forgiving. I'm very forgiving of people, I think. I really do believe that everyone is beautiful, and every single human being I ever speak to at a party, I find something I really, really love about them, and I'm glad that they exist. And I feel the same way about everyone that I'm critiquing as well, except... Fuck, no, I think I believe that about everyone. Wow, I'm really gay. Yeah, sorry guys. No, I don't actually want anyone to die. But I do want President Sunday to make better posts. I do want him to post better.
Inquiring as to why Abigail can't even make a signal statement in any capacity condemning the genocide, Abigail locked the thread. When I consider this in the light of other Nebula users, like FD Signifier for instance, making soft attacks on progressives for being too loud and distracting while raising awareness about the mass murder of children.
And I just need people to have more self-control so...
Oh my god, if you are more soy than FD Signifier, you've really gone too far. I actually like FD Signifier. I think his videos are well made. I enjoy his videos. He's got clearly got a great editor. He's a good writer. He's charismatic. I really enjoy him. Many of his takes I disagree with, but I really enjoy watching FD Signifier, despite the fact that he's incredibly cringe and soy. Yeah, he's good. But if you are more soy than this guy, you've gone off the fucking deep end, mate. Like, this is crazy. He's such a, FD Signifier is such a little bitch when it comes to, like, basically when it comes to white progressives. He just fucking, like, every time he talks about any other white progressive, it's embarrassing. This sucks.
That we don't have black liberals and Palestinians being the face of this conflict for a week. That is a tragedy.
When I consider this frankly disgusting behavior, claims that Nebula pressures associated creators to remain neutral in Palestine begin to make a lot of sense.
Most of you probably know I've been working with another streaming platform for a number of years. In fact, I was one of the founding members. But after Israel's recent escalation of their genocide in Gaza...
oh god, this Means TV, Jesus Christ. Have you guys seen this? Means TV... Look at the fucking... We got all the heavy hitters here. We got Non-Compete, we got Luna Oi and her dipshit hubbo. We've got Second Thought of, you know, Hassan stream fame. We got Hakeem of being retarded fame. We've got her, don't know who she is. Probably retarded if she's on this platform. Don't know these people. The Marxist Project, yeah. Shit me, fuck, god. All this stuff looks ugly and badly produced. Sees the memes with teenage stepdad, okay. Street Fight, the TV show. Now, someone in chat, any moment now, someone in chat is going to say, Unlearning Economics just moved to this platform. And you're right, I am sad about it. And instinctively, my first instinct was to scream at him. And then I decided, you know what, maybe he can make them less retarded if he joins them. There you go, hi Herlubu, hi. Yes, I caught you, yes, I saw it coming. Yes, maybe he can make them less retarded. I have such faith in Unlearning Economics. He's such a Chad. He's so based. I feel like maybe he'll be a good addition to Means TV, and I understand why he might have joined. And if they offered for us to join, I would say yes, because it would, you know, I don't know, we'd make money, and maybe we could make them less retarded. I don't want to be mean, but like shit, it's really ugly.
I was asked to either make a both sides statement or leave the platform. I wasn't willing to compromise my principles for...
I don't believe that you were forced to make a both sides statement by Nebula. I believe that you were not allowed to signal something along the lines of from the river to the sea. I imagine that they didn't want you to say globalize the Intifada or babies are colonists.
For business optics, so we parted ways as amicably as possible.
And with the immense amount of capital being purposed towards laundering Israel's reputation because of its actions in Gaza, the incentives are obvious. These people aren't concerned about maintaining faith with leftists and progressives. They want to keep doors open to mainstream celebrity and access to the immense amounts of capital that are currently flowing in their direction.
Total speculation. Also, I wouldn't normally make like a comment on anti-Semitism because I do think that gets overblown. But all of these leftist creators are leaving the door open for Jew money to flood in is a crazy statement. You think Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints are waiting for that Jew money? Waiting for that gold of Zion? Really? Jesus.
Let me be clear about what I am saying. These leftist influencers are capitulating with the murderers of tens of thousands. These leftist influencers are capitulating with the mirror about
Real
what I am
voice.
saying. These leftist influencers
Real voice. Hee hee. That's me. That's me saying President Sunday's voice is bad. That's me, Smugbug, screamy, high-pitched guy, Smugbug, saying that President Sunday's, God-given baritone in exchange for his balding, very well earned. He's paid the devil's price for the booming voice and earned every semitone of it. Saying his voice is cringe. Don't
are
transvestigate him.
capitulating
I will never.
with the murderers of tens of thousands of children for the sake of their own upward mobility.
Okay, there's just no evidence for this. You've made zero arguments that accommodate this. That's
Which
it.
raises an important
Okay.
question. Why do leftists let them do it?
I really. Has he gotten lazy? Has he stopped? Oh no, guys, chat. We figured it out. This is it. This is another one. He's been eaten by AI. I'm calling it. I'm not saying that this was written by AI. I'm saying that President Sunday got more retarded, and he's got more retarded because he's leaning on AI too much. I can see it. He'll never admit it. It's completely unfalsifiable. But no, the signs are there. He was smarter. Every time you see someone decline mentally this quickly, oh my god, it's it. This is it. It's the robots. It is the robots. Yeah. I think his his brain's been slopped. None of these connect. None of these points connect very well. What I might guess. Okay, I'm not saying he wrote this with AI, but you know what? I wonder if he drops this shit in Claude AI. I wonder if he drops the script into Claude and he's like, is this good? Give me a critique of it. Tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm good. Tell me I'm good. What do you think of this? He's new to video essays. Is that true? Okay, that could be it. But I think he's smarter than that. I've never seen him be this shit. I think he's getting feedback from AI. The reason, by the way, I'm gonna pull back the curtain. The reason my articles are good is not because of me, okay? The reason my articles are good is because I have 6 to 12 people who are all incredibly intelligent, way smarter than me. I send the early drafts of my essays. You know who you are, sweeties. I send early drafts of my essays to these incredibly intelligent people, and they give me really, really good feedback. And I use that feedback to make my writing better, and I produce something that's better than what I could have produced on my own. My first draft is never as good as the drafts that I make as a result of their incredible help and support, and I love them very much. And if they ever want credit, I'm happy to give it to them, but I know most of them would rather kind of chill in the background. So I appreciate you and I love you. That's what you should be doing. Never use AI. Use it to build human connection. Send your essays to people. Do you know what? I've sent 4 of my essays to Erin, and you know what Erin does? She puts them in ChatGPT, and then she sends me what ChatGPT responds as, just to fuck with me. But you have to take the bad with the good, okay? You have to accept some rejection in order to get some real feedback. Erin is evil. Her brain's been cooked by Labubu's and TikTok. I had to stop watching Mr. Girl because of his AI obsession, his black hole obsession. Funnily enough, when I was talking about physics crackpots, guys who misunderstand analogies, and think they're smarter than science because they've mistaken the analogy for the actual, I was literally keeping Mr. Girl's black hole obsession in my mind the entire time. That's exactly what I was referring to. Exactly the same. Mr. Girl is a very intelligent dude who has mistaken the stories and narratives that physicists tell in order to help you understand something as the actual theory, and so he thinks he's smarter than them because he's found holes in the theory and created his own theory to explain the analogies better. Very disappointing. You need mathematics. You need mathematics to understand physics, and I'll never claim to understand it.
Why do the progressive audiences of ContraPoints and PhilosophyTube and etc. bend over backwards to defend these privileged, self-serving assholes while they throw the same marginalized people they built their platforms off of, advocating for, under the bus to protect their egos
zero
and
effective
to stuff
arguments
their
here,
wallets?
like nothing to latch onto.
Why does this happen so often in the left? And I think I have an answer. It's because there is no such thing as the left.
Oh dear.
When we refer to the left, what we're actually referring to is whatever and whoever is...
Where did Oscar go? Oscar's not involved in the writing, okay? He does the drawings.
currently standing counter to
I force him to draw me funny little helmets and swords and draw abs on me.
power. This position can be taken over by anyone. Everyone exists either in line with capital or against it, and people or movements who are once against capital can move in line with it, and sometimes vice versa. What makes us vulnerable to being taken advantage of by charlatans like the people we've been looking at in this video, what we are ultimately lacking in, is an affirmative leftist movement. Because right now, labels like leftist or progressive are just forms of branding people adopt when it suits their needs, and then slough off again whenever they get in line with capital. Every countercultural movement does this. That's why it works the way it does, and that's why we've been left behind. It's no different than saying we're pop rock versus hard rock. All of these people have moved so that their interests are wholly aligned with capital directly, and because of that, they are willing propagandists against those who challenge.
Okay. Hyper charitable. You could argue that all of these leftists have actually moved in line with capital. Capital consumes all. If you want to survive, if you want to grow power, if you want to get money, power, respect, and use that to change things, you probably have to move in line with capital. You need to move in line with the flows of power, and you need to redirect that power. There isn't really a strong alternative at the moment. I think you probably do just have to follow the flow. If a big network offers you a TV show, you take it. If a celebrity offers to come on your show and they've said something problematic before, you take it. If Ground News offers to sponsor you, you take it. You take the money, you try and siphon that off of the corporate backers, and you try and turn it into eking out a leftist existence or producing leftist content, creating stuff that means something different to what they want it to mean. Subverting the existing power, trying to get hold of it and turn it into something better. That's better than doing what you're doing, which is to create illogical slop content that makes the viewer feel intelligent. I will not be able to Superman if I read the comments to this video, will I? We'll read
power
comments.
Dubiously claiming that it is for the sake of organization and pragmatics that the truth must wait to be told. But as Felix Guattari wrote, the work of revolutionaries is not to carry words, to have things said, to transport or transmit models and pictures. Their work is to tell the truth where they are. No more and no less, without exaggeration and without tricks. How is this work of truth recognized? It's very simple. There is a way that works every time. Revolutionary truth is something that doesn't piss you off, something you want to be involved in, that takes away your fear, that gives you strength, that makes you ready to go full tilt no matter what, even if it kills you.
I don't see any of this in what Sunday's done, and I also think that he's attacking people that are attempting to do this. I agree that Philosophy Tube sucks at this. I agree that ContraPoint's Instagram post was not this. But you know what? I disagree that ContraPoint's take was fully Doomer. I think she was attacking Doomers. I don't think anyone is more Doomer on the left now than the fucking pro-Palestine people, the people who are screaming about genocide and getting nothing done over it. I think that those people are... Why did the chat die? Let's have a look here. What have I done? What have I fucked up?
The truth is not for theory and organization. Theory and organization only get involved after the truth appears. And I never thought I'd be saying this, but kudos to fucking Hasan Piker. He's more in line with capital than any of these frauds, and yet despite that...
Based! Oh no, oh my god, no, he's fallen for the trap. He fell for the meme. Hasan Piker is literally just all signal. He's all signifier, no substance. He's a fashion streamer. He's politics as fashion streamer. Are you seriously falling for Hasan? Oh no. Oh, that's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. I love Hasan, by the way. I think that Hasan is doing great things for the left. I think that he's moved the Overton window in ways that are, broadly speaking, quite helpful. I would be incredibly embarrassed if I was President Sunday mistaking him just doing pro-Palestine fashion streaming for genuine activism. That's so embarrassing. You know for sure that he's confused. There we go. Why are we doubling? Are we doubling? We doubling? Yay, double. Yeah, I see what I see. If I do this, and then live chat, and then do that, and then test, there we go. I like Hasan for other reasons. I think he's highly competent. I like that he's good at stealing time and attention away from more evil people. He says a lot of dumb shit. His pro-Palestine stuff is cringe, but he's pretty okay at shifting the Overton window and stuff. And basically, you know what? He helps left-wing men have sex, and I think that's important. I think that's important. He gives everyone a shared language and culture they can use to identify each other out in the wild through the cringe social signifiers. mostly, unfortunately, due to based around pro-Palestine now, so that lefties can fuck. And you know what? If you go up to like 90% of left-wing men, you will find out that they have no problem fucking people. And if you go up to 90% of single right-wing men, you'll find out that they are really struggling to fuck people. And you know what? I think Hassan is one of the big reasons why.
That
he's such a bitch, though. He's a massive bitch.
Still saying the things that need to be said. Is he kind of dumb sometimes? Absolutely. But he's also doing the thing that needs to be done, even if it hurts his business, even if it offends him.
It's a shame that President Sunday likes Hassan for the wrong reasons, because I feel like this is a rare position amongst the left, amongst our kind of toxic little part. You know what? I guess I can break bread with Sunday over Hassan, but I think we like him for completely different reasons.
I really hate to say this, but Hassan is actually the model. He will speak truth to power, imperfectly, stupidly sometimes, but whether or not it aligns with his capital interests, and I have to respect that. And bluntly, names.
So you want him to do worse. You want him to do worse at accumulating capital and power, despite being a leftist. You don't want him to succeed. You just want him to be the most correct possible at all times. You are unwilling to ever use subversion, despite the fact that you are happy to use it in your personal life and within your... Like, seriously? This is... Oh my god.
Someone else in this space you can say that about. Hassan is doing the thing. That being said, in conclusion, we need to stop placing our hope in public figures and social influencers, in big individuals whose power and prestige ultimately...
This is true. You need to place your hope in groups. You should be looking towards people like Dreg's Canadian Cultural Research Unit, the CCCRU. You should be looking at the Pond Scum Collective. You should be looking at art groups and people who are coming together in real life or sharing amongst a group of people in order to produce good shit. Dropout, I think, is actually not a bad example of this as well, although they're probably a bit more capitalist. Yeah, you should be looking towards those kind of groups of people who are not just saying the right things, but doing right by each other and trying to build art together and try and make meaning together.
Ultimately reduced their privileged place with respect to capital. And when you pragmatically throw your support behind a public figure, pay close attention to their actions and who they break bread with. There's an old joke. If there's a Nazi at the table and 10 other people sitting there talking to him, you got a table with 11 Nazis.
Was this AI generated, or are you this fucking lame?
When you as a private person engage with someone like a friend or a family member with toxic political views, that is engaging another human being who has been formed by their environment to have toxic political views, and that is a part of changing hearts and minds to better ways of thinking. When this is done in public by figures with tremendous amounts of social and actual...
Okay, he's making a distinction about interpersonally convincing people. Good.
Capital. Nice. That's not what's going on. What you are in fact witnessing is these people preparing an escape hatch in broad daylight to what appears to them to be more fertile fields for generating fame and profit. That's what we in the business call networking. And when so-called leftist influencers do it with fascists, or with people who are outwardly contrary to the values of...
Who's done this? What? You don't get to group FD Signifier, ContraPoints, Philosophy Tube, Brianna Wu, Keffels, Destiny, Vosh, all in the same bucket, and then use vague-ass fucking terms like network with fascists. Are you just talking about Brianna Wu? Everyone knows Brianna Wu's not a fucking leftist. She's a fucking lib. She's not even a she's a Zionist. She's center-right. She's barely a Democrat. She's to the right of a lot of Democrats. This is why I hate Brianna Wu so much. She's just such an easy target that people like President Sunday are willing to waste time, energy, effort, and fucking clout capital on attacking her when she's literally designed to be a straw man. She literally is powered. She's powered by rage and hate. That is from day one.
To the people they claim to represent.
Nightmare blunt rotation. Thank you, Edward.
They are doing it in preparation to betray them. We need to be smarter, and we need to look out for each other. And a part of that is not letting ourselves get swept up into the cults of personality of people who fundamentally do not care about us.
Did I just get an announcement for a Strader Raid stream? Live right now, ignore Smugbug. Reacting with Pisco?
As always,
I'll raid into her, but I won't like it.
And take care.
How fucking dare she? Well, we got 20 minutes. We'll raid into her after the stream. Oh. Special thanks to Netanyahu's top guy for saving us again. Who's Netanyahu's top guy? Okay. if you're a President Sunday fan, I'm really sorry. You should expect better from your creators. I hope the Discord is worth it. I hope that I'm sure there are lots of very cool people in his Discord. They should hang out in the pond instead. Very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. That sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry, President Sunday fans. That's a real bummer. Okay. Well, we've got 20 minutes left. Are we looking at this AI, Brooks AI video, or does anyone else want to... Someone donate to not raid Aaron? I mean, I don't know if there's any other options this late at night, but maybe. Maybe! Okay, we got 20 minutes. Fine, we can move on from President Monday. Yep. On to Smug Sunday. Brooks AI. Fine, we're doing Brooks AI. Fine. Where's the fucking video? Whee! Thank you, Help Puppy. Thank you. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, which one? I'm gonna do the one Help Puppy donated for, because he's a really cool guy and I love him. Oh no. Okay, I don't want to be bad faith though. I really want to be careful here because
it will be on our...
Yo, Dota 2. Oh, OpenAI, okay. I don't want to be bad faith here. I don't want to review videos of Brooks doing things that are cringe that he knows are cringe. On second thought, this is a pretty unfortunate look. That's a pretty bad start, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Let's be hyper charitable again. I'm gonna lock it in. Superman. Okay. Alright. Okay. So, Brooks is an anarchist. Many anarchists were kind of formed in the, cybernetics tradition. And there's definitely a version of crypto and NFTs that could have been very liberatory. Anyone with 3 brain cells to rub together could have seen instantly, as I did, and most people with 3 brain cells to rub together did, that it would be immediately co-opted by the worst of the worst, and basically die an ignoble death nearly immediately, and attempting to fucking tourniquet the bleed of, cash flow from innocents being scammed into grifters' big money bags was basically futile, and all you can do is just make sure that everyone knows that crypto is associated with grifting and scamming. But there are naive people in this world, and there are naively positive ways you could have used these technologies. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. This was 3 years ago. Maybe I've changed a lot in 3 years as well. So I don't feel so good about looking at this, because this is not a representation of his modern views. I'm basically happy enough to say he once did a podcast with a very cringe NFT man, and I'm happy to move on. Let's look at this video from 1 year ago, which I suppose Brooks is involved with. Let's have a look what's going on here. It's only 4 minutes. How about stop burning the rainforest? Okay, do I really have to? Why must everything be done with nuance? Okay. Every time you use ChatGPT, it uses a bit of water. It's not that much. The real cost is that the training superclusters, the process of training the next model, is incredibly expensive from an environmental perspective. It's so expensive that you will need about a city's worth of an American city's worth of power to generate one of these fucking superclusters that are being built in the near future. Now, the only way to get that power is going to be, quickly enough, is to spin up more natural gas drilling, which is bad for our climate goals. I do think that Doom is on the horizon from a climate perspective, in part because AI is just going to continue to accelerate in terms of power usage. That's very, very bad. Very, very bad. Very, very bad. Very unfortunate, very, very bad. Okay? That said, please don't buy into the thing of, like, rainforests burning by AI. Like, please try and be precise.
Artificial intelligence has been kind of all over the news for the last few months. Ultimately, when we start talking about AI, obviously the first thing we need to talk about is how it's in service to freeing play. Play itself, as we've talked about, is the thing that happens during the beginning and ends of a match, a game. A magic circle is created and it disappears over and over and over as people play.
Magic circle is the concept of like a boundaried space in which you play. It's basically like the conceits that you're willing to adopt in order to participate in a game, competition, whatever.
Chess as they play Go, as they play Dota, as they play Counter-Strike, or games that will be on our platform. Hopefully all of those. As we talk about freeing play.
Brooks, while I think that your video was bad and I'm very disappointed, if you play Dota 2, we should totally hook up. We should play. We should debate. We should debate while we do a 1v1 mid. That would be sick.
Keeping that magic circle strong. Artificial intelligence gives us a really interesting set of ways for us to harden that magic circle and keep it strong. When we talk about how AI has been used in the past, chess is probably the most famous one with Deep Blue and IBM taking on everything. How it learned what it was doing is actually pretty simple. It took all of the data from all the rounds of chess that had been made and probabilistically figured out the best ways to play. This is actually what all AI ultimately is, as we know it today, all the way to large language models like ChatGPT. It's probabilistic based on previous data. So when we take a round or dozens of rounds or hundreds or thousands and we shrink it down to just the data points, what can we do with that? Well, this recent week, we've actually announced and released our white paper on the efforts we're making internally to utilize this. The first is far more like those old sort of chess systems in Deep Blue. The ability for a player to take all of their own data, let me make sure you own it, and to take those magic circles that are now collapsed into just those data and turn them into clones, turn them into versions of themselves that they can use for other people to train on, they can train themselves against.
Well, I guess that white paper didn't survive, huh? That's a shame. I would have liked to read that.
One of my favorite versions of this that's ever been done is the amiibo for Smash Brothers. If you ever get a chance, it's worth sort of fighting amiibos against each other or seeing how you can train one up. This is a different way for us to talk about that magic circle. Because commonly, when we talk about monetizing games, we talk about breaking this setup. But if we can harden this and we can have that data turn into a clone that you then have the control to train, to rent, to sell, to have other people train against, it's a way for not only you, but the game developers themselves to monetize around the game rather than the game itself.
What? Betrayed a clone to play for you? Huh?
Giving us a chance again to keep play free in every meaning of the word. Now this works.
Why would I, huh? Okay. I'm gonna bail on this, and the reason is because I work in tech, and I am a corpo bro, and I am super willing to lie, cheat, and steal in order to make money in that environment. I would happily lie to any investor, misrepresent whatever. This is so tied up in a very serious business project that he's doing that I can't really take this as a fair representation of his real views. So I'm actually just gonna bail on this. I don't think I cannot blame a man for trying to get a bag. So I'm not, I can't judge this. This does suck, but I do a lot of things that I have to I do a lot of things that sucks in my day job as well. I mean, it's disappointing, but it's only disappointing in the sense that I'm seeing a very intelligent guy sell slop. But I'm a very intelligent guy who has to sell slop sometimes, and that's why it makes me sad, is because I have to do it too. So I'm just gonna move on from this. I don't think I can't put any critique down on this. This seems like I won't blame him. It's not even a big deal. It's just a bit disappointing that we all have to do this to survive. Oh god, I'm really getting doomed. Jesus, yeah, we've hit the 1 a.m. I remember when I said I was gonna cry by 2 a.m. There you go. That would cost another $20 to get us to 2 a.m. where I will definitely cry. Why are you making this sad? I'm sorry. We hit that point in the night. You know this happens. If I stream for too long, I get sad. It's fine. I'm gonna go. My song has so many layers now. Yeah, true. Okay, no, Superman. I got sad. What the fuck? How do I make myself unsad? What's the least? I'm gonna get a little drink. What's the least sad Pond Scum song? Or should I play the sad one? Yeah, I'll take a quick break. I'll pause the timer. I'll go grab a drink. It is a cognito hazard to solo stream. You're right. That's so true. Play my song against the saddest. Yeah, but your song is only sad because you gave it so you lent it so much context. But we've already played your song. Mina's pretty good. But Wiz asked for it, so that's an automatic fail. Yeah, alright, fine. We'll do Mina. Okay, I'll be right back. Ignorant kind of bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ignorant kind of bitch, I just want to fuck up shit.
just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. She took over. She took over. She took over. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. Ich nicht keine Bitch, I just want to fuck up shit. She take over. She take over. She take over. Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid? Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid? Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid? Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid? Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid? Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid? Ich hab es gemacht zum fucked up shit oder haben sie fucked up kid?
Suffer also play my song. I humbly request none of this money goes to feeding waste. They can go to it instead. Turn to thy side.
I'm just a don't know where to run, sticking out your thumb. Take the first ride that comes along. Driving by the sea, miss the forest for the trees. Feel new energies come along. Found a place to call home. Found a place to call home, a place to call home. Now I'm channeling the energies, manifesting psychic destiny. This wasn't where I thought I'd learn. You'd love me even if I was a worm. Now I'm channeling the energies, manifesting psychic destiny. This wasn't where I thought I'd learn. You love me even if I was a worm. Breathing in the role of a lifetime, playing out a script, need my next line. Face out to the crowd, straighten up and beat their brows. Oh, I gotta be shrivel in the heat, twitching around, looking for what I see you next year. See you next year. See you next year. I won't be here. I won't be here.
times coinciding with him stealing the fish. No! My money maker! Don't worry, chat. I've been empowered. I've been empowered. I'm gonna fight him. Ah! I just need to get one good hit. He's dead. Yay, we did it.
Cheeto crawling through the code. He's surfing on the bandwidth. Autistic.
That's for the next break. Holy shit, the time has been extended for another hour. Thank you so much for the generosity, everyone. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Duckbringer. What an incredible act of generosity, helping support the stream. We all appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much. I am very, very sleepy. I'm very EP. But I'm contractually obligated to continue, so it is what it is. I guess we're doing the fucking Brooks AI video in full now. God help us all. We're all gonna die. Smug and Wiz always give us the all-action finish we crave. Nope, not a finish. Duckbringer has paid for another hour of the stream. Oh well. Paid by the hour, work by the hour. Let's fucking go! We commit. Alright, we commit. Alright. What you mean, huh? Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll have a chance to listen to that a little bit later. Okay, Christ. Here we go. That won't even be here for because you're flying. Where are you flying to? Subathon. Yeah, impromptu subathon. Very unfortunate. Sundathon. Sundaython. There we go. Smugathon. Man, Smugathon was right there. Why? I really is late. It's getting late. This is not good. This is bad for me. I hope someone calls in and helps me out because I'm really solo in this shit. This is gonna be a little rough. This is gonna be a little bit of a tough time. Oh boy. Okay. Let's pull up. Let's see. Oh yeah, sorry. It was the AI video. So the one that Olive recommended was this one, which is an hour and 13 minutes 2 weeks ago. Well, this is gonna be, but okay. So here's my problem: is that I feel like I know how LLMs work, and I feel like if this is just a video on the technicalities of understanding how LLMs work, I'm gonna be very annoyed and bored. So back home from Resi's house. Oh, you haven't left yet. Oh, I hope you had fun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the shit show happening right as you guys were hanging out.
Wow.
How'd you get?
I like this intro. I like the vibes. Jesus. Oh, Alberta Tech does not understand. This is a stream. This isn't a video essay. Are we sure this is the one we want to watch, or is there another AI video that's better? Anyone? What shit show? You mean the free entertainment? Yes, the free entertainment shit show. Yes. That's philosophy. Let me see the dichotomy of material, cybernetics, and the origin of information. Or should we watch? Because I watched a bit of this. I literally don't remember a single fucking thing about it. Is this really the one we want to watch? Are we sure? The Quant Soldier song is good. I'll play it in the next break. The Brooks Sub is interesting. The most I've ever seen Resi pay attention to your content. Yeah, that's because I'm not usually sincerely theory posting. Only on Smug Sundays, because guess what? Wiz has been holding me back this entire time, okay? Alright, I'm a fucking gamer. This motherfucker wants to talk about Superman. I'm the big thinkies. Alright, I guess we'll look at this. and if it's too frustrating or annoying, you know what? Brooks puts out good streamer content. Impressive. His aesthetic is good. His thumbnails are pretty good for what he's doing. I think it signals leftist meme pretty well. The vibes are decent. I'd love a video. Oh, is he criticizing Angela Collier? I bet he's criticizing her free will essay, which fucking sucked. I hated her video on free will. That was really shit. So I imagine we'll just agree on that. So I'm just gonna assume that this video is based, because I imagine we probably approach that from the same sense. Brooks knows how to do art. Yeah. Brooks is solid. He stole my rainbow vomit aesthetic. Yeah, it does look very rainbow vomity. Yeah, that's fine. I stole the wiggle. This is mine now. We all share in this artistic project together. Let's see. Watch the Angela video. No, it's 17 minutes. Okay. I feel like I really owe Hell Puppy a good AI video. If Hell Puppy's still in chat, and you yap if you say something, then I'll switch to the AI video. But this is only 18 minutes, so we might have time to do multiple.
One of the great pitfalls in discourse.
I love Angela Collier, but every time she talks about politics or anything, I'm like, a little bit. It's like a bit nails on chalkboard. That's fine. I love her. She's cool. Like every other person on the planet, as soon as she starts talking about outside of her area of expertise, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not super sure, but we'll see.
This is how language conditions us.
I attribute your use of filters in season 2 Ponscum entirely to me. I think that's fair. I think you were a strong influence. I'm willing to admit that.
Us, without our awareness that it's happening.
Although we did download the plugin, we would just be too lazy to use it.
It's something weaponized, often politically against underclasses. But I'm not really sure it's intentionally weaponized.
Oh, that's his music in the background.
Tough to use that wording. How we talk is powerful.
Oh, her Feynman videos were fucking sick. Oh, that was such a good... That is good. That's a good politics video.
Filled with power, and the way we work through problems is itself the biggest problem of our time. Take the question of how a person might achieve work-life balance. You'll hear people with careers in white-collar jobs talk about this, how they are working to take these two parts of their lives and figure out how to have just the right amount of each.
Love you,
the question itself creates the framing of answers that always work within a system denoted, because baked into it is an idea that work and life
I hope I like this video. This already feels like it's going
the
in
same
that direction.
thing. That you are not always in life or not always in work. The relationship between the two isn't the question here.
Destiny in his chat hated her Feynman video. That makes so much sense, because they are literally just the natural evolution of the Feynman bros. That's fucking awesome. You could not ask for a more obvious signal that she's correct. That Destiny and his chat fucking hated it. That makes so much sense.
The question should be, what the hell is work? What the hell is life? You see this when people talk about, should we trust AI? It's another version of this, the question that takes this crazy broad concept. AI, it's like a billion different fucking things that it could be, from science fiction to like...
Wait, who is... Okay, I don't want to just be critical, but who's asking if we should trust AI? No one... I think everyone universally, you ask any layman on the street, and if you say, should you trust AI, they will say, no, it hallucinates. But then if you go home and you were to watch them through the window, you would see them trusting AI. Do you see what I mean? I think the message that AI hallucinates has definitely made it to the masses, but the behavior hasn't changed. In the same way that people haven't changed their behavior when it comes to, like, TikTok, right? If you ask someone, oh, does TikTok rot my brain? 100%. I was at a party the other week, and I was talking to a bunch of girls who are friends of my sister, and they've all got TikToks, and they're all fairly prominent on them. Like they're fairly influential on like the fashion scene. And I asked them, I was like, I was making fun of them a little bit for using TikTok, and I was like, oh yeah, that brain rot, and they were all like, yeah, the brain rot, it's terrible, and I'm like, oh, okay, but you guys will watch it, and they're all like, yeah, we watch like 2 hours of brain rot a day, and I'm like, you know that's killing you, and they're like, yeah, we know, but like, It's brain rot. I just sometimes I need brain rot. You know, like everyone knows. We have an abundance of information. There's very few parts of life that we're not there's very few things we do these days that we don't know are bad for us. Right? Like almost every decision you make that's bad for your health, you are aware it's bad for your health, but you don't have the cognitive power, you don't have the drive, you don't have the the capacity to do the correct thing, to make the correct decision, right? But you know it's bad for you.
Shitty LLMs.
So I don't know if this is...
Trust is ephemeral. What the fuck? But it puts them together in a way that you can't get at anything that matters. My favorite of these, though, is, what's the meaning of life? Built into that sentence is a presumption.
The meaning of life is to find something that you love doing, do it to the best of your ability, and then share it with a community. There you go. That was easy. Can we skip the video?
Assumption that there's already a meaning to be discovered. Like,
there is. I found it. You're welcome. Enjoy. Take that home. Take that to the bank, Brooks. You're welcome. Solve that one for you.
An answer somewhere sitting like a riddle that you have to eat the popsicle stick to get. As long as we do the work.
No, just watch the Ponscom podcast.
There's answers waiting for us. And so, Angela Collier, one of the better science communicators, is right to be really frustrated with this free will debate.
And all the media I consumed about free will failed to do one thing. It failed to convince me that the question of free will is even an interesting or fun thing to think about at all.
But she's missing a little bit about why it's such a dead end, and I wanted to help add a little bit to her video.
Oh, okay, this is it. Wow. Oh my god, is this literally going to be the video that sort of conveys all of the things I would rather Brooks be doing? 4 weeks ago. This is recent. Okay. He's using Angela Collier as a framing device in order to expand on her point instead of tear her down. This is brilliant, and it's 3.5K views. It's only like 1.5K fewer views than his Michael Burns video. This is already looking
She
better.
did a great job for her stuff, but the problem isn't that physicists and philosophers are bad at their job.
6 hours of A-logging, Brooks. We do not A-log, okay? All right? I would not watch someone that I didn't believe had potential, or that either we watch people, or rather, the reason I watch people is because I want to learn something. I want to learn something about the way they're doing something. This is why am I doing this meta thing? Who fucking cares?
Jobs. They fucking really are, though, often.
I want to watch it.
The problem
Shut up.
Is that the concept itself conditions any discussion to be problematic from the jump.
Yeah, that's what he's usually doing. I think he just got really mad at Michael Burns. That's so disappointing, though. I hate when really intelligent people get so biased that they just run off half-cocked. Like, I don't think this happens to me that often. Maybe it does. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell when it happens to you. That's why. This is why you can't do it alone. Everyone needs a fucking whiz. Everyone needs a whiz looking for every opportunity to jump down your throat and call you retarded. You need a check and balance. You need friends. You need a community. You need someone working beside you who will call you out for being retarded, who's looking for opportunities to criticize you. You need that. Otherwise, I think you fall into unfortunate traps by kind of working solo. Mog laughing is great. I've never called you that. Shut up. Liar. Yeah, there you go. See, look at him. Look at him.
So let's start with...
Wait, what's this Discord? DGQC. Okay.
So let's start with the common debate of this. Free will or determinism? Do you choose your choices freely, or are your choices purely the illusion?
I'm a determinist. I think that everything's deterministic. The only way that affects my life is that I'm very forgiving of people, because I feel like most people arrive at behaviors and drives that they didn't themselves pick out. And I hold that as a contradictory, overlapping, subjective frame with the idea that people can be catastrophically evil as a result of those drives, and you start to treat them like they're evil, but you also have to forgive them. It's not that's. I feel like that's the only conclusion you can come to. And once you've resolved that, which doesn't take long because it's not high IQ, you go on with the rest of your life as normal and living 99.999% of situations the exact same. It doesn't feel that deep to me, and I'm sure he agrees. But that's just it just builds a bit of forgiveness into your character. You accept that people were made the way they are, not by choice. They didn't have the agency to decide what their personality was going to be.
Of choice, and you are simply enacting the result of a long linear line of interactions that are physically determined. Both of these sides, they treat order like a tree. There are these neat branches where one thing necessarily leads to another in clean lines. cause A leads to effect B, which leads to effect C, and so on. And this tree with its pivots
These
and
are post-hoc
points is basically the
rationalizations.
thrust of all these terrible metaverse movies and TV shows and twists we've seen. But even before that, films like Terminator use time travel and Destiny to great effect. Groundhog Day.
It's worth asking to see what influences you, else it's not answerable. I don't know what that's in reference to, I'm sorry.
Butterfly Effect.
If you can
Looper,
expand.
the entire Marvel filmography, I guess. Run Lola Run on a better side of these things. All of these act like everything is just billiard balls. They bump into one another and into one another, and the question is simple. In that moment, do we believe we are...
Your ideology was formed for you before you were born. Yeah, but essentially, yeah, like, if you want to take it to the logical extreme, yes. Which is why I'm really, I think it's so important to understand moral luck, right? Like, I'm not an anarchist because I'm smart, or because I'm right, or because I thought about it longer, or I committed more time to it. I'm an anarchist because my brain is anarchist shaped. That's just how I feel about the world, and what makes sense to me. And one of the components of that is that I don't think that every single human being in the entire world needs to have my exact framework, my exact view of the world in order for the world to function. Like, I do think there should be variety of ideology and perspective. That's kind of part of the point of free association. So yeah, so I don't need everyone to arrive at the same conclusion. I don't need to think that my conclusion is the best one either, even if I exert it as that.
making a choice? Or are we doing something that is made to happen by other billiard balls? Do you see the problem I mentioned before, though? Reality isn't billiard balls. I mean, billiard balls aren't even billiard balls, but I'll leave that discussion another fucking time. Because forget humans and choice. Let's just talk about, like, discrete causation in a local physics lab, not even in a complex philosophical way. Because there's no such thing as discrete causation. Whether it's Brownian motion with its too nightmarish to track causative sort of chain, or how quantum mechanics kind of eliminated the idea that causes come before effects in localized regions, the popular idea of causation that seems to be the physicalist and deeply STEM-lord-centric model of things, it hasn't been science, let alone mainstream science, for decades. The point is, the framework is laid out in the question. And this is the problem when we start down any of these roads. The assumptions that make up the questions aren't dealt with themselves. They're presumed, like an axiomatic in a set. When we ask, does the brain cause decisions, or do decisions cause the brain? We're trapped in a framework already, an either or. That's it, closed off. And Angela, no.
I need some help. I need. Can you guys just look? I hate to do this, but can you guys give me ones if you feel like this is hitting, and twos if this is shitting? Because I feel like this is quite. You know, I'm not. This is a bit mundane, so I can't tell. I don't know. My instinct is I wish there was a bit of poetry in this, a bit of art in this, like a bit of like. This feels like an explainer. It's quite straightforward. I guess it's an 18-minute video. Like I'm not expecting, you know, something beautiful. But I mean, okay, fine.
Notices this to her.
It's a fine explanation. I've heard. This is the thing. I've heard people who are clearly dumber than Brooks and worse at this explain this already. And for them, oh, this is an interesting idea. So Brooks, I do think Brooks is a really smart guy. I hope he is. I'm assuming he is. I think that if you're this smart, you should be working harder. And but what I mean by this is that let's use IQ as a framing device, not as a, you know, whatever. Let's imagine a 100 IQ person who wants to do a video on free will. Now, free will and the implications of it might be some of the most complex, important things that they can access intellectually. And so they'll make a beautiful, artful, hour-long video because they're really deeply motivated by the concept of free will, and it means so much to them. And so they really make this, like, beautiful piece of art, this video, this essay, this explanation about their feelings and everything about free will. Someone as intelligent as Brooke, I feel like, should be doing that about a much more difficult concept, like the deepest, most annoying crevices of D&G. And I feel like doing this, like, rudimentary free will stuff, it seems beneath him. Like, this is like, I mean, I'm bored because I know this already, and maybe that's my fault. But I also feel like you either do this artfully, or you can let someone else dumber than you do something that's this unimportant while you go on to do something better, I guess. Do you get what I mean? I feel like there should be sort of like a tier system of, like, Depending on how smart you are, you should be working. By the way, this means that everything you see from me, I'm trying really hard, okay? So if that's embarrassing, that's sincere, it is what it is. Every article I've written, I'm trying really, really hard to make a good article, and that's the best I can do. Every stream, I'm trying the best I can. Every bit of work, when I'm fucking with people, I'm doing my best to fuck with people. I will never say that I'm doing low effort, or rather, I guess I would be embarrassed to do low effort. I don't think that's valid. I don't think that's fair. I think you should try hard, no matter what you're doing. There's also enough fun sci-fi media about it. Yeah, exactly. I'd rather read like a short story. I'd rather read a fucking. I'd rather watch a fucking Exerbia video about this with cool art and like poetry about it. You know, I think he probably even has some. Can we have him talk about more wibbly-wobbly philosophy like that post? But yeah, that was better, right? When it was smaller.
It's a weird thing I see in these books with philosophers and neuroscientists where they separate you from your body, which is something I just
What do you think, Fishy?
It is weird.
Nothing to say?
And it's weird at like every level, because this is not a small thing. This is probably one of the great challenges we need to overcome in the modern age as humanity. The mind-body dichotomy at the center of how we view ourselves, the world, God, and the rest. Because think about how you actually make decisions. Like, how'd you choose the clothes you wore today? Or how do you...
Okay, sorry, we've hit the self-indulgent part of the stream. Yeah, we've hit the self-indulgent part of the stream. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, guys, you knew this was coming. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you give me too much money, okay? You get punished. You get punished. Sorry. Sorry, we're looking at my article. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I know. Worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. But I want to give you actually a clear example. Because I just remembered, I wrote on free will recently. And the way I wrote on free will, I think, is a little bit more valuable. I think there's not only a little bit of poetry in it, but the goal was to basically help people create a frame that helps them understand things a little bit better when it comes to... Sorry, Mog. Sorry. Sorry, yeah, blame Duck. So skip that part, skip that part. Here we go. So this is me talking about free will. The original form of the word, weird, this is the original form of the word weird, is stranger still, evoking fateful predeterminism regardless of means of travel, the present imminence of an emergent inevitable future. These fates are often horrific, tragic, and ironic. The irony is a principal component. The inevitability of outcome is baked into reactionary avoidance, ignorant dismissal, and intentional manifestation, all resolve to collapse the contradiction that can no longer self-sustain into a stable low energy state by feeding energy into the system. Only those who accept the inevitable outcome rather than attempt to subvert or seize it ultimately guide it. Where Oedipus reenacted fate and his avoidance of it, Achilles knew his fate and performed it. Given a chance between eternal glory and an early death and a long life in obscurity, he chose to perform his fatal role and enter the meta-narrative, feeding corpse into corpus. So the point of this is that I'm not just saying free will is an illusion. I'm saying this is one way that you can interact with the reality that free will is an illusion. You can decide to accept giving up some of your personhood to enter the meta-narrative and kind of affect change, or at least attempt to affect change. I go into more detail later in the article. Feeding corpse into corpus, which you know is a banger line. Let's not lie. Let's not lie, guys. Let's not lie. It's a good line. I hope I didn't steal it from someone because it seems quite obvious to me. But I googled it and I couldn't find anyone who said it. So maybe it's an original. I'm making the point that you basically get to decide between a content life in obscurity, or you get to ascend to a meta-narrative and try to influence the broader superstructure, civilization if you're real lucky. So I'm just saying, like, this. Okay, given this case, this is how this is a way to think about interacting with free will. Do you want to just have a contentful life with a happy wife, or do you want to make sacrifices in order to try and change things? Both are valid, but the choice is there. The choice is important. You see the difference between what I'm doing and what Brooks is doing? I'm not saying what I'm doing is better. That's a lie. I'm saying objectively what I'm doing is better. What I'm saying is that I'm a bit disappointed that Brooks is not equally kind of giving you useful tools and things to think about, or at least adding into the conversation beyond just explaining a philosophical theory.
Act on a date or at work. You don't really...
Another hour, this is nuts. Tell me about
consult,
it, dude.
like an internal command center.
We reached the point where I brought my blog up, okay? Look, I think it's really impressive that I was able to go for, Jesus, 3, 5, 6, 7 hours without bringing my blog up. That's a new record. I'm impressive. Everyone clap. Everyone clap, please.
Decisions emerge from the whole situation. Your body's chemistry, the room's lighting, phone's notifications, childhood memories, how attractive your date.
I didn't realize that was Brooks. I thought it was Rasputin. Yeah. I hope I'll find him easier to kill.
Conversations you had yesterday, the TV show you watched, a meme you saw.
Like he talks about your bacteria inside your body, and he's like, "Is that you? Your bacteria doesn't?" And it's just like, yeah, because if you took out all the bacteria, I would die.
So what makes your decision?
Okay.
Well, that's the bigger problem. The question, do we have free will, assumes there's a...
I didn't like Angela Collier's video on free will, but the ways she's dismissive are, I think, a very good lesson in why no one gives a fuck and why you shouldn't talk about free will at parties, even if you're high.
Me, an individual that can have or lack...
I'd rather have some discussion on the Big Bang Theory of history and more well thought of opposite. I think I have some articles on that, but I can't... I feel like I've written about the great men. Maybe it's in this. It's somewhere in here, probably. Go check out the blog. It's good. All of my blogs are excellent. All of my blogs are art. They're trying very hard to be art. I don't always get it right. I'm doing my best. I'm trying very hard, but I'm retarded.
Lack it at all.
I am trying
There's so
hard.
much wrong with this question. Doing this,
Please be nice
this is
to
something
me.
crucial about how I exist, or how any of us actually work at that level. And it's, again, fundamental to how we talk about causation. That stable self. It's not really
Not free
stable
will
at all.
paid well.
It's
Hey, I'm trying to give you a philosophy degree for free, okay? Alright, go to my blog.
actually something that you should be calling metastable. A big boulder on a mountain is stable.
Ooh! 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 Wait, I'm pretty sure I... Oh. Where did I... Ooh! Ooh! Look at that! Look at that! Great minds think alike. Although, actually, I was saying create the opposite. Create meta instability. Look at me! Ooh! Me and Brooks. Big brains, big brains, big brains. We said the same word at the same time. Big brains. Hive mind.
It's in the preferred position or state of itself. Basically, gravity is kind of holding it.
Does philosophy pay the bills in the current economy? I don't know, let's find out. Remember that you can donate $5 to extend the stream. If you put in suggestions in those donations, I will take those suggestions. If you want me to read one of my blog articles, I will do that. I look so much like a Muppet today, it's so cute. I never want to get rid of this costume. This is the best I've ever looked in my life. Fill up the bar, you will help fund the next stream. I will do lots of extra bonus content. With this much money, you've definitely funded a director's commentary on the Ico tragedy, which we will do as a Patreon exclusive. Thank you very much. We love you. You'll also extend this stream a little bit longer, and I'll look at whatever you want. Yeah, just pop it in there. Well, I guess we're gonna be a bit more flexy. You could do a call in if you want to yell at me about something. We're being chill. Chill. I like Smugglebug Sundays because we just get to kind of vibe and hang out, and I love you guys. Okay, I do have a good time with you guys. I really like the community we've made. I'm very happy with you.
It against the ground. That's its preferred state. It's doing
My eyes
fine.
twinkle.
If you roll it down a hill or the side of the mountain collapses, it'll roll. But you're not really, that's not affecting the stability. If it's not less stable, it's seeking out its preferred place. It's actually still quite stable, even if it breaks and shatters, because all the pieces are then doing the same thing.
I have an Ico TLDW, not for free.
It's always moving towards its preferred place. Where it's sitting is just because gravity's pulling it against this dirt beneath. We have a stable orbit around the sun, for example, and any change to the Earth or sun actually has really strange counter effects that actually keep that orbit going because it's stable.
Here's a discussion topic. The historical theory asides in War and Peace are much less interesting than Levin's asides on agricultural theory in Anna Karenina. I'm not well read enough or smart enough to know what that means.
Stability is returning to a preferred state and always having a preferred state. But have you ever seen a tornado?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
They're kind of amazing to witness if you're safe. They're terrifying if you're not. Definitely don't just hang out in your backyard in Oklahoma. But there's not really a thing called a tornado. We call it that, and we can identify it as that, so that way we know which direction to run and scream. But it's an important distinction, because a tornado is definitely not stable.
Oh, yes, a tornado qua a tornado.
It doesn't have a preferred state that it's returning to. Definitely not. It pops up due to like a confluence of crazy forces, and it seems stable for a bit, but then collapses again. Think of a mountainside snowpack that builds up over time in layers and layers. This is not stable. It can collapse into an avalanche at any moment. It can become something else. It is filled with potential to do other things. In fact, it's trying to get out of its form. Go look at a forest. A forest is not stable. A billion factors keep it going. A roaring fire, a terrible drought, or a pest invasion decimate it into grassland without time needed at all. Of course, it can grow back. Maybe, if the forces are right. But it certainly is organized like a forest. And we see forests grow back all the time, just like you. Stability is a thing that's sort of like a pipe dream. Because I'm not talking about like the life you lead, the story you tell, right?
Well, if we're talking about ecology and we're talking about... Well, no. I don't agree. This one is going to need the MS Paint, isn't it? And maybe I'm misunderstanding something because it's late, but this doesn't feel right to me, and the reason is because I think he's kind of ignoring the idea of equilibriums, which I think is kind of a more reasonable understanding of stability that most people in ecology and physics and psychology and like everything is equilibriums. It's not stability. Stability. In fact, I think we'll call it a stable equilibrium, right? I mean, you guys are smart enough to understand this without me explaining it, but just for the sake of getting MS Paint out. Please don't fuck me. Please don't fuck me. Thank you. Please don't fuck me. Thank you. Okay. So, like, pretty straightforward. This is not a reference. I literally invented the MS Paint stream. Thank you. I'm the first person to have ever done it. So, like, I mean, what he's literally... So he's saying stability is not a thing. He's basically saying that, like, well, a forest can, like, exist. Oh, I've already fucked this up. A forest can, like, exist and then collapse. But then maybe it'll come back. But maybe it won't. We don't know. And this is all very, oh, so stability, you can put a circle around a point and go, well, stability doesn't exist because look at all this change. But I think the way most people actually think of stability is as a equilibrium, as like a, you hit a threshold at the top and then you come back down, you hit a threshold at the bottom and you come back up, and you stay in this sort of stable range, right? This is what stability is. Like, people consider this a stable equilibrium, both in terms of ecology, in terms of people's behavior, right? Like, you know, you can swing... in terms of mood, right? You get so low mood that you end up with like kind of a reaction to the bottom. You end up with a high mood and then you crash. Like, you go up and down like this, you know, whether you're a stable person or not. Like, this is... You do the same line twice? Well, because I was saying that he's... Shut up. You understand what I'm saying. He's judging it like this, I'm judging it like this. I would call this stability, right? Also, metastability is something else, which he should know. I don't want to... this is the point of the stream where it's possible I'm misinterpreting him, but metastability means something very specific. What's his... Oh, fuck, what's the name? Is it Buridan's ass? Buridan's ass. This is it. This is metastability. So the joke is... The donkey is so stupid... This is called Buridan's ass. The donkey is so stupid that it is standing absolutely equidistant between two piles of hay. And because they are both equally far away, it cannot decide between them and it starves to death in the middle. This is what we call metastability. This actually happens in... this happens in programming as well. If a node has like an if-then statement and it can't decide between two things, then if there's no instability, if there's no randomness in the system, then it can get stuck at like a logic gate because it can't decide between two options, right? So like Buridan's ass, it starves to death in the middle. This would be a metastability, right? Is the inability to decide arbitrarily between two absolutely equal options. Sometimes depicted as like the donkey is like, well, you know, is thirsty and hungry and dies between water and food. Sometimes just two equal piles of hay like this one. I guess the joke here is that the White House is dumb and can't pick between Panama and Nicaragua, is fucking up both, whatever. Ancient political cartoons. But you get the picture, right? So meta instability, which is what I was talking about in my article at the very end, which again you should probably read, is the idea of breaking these equivalencies, is trying to introduce randomness into the system so that more people are making more concrete decisions more quickly and basically involving themselves in more experimentation. You see? So I don't know why this feels wrong. And I don't like every time I feel like I'm getting something right and he's getting something wrong, I'm suspicious because I still have this model of him being smarter than me. So, but again, you can get things wrong if you're smarter, and someone dumber than you can correct you just because they happen to have read the right things at the right times. You know, they got lucky. You know, sometimes you sometimes you did actually look at Magnus Carlsen's fucking chess plays. The exact opening that he used that day. You know, sometimes you get Hans Neumann luck.
I'm talking about the you who's hearing
Even
this,
if
the
you're
you
worse.
considering this idea. You're not stable. Some of you are probably definitely not stable, but I more mean it in the metastable sense. In the same way the snowpack, the tornado...
Metastable, I don't think means what he thinks it means here, because I've only ever seen metastable explained in this way. Metastability is like the...
Or forest exists, you also have far more complex set of forces.
Another way to think about it is that stable implies not likely to change. Something is stable if it's hard to overturn. No, sure, but he keeps using the word metastable, and I don't know if he knows what it means. Or maybe he's referring to some other tradition of philosophy I'm unaware of. But then why did we both come to the same... Why would I've literally just looked it up. Like, I know what metastable means. There's a Wikipedia page on it, right? So unless... And it's like, it's not a term that's not obscure enough that... Oh, God. Yeah, okay.
That actually make you into a thing. You don't have a thing that's trying to find a stable space. You are a metastable pattern. Like a whirlpool in a river, right? You maintain a recognizable form while the material content...
What? No, I don't think this is right. He's using the word metastable to mean equilibrium. And I don't appreciate it. That doesn't seem right to me. We already have words for these things, and they're kind of important to have a distinction between, because metastability is like a stability on top of a stability. It is literally an inability to resolve the stability, right? Because it's not only is it stable, but the stability is stable, right? It's two different things. The stable state is itself stable. You're stuck in a double bind. There's no way to get out.
Content changes within you. The waterfall...
In economics, Keynes's big thing was that there are lots of possible equilibrium points in the economy, and that we should use fiscal and monetary policy to not just the desired one. Yeah.
Going through the whirlpool now is not the same that was there moments ago, with the pattern persists. Maybe there's algae, maybe there's branches, maybe there's leaves, maybe there's fish. All of this, just like you, your cells, the biological components, everything, it all replaces itself constantly. Your thoughts change, your relationships evolve, but there's something elusive that maintains enough consistency and coherence that we can talk about you over time. What we typically call the self.
An intermediate energetic state within a dynamical system other than the system state of least energy. Yes, okay, metastability, right. So you're in a state of potentiality. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was looking at this article. Persist for, yeah, is the ability of a digital electronic system to persist for an unbound time in unstable equilibrium or metastable state. Okay. Alright, I suppose you can go either way on this then, that's fine. Show some metastability by either. No, actually, no, I suppose this describes the same thing. I suppose it's broader than I expected. Okay. Because what I was describing was the Buridan's ass thing, right? Like, in fact, does it even get a mention? Maybe not. Sorry, this has turned into a real theory stream. Oh, a version of this situation appears as metastability in digital electronics. Okay, I see what's happened. So, Buridan's ass is a version of metastability, but metastability is a broader term that just includes you ending up in an energy state that's not the lowest possible energy state, but it remains a stable energy state. I will give him some poetic license on the sticks and twigs in the whirlpool thing. I'm too retarded to chime in here, but the word hyperobject is coming to mind. Not sure if that means anyone is wrong, but I think he's using it in that sense. No, I don't think so. Hyperobject would be the protrusion of a concept that's too large to perceive for a human into... It's the kind of object that can only be observed in part and never in whole. Climate change being one. Or like a 5-dimensional cube that only pushes into your dimension in a way that you can perceive. But so no, I don't think he's talking about hyperobjects here.
It's actually
I think we resolved it. I think I was wrong. I think what happened was I took Buridan's ass to be an exemplification of metastability, but it's actually just one form of metastability, and metastability is a broader term. I'm still not really convinced by the way he's using it, but there's enough vagueness now that I'm unwilling to just say he's wrong.
Better said, and I kind of like how Klosowski puts it. Klosowski calls it an impulse image. Think of it as like a recurring pattern that gains intensity through repetition, like photo paper, but which itself doesn't really have photo paper, it doesn't have a permanent substance. Each time you appear, it's both the same pattern and a completely new iteration of that pattern over time. This is different than a self that makes choices that free will affirmers are excited to tell you about. This is different from a crude physicalist view that says there's no self at all. There's clearly something there. There's patterns, repetitions, recognizable forms. You feel it. We all feel it. But these patterns are more like standing waves than solid objects. They exist only as long as the right conditions maintain them. And yes, science, when brain scans show activity before conscious awareness, they're revealing how your decisions emerge from these pre-personal processes. This doesn't mean you're a puppet of determined forces or that there's a crystallized you always there. It means you are the temporary crystallization of those processes into a metastable pattern. Let's say you're...
No. I disagree. So I'm about to critique him, and I think that probably this critique could be levied at myself as well. So maybe I'm learning something. I don't appreciate when someone implies there's only one answer. Like this is a very, very broad debate, and he's just very confidently saying a thing is the way it is. Like, no, the idea that you reach a threshold to make a decision that you're unaware of doesn't mean that you have no free will. It means that you're in a metastable state, and you are like a temporary crystallization of that thing. But like, there are other interpretations that are perfectly valid and equally rigorous, right? Like, I don't like it. I ascribe to the idea that we are, you know, the self. First of all, the present moment doesn't really exist, right? You can't experience the present in any meaningful way. So your selfhood is not just the moment, the thing you are. It is an extrusion of yourself through time, you know, and that's a very vague and fuzzy logic way of looking at it. But then so is the self. So I feel like that's as valid an interpretation. Like, you are, you know, maybe like individual decisions might not be made by you, but you can just decide which ones matter. So this is actually an argument, not an argument, but this is a thing I'll tell my wife sometimes, right? My wife will, when we have an argument, sometimes she'll say something mean to me, right? Like, she'll say something that's like kind of harsh and rude, you know, mean. And I don't blame her for it, because, like, you know, for her, she's authentically, you know, she feels a thought comes in and she says the thought immediately, and to her that's authenticity. And she wants to be direct about her feelings, and she wants to express how she feels. But sometimes it's just being a dick, right? You've all had intrusive thoughts to say something quickly that makes someone feel bad if you're mad at them, right? Now, for me, I feel like every time I get one of those intrusive thoughts, I'll stop and I'll think, and I'll be like, do I want to be the person who says this? Like, there's like an interrupt. And there's honestly a genuine debate in both directions, right? She would argue, why are you holding things back? Why aren't you being authentic with me? Why aren't you telling me the first thing that comes to mind? And I would argue, well, I don't believe that's authentic. I don't believe that the first thing that comes to mind is what I think of as myself. I think the choices I make of what I say, what I produce, are more authentically myself. And you can see how two people could have totally different ideas of the self that are both completely valid, but can come into conflict over them, right? And so I don't take her personally for you know, saying the first thing that comes to mind, because shitty things come to my mind immediately when I'm in an argument with someone. And she doesn't take it personally that sometimes I'll stop and think, and she won't assume I'm being deceptive, right? She won't see that as deception. She'll see that as me deciding on what I want to be. And I prefer living that way. And I feel that feels more authentic to me. You know, another example is the difference between being a video essayist and being a streamer, right? Streamers are considered more authentic, but just because they're just yapping, you know, the first thoughts in their head all the time, especially if there's no dead air, particularly me, because I am not a dead air guy. I give you 8 hours of yapping non-stop, okay? Alright, this is where the good shit is. You scream at your dead air streamers, okay? Dead air is immoral. But I don't, I think the video essayists are probably more authentic, because if you try to understand, or rather my articles, actually that's a better example. I feel like my articles are more authentic than my streaming, right? The articles I feel like are the things I've tried really hard to find the truth or find the thing that I care about, that I really want to write and be precise about. Whereas the stream is just yapping, and so it feels like I can throw out more shit. It's not necessarily more authentic, even if it's more spontaneous. Spontaneity does not equal authenticity. So That's a long roundabout way of saying that there's these two extremely valid subjective frames that are utterly in conflict with each other, and both are completely fair and valid ways to live your life. And I don't appreciate the fact that Brooks is just assuming that one of those is valid and the other isn't. The bug is the anti-Queeman. Queeman is who I was referencing, yes. I don't know. He would be so interesting if he was talking constantly. Oh well.
Your bladder's filling up. The nerve endings send signals to your brain alongside signals of discomfort of the activity you're doing alongside many, many other things. Maybe you're seeing someone drink water or pour water, or someone's playing with the hose or whatever it is, or like my son, you just can't stop staring at the TV when you want to watch dad play a video game. It happens. You've experienced these signals over and over and over and over every time you've had to pee.
I don't think Brooks is disagreeing. I think he's very confidently asserting one position, which is that free will does exist.
All your life.
But I might be wrong.
They make this sort of single point happen where you get up and you head to the bathroom. But that insight is that you is all of those layers, not just the conscious moment, not the concrete crystallization, but the pattern. It's a model of how we are. It persists, most certainly, but the free will debate assumes your organized self is the single point in this. And that makes no goddamn sense at all. That's looking at the soul. That's Christianity shit. That organized self.
I mean, I guess this just depends on how you identify the organized self.
No. What it is a temporary arrangement of the deeper field surfacing. When you make a choice, when any of us make a choice, we're not deploying a mystical free will, and you're also not mechanistically determined. You're actualizing one possibility from this virtual field of what might become. And because of that, everything is always new. You're not choosing. You're dealing with
On those two communication approaches, more to do with psychology, personality, and behavior types, I would say they're philosophical, right? It's literally answering what is authenticity. Is it the first thing that comes to mind, or is it the thing you choose? That's purely philosophical. Now, of course, that is informed by our psychologies and personalities and behavior types, but is the rational discussion of it utterly philosophical. I think people exaggerate how much dead air you get on Queeman streams a bit, to be honest. Maybe that's just me. I couldn't do what you guys do. I honestly do believe that I've been unlucky, but every time I go on to watch a Queeman stream, I swear to God, it's like I will click on the stream and it's 45 seconds of silence and I'm like, have I muted it? What's going on? And then finally he'll say something and I'm like, oh my God, like I could not... If there was 45 seconds of silence in a Smugbug stream, I would... I don't know what I would do. I would quit permanently. I would feel like a total failure. Like, if you're not able to constantly yap, you surely... anyway, I'm not chewing out Queeman. He's very good at what he does. He's better than me at getting views, and money and popularity, so I can't chew him out. And he's a smart guy. But, like with a lot of these guys, it's a shame that he's been captured by slot mongering.
Forces that are at play as the threads come together.
You are who you pretend to be. I mean, yeah, that's basically, it's an uncharitable interpretation of what I'm saying, but yeah, not far off.
These threads woven together include your personal history, current situation, body state, countless other factors. As I said before, you are what emerges when those threads...
By the way, my real feeling about the self is that I like to think of... So, okay, I do feel like I enter a fugue state where, like, just things happen, like, when I'm streaming, I'm not thinking about what I'm saying, really, very often. It's like 90% just off the dome, not really thinking about stuff, as you can tell, because it's just constant yap, 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 yap. It's impossible to think and yap at the same time. To the extent that would be required. But oh no, as soon as I try and do meta thinking, it slows me down in a way that's not helpful. Oh, I'm getting tired. I'm getting sleepy. No, I'm up. Okay, let me think for a second. Yep. What was I gonna say? We're getting really deep into the stream. This is crazy. Please do not donate any more money to extend the stream. I am dying. This subathon must end. This smugathon must end. The horror. You are who you pretend to be. Oh yeah. So I think that the way it works is that the agency that you have, for what little there is... Okay, let me try and explain how I do this. Every important moment in my life, I do basically unconsciously. I wait for my unconscious to deliver the answer. Every important conversation I've had is my unconscious talking. I'm not thinking about things. Every interview, every... big debate, argument, performance, my performance on the Ico stream, my performance here, on a show. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking once, probably noticeable. I'm just performing. And in those moments, I am just totally at the whim of whatever my subconscious delivers. And outside of those moments, I really do treat every minute of consumption of my life as feeding my subconscious things that will yield useful results. Every book I read, I'm reading so that I can produce something good in the moment later. Every video I watch, I choose my videos quite carefully. I have no algorithms. Everything I look at, I choose specifically because I think it's going to feed into a system that will give me better thoughts, better productions. It's a good way to force myself to read books as well. I started reading way more once I started thinking about it this way. So I think that the choices you make on it's almost like it's like a garden. It's more that you're like cultivating and pruning and deciding and guiding what you want that what he calls the lower field, the hidden field, to be like. And then you just accept the productions of that hidden field. And if you don't like them, then you need to adjust them over time. You need to change the consumption habits. I think this is becoming less of a thing for people as like easy algorithm slop, curated content by people like Destiny, by people like Hassan, people like XQC, who you just let people kind of like allow, kind of give you the content to consume. Also your For You page. I want to be clear, like, you are no better than someone who watches TikTok brain rot if all of your content decisions are dictated by Hassan, Destiny, XQC, or I would maybe say me, but let's be honest, it's mostly me yapping. Like, we've watched 3 videos in 8 hours, so I wouldn't necessarily say it's the same thing. We're not just like content curating here. But yeah, like you need to decide what you want your brain to look like, and you need to pick the things to feed it with. In order to kind of, but I also might work differently. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe that's not a thing that works for other people. Maybe everyone else, or maybe lots of other people need to do better, and maybe even perform better than me by thinking quite heavily about the stuff. I couldn't imagine not just doing whatever I just enjoy doing. And Mog, with all the love in the world, you absolutely have the brain of someone who does that, 100%. Dota? Yeah, I'm quite careful about the amount of Dota I play these days, to be honest. I do play very little of it. I'll play it when when am I choosing to play Dota? I think it's like I think it's a dexterity thing. I like to, well, you know what, also, I've just realized, every time I play Dota, I'm putting a video essay on the side, to be honest. I'm like playing some kind of video, some like 2-hour fucking thing. And I'm listening to that while I'm playing Dota. So actually, I'm just using it as like a sort of dexterity thing, which is gay to say, but is what it is. It's easier when you have a partner like Wiz to keep it back and forth going. I've never tried it. I imagine it's generally harder as a solo streamer. I mean, I did a year of solo streaming, and each of those streams was 6 to 8 hours, and I never shut the fuck up. So I do just have the ability to infinite talk. It is what it is. I don't know. It's one of my very few skills, is just being able to continuously fill dead air. I never run out of things to talk about. And you know, honestly, having a partner on stream, I love it. It makes every minute of the stream way better. But I'm constantly having to hold myself back from talking over Wiz, and I still do it constantly, and I feel bad about it. It is impossible for me not to. I try so hard, and I'm still bad at it. I wish I was better at giving more space to a scene partner. Someone say Soul was a Christian thing? Well, I think he was being a bit flippant. I wouldn't take that as a real position.
Temporarily stabilize into a metastable, recognizable pattern. The terrifying and liberating truth is that there's no you to preserve or destroy. There's no you to be forced along or to make a choice. There's just this ongoing process that you're part of, temporarily stabilizing into metastable patterns that we call ourselves, then dissolving back into the field of potential to emerge differently. Hofstadter said it best. You're a strange loop. This isn't nihilistic.
Oh, base. I mean, he's referring to all the okay, I guess we've read a lot of the same stuff. I really wanted to actually, in the Pond Scum augmented reality game, no, alternate reality game, the ARG, I don't remember what it stands for, which does exist, by the way, and some people have gotten 2 steps into it, I think. I don't think anyone's broken into Gate 3, and it's been around for like a few months now. I think they probably gave up. But Strange Loops is one of the themes in the ARG. Teehee.
Liberating. This is actual freedom. Once you stop defending a self that...
Do you not get tired of talking and just long for silence and alone time? No, not really. I have ADHD. That's probably one thing. I like yapping. I definitely used to fill the silence. I used to like need constant stimulation, and I'm a lot more mindful now since I started taking ADHD drugs and then got off them, and I was better able to identify which parts of my brain were like that and which parts of my brain were my actual personality. I think I've gotten a lot better at just like just mindfully going around doing things and enjoying like doing a chore without having a podcast on or whatever. But I still do that a lot of the time. Yeah, no, I just really like yapping. I want to constantly be externalizing stuff into the world or receiving stuff from the world. I don't want to just like sit in my little mind coffin. Probably because I did enough of that growing up. Like I had a pretty shitty childhood. I had a lot of disassociation. So I think there was a lot of me like staring at the wall and being okay with just being like, you know, kind of locked in a bit of a catatonic state. So I think probably I experienced enough of that to be like, I've kind of had my fill. I'd prefer to do other things. I like externalizing my interior and receiving stuff from the world. I think that's important. I thought my screen froze then? Yeah, right? Tough. That was like 10 seconds of dead air as well. I actually just tried to donate, but it wouldn't go through. I'll try again later. Huh. That's weird. Let me have a look. What, via Streamlabs? Catatonic, is that a RimWorld reference? It is! I have been playing Odyssey, it's good.
Doesn't exist as a fixed entity. You can start experimenting with new
with that link?
patterns that might emerge. Instead of asking if you're free, you can ask, what new forms of organization
I wish you all the best. Good luck in giving me money. I hope you persevere and make it. Please do not extend the
are possible. Connections haven't been tried. What hasn't been explored? And this is why I identify with Angela's video. Her irritation with these physics grifters mirrors my own with philosophy grifters, who claim to have solved free will and so many complex things. All this actually points to something important. That thing all of those people are doing in this, they're giving you the illusion of stability. That's what they're selling you. It's a salve for a neurotic response to having to tarry with the reality that there's not much there. But the salve isn't actually their answer. The salve is the question. They don't give you an answer very often. They're happy to. Free will and determinism assume stable entities making or being subjected to give you an answer very often. They're happy to. Free will and determinism assume stable entities making or being subjected to causal forces. It's a question that puts everything knowable, determinable, easily grasped. It's a conceptual pacifier for brains that can't grow beyond infancy. Because in the real world, everything is constantly new. And if identity itself is metastable, we need to have entirely different questions up front. Uncomfortable questions. Like, what does freedom mean when there's no such thing as an I that is consistent? What does responsibility look like?
What does freedom mean when there's no such thing as an I that's consistent? What? Why would freedom change so dramatically conceptually if you're a cloud of probabilities as opposed to a singular self? Surely that would just imply that that you need more freedom because you're a wider possibility space in his analogy. Is that a really important question? Is that I wish you would be less confident on the assertions that that you know one of these particular branches of like philosophy is absolutely correct, and a little bit more confident in offering your own predictions and understanding and thoughts and feelings on the world. What is it like? Is there just this tradition that I'm not aware of like all philosophy stuff needs to be citing better people or be like, I know, kind of cowardly hiding behind books and theory because it's scary to write your own stuff? Like, I want more of Brooks's opinions. I feel like I never really actually understand his opinion on anything. I feel like he's just explaining a thing, and I can't even tell if that's the most important thing to it.
Trying to donate. Don't feel pressure to extend the stream though.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I mean, the donation worked. Don't feel pressure to extend the stream though. I was joking. I will extend the stream, but for 326, yeah, go on. I don't even know what that would equate to extending the stream. I don't know, 10 minutes? 5 minutes? There we go. I've created a hell. I've created a hell for myself that I live in. This is the hell. This is the hell that I live in. Okay, I did this. It's not your fault. Thank you for the money, I appreciate it. But this was done to myself by me. Okay, I did this to me. Okay, thank you for the money, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It's my fault. Thank you.
Acts isn't the same as the you who could face consequences. What happens when we stop trying to control outcomes and we start to learn to dance with forces we can't predict and we goddamn need to learn we can't master?
There's no way we're going for that long.
These questions right now don't have comforting answers. They're not comforting in themselves, and they don't give you a position to defend or an identity to maintain. They ask you to experiment with forms of life that you have not tried yet, to become sensitive to possibilities you can't imagine, to cultivate capacities for transformation rather than strategies for control.
I've only been going for like 8 hours.
Real freedom isn't the power to choose between predetermined options. It's the capacity to become otherwise than what you are. And that means giving up the fantasy that there is a you doing anything. You are the doing. You are the experimental process itself, temporarily crystallizing into the pattern before dissolving away into nothing. Into this creative chaos which forms new things and life again. The question...
We need Lily's Yapper, we need Val's Owls. No, Val's Turtles.
Has never been whether there is free or determined will. The question is whether we can stay open to new things that are always coming, or whether we keep building conceptual fortresses to protect identities that were never solid to begin with.
Yeah. Man, is Brooks not as smart as I thought he was? He seems so smart. But I've not seen him say anything that blew my mind. I want my mind blown. I'm a bit disappointed. What's his best video ever? Oh, it's shitting on PhilosophyTube. That's pretty easy. Anti-Oedipus? Is that a reading? Is this a reading? Is this just reading Anti-Oedipus?
Words like assemblage and apparatus seem still pretty cold and clinical. And
wait, who's voicing this? Is this AI? Am I crazy?
In French and English, everything is a machine. In French, it's tout fait machine, which is like everything makes.
Okay, it's a discussion. Okay, fine. It's like a lecture series. Sure, fine. Oh god, did we see the follow-up on Michael Burns? How long have you been here, Oscar? I don't know. I don't know, he's a freak. Should we look at the follow-up? Oh. I mean, this is literally, he made this yesterday, it's 27 minutes. The AI, I'm not really convinced by it. Yeah, go on.
Did this fundamental therapeutic misreading, this idea of the individual...
You lost good. Wow.
How'd you...
Oh, actually, for a bit of context, I just remembered, because this was meant to be an epic own, but of course I forgot about it. Remember when I said that Michael Burns would have replied to that shoddy video by saying that they don't disagree? Yeah, I cheated. I'm a cheating evil lying guy. A guy who cheated and stole and cheated, because Michael did say that. Hee hee. I'll try to check this out later. Genuinely curious to see your critique. I've enjoyed some of your past videos, so pretty confident in my reading of Jameson, so wonder where I, in your parlance, fucked up in my truly terrible video. Two things. I was not referencing you in that comment from the PhilosophyTube reaction. Okay, so he immediately says that he wasn't shitting on QC. I don't want to be a dick, so I'm not going to say the name of the channel, but I've never seen your tone be that dickish. If you want to chat about this, we'd love to have you come on the stream this Wednesday. I don't think we fundamentally disagree with Jameson. On Jameson, it seems like many of your problems are more with my style of communication and or your moral qualms with the sponsor. Which, hey, fair enough, but I just got laid off and I'm trying to make enough to keep my family afloat for now. Yeah. So, kind of a bummer. I forgot about this as well. Alright, let's move on to the second section. So this is after, post the conversation, post Michael Burns giving a very, very nice, polite reply. Like, probably better than deserved for how unreasonably scathing that video was, and honestly how bad faith it was. Okay, so they have a conversation together.
God damn it, next time I talk about some of this stuff, you'll be in the back of my head, so thank you for that.
So, Michael's back.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks, really? This guy comes to you in good faith and says, "We agree. You know, I don't think we disagree on blah 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 blah." And all you do is in the opening is I guess okay, fine. You're allowed to do a little teaser. Fine. It's so smug. It's just like first 20 seconds of the video. I was right. He admitted I was right. He admits I was right. I was right. I was right. He apologized. I was right. He crumbled. I was right. They're like, oh come on,
back
man.
With another video about
I regularly watch Loner and only catch the beginning and end because he literally streams during my sleep time. I assume you guys are UK too. Yep, but luckily I got fired last week, so the money is my money. Thank you, money.
Conspiracy theories and critical theory, and I'm basically simply tired. There's a frustration to how all of these supposed theory philosophy heads on YouTube don't simply get things wrong, but they do it in a way that's counter to actually spreading the ideas that they're claiming to be teaching.
Yes, I hate when a philosophy YouTuber is counterproductive to the ideas that they're supposedly, ostensibly meant to be teaching.
It's a problem, and I'm going to be blunt here. This video is not just wrong. I actually, at this point, I'm just going to call it maliciously wrong, and I'm not using that word lightly.
Dude, what a shitty oh my god, this sucks,
The last
man.
video I did, the response I did, I tried to be as kind as possible. I was a little harsh, maybe harsher than I wanted, but it's tough because
I'm going to listen on my headphones, but I'm going to get some water. I'll slow it down so I can pay attention to it.
Because at the time, I was talking with someone who I understood to be a professor, an ex-professor, who really cared about these things and studied under some of the people we'll even be discussing today. And it's difficult for me to not simply go, how do you make something like this? My first video, my first response, talked about how he took Jameson and he did this fundamental therapeutic misreading, this idea of the individual solution, that a Dr. House-style diagnosis of things is nonsense. Now, he responded,
It's crazy how small... It's crazy how small of a reference that House thing was, and he's just blown this up into the core conceit of his critique.
He had a conversation, and, you know, honestly, I was a bit excited even. It's nice to find people to engage with on these things. It's not easy to find people who care about this stuff, let alone people who are willing to talk about it. I was warned by many people.
Well, you know what, Brooks? I'm willing to talk to you. I'm willing to have a chat. I still think you're a super intelligent guy. I'm assuming you are. I'm sure you would run circles around me when it comes to like deep readings of theory or whatever. But I think there's enough problems here that I'd be willing to talk to you about them.
People that Michael probably wouldn't engage with me, and even after was warned that he wasn't actually engaging with my ideas, that he didn't deal with my critiques at all, that the whole
like, is it not possible that your critiques are at the most charitable, that your critiques are just like subjective differences in terms of like tactics, like either differences in goals or differences in the way you want to approach those goals? Like, I wouldn't expect an anarchist to be so fucking vanguardist, so authoritarian about there is one way to do it and it's my way, and if you don't adhere to my exact critiques, then you're doing it wrong, you're malicious. Like, this feels very... This doesn't feel like leftism to me. This doesn't feel very libertarian. This doesn't feel very... I don't know. This like kind of this reminds me more of like the fucking post rats, you know, or actually just the rats, not even post rats, just the fucking you know, Reddit libertarian Silicon Valley tech bro kind of style of like there's one objective truth and it's mine.
whole thing was performative, but I don't care. I find it nice to be able to chat, and I do hope for the best in these things.
And this sucks as well. It's just like you're just loading up so many assumptions that your opponent is like purely malicious, that they're performative. But you know what? Look at this fucking bullshit fake sad face. Oh, this sucks, man. The idea of claiming that your opponent is purely performative and has no inner life that's real, like that's what you're saying here, right? You are literally saying that this person is purely like pursuing a individualist agenda, a goal. It's performative, it's not real, right? Definitionally performative, it's not real. And you're saying I'm such a simp for reality. I'm such a simp for conversation. I just want friends to talk about with philosophy, talk to about philosophy. That I sadly allowed myself to be schemed by this performative grifter. Like fucking hell. Libertarians, did you throw that into? Yeah, I'm being worse faith the later in the evening it gets. Everything past this point is going to be bad faith. Enjoy.
In his first
that's a joke.
Video,
partial joke.
I said, and I will always say, that telling people who are politically minded, who care about politics, and who are looking at world events and saying things like nothing ever changes, nothing has ever changed, not only produces impotence in your audience, but it's an unethical way to make them dependent on you and have a parasocial relationship where you're the one who provides answers. Remember, to say that nothing happened does a secondary thing, and I get that it's kind of can be a joke, and it's a thing a lot of people I've seen on Let's Say, but to say that makes people...
Okay, so this is... Oh, God. Okay, so this is a critique. Let's remember. So I believe the critique was Michael Burns, and this maybe happens later in the video and we didn't look at it, but I'll just paraphrase it here. Michael Burns basically talks about the failure of the pro-Palestine protests, or the No Kings protests, to do anything meaningful. Nothing really happened. Everyone went back home. Everyone just kind of gave up, and nothing happened. Now, I think a smart leftist would look at that and go, well, the last 10, 15, whatever big protests have yielded very little. It seems like we've entered a era where this particular tactic, which is a protest, does not seem to work anymore, that it does not produce the results we wanted. I would argue that basically it stopped, and people like David Graeber would argue this as well, it basically stopped working when the Iraq War protests happened. When 1 million people went out to fucking march in London or whatever to stop the UK entering the war, and it was totally ignored, and governments realised, oh, you can actually just ignore BLM, actually? Okay, it was BLM. When they realised they could literally just completely fucking ignore you and there was no consequences, that's when protesting died. Protesting stopped being a thing. Here's the value of protests. Protests are now valuable unfortunately, in skirmishes with police, in sabotage and infrastructure damage to shitty institutions. And again, I'm not endorsing them, I'm just saying this is where protests have genuine impact. I think the most important, and probably the thing I would endorse, is community organising and gathering. Protests should be a place that you go to meet people. You should meet your wife there. You should meet friends. You should meet and make friends there. You should get as many fucking numbers as you can. You should meet all your local organizations, the food banks, the local fucking community gardens, the local fucking, I don't know, Black Panthers, whoever the fuck, right? Everyone who's coming out, that should be an opportunity to mingle, to like cross-pollinate, and to find other communities and make friends and kind of cement some bonds. And I think most people go to protests and they just kind of performatively protest with the friends that they came with, or sometimes even alone. They don't really make any friends, they don't really hang out with anyone ever again after that, and nothing's really solidified. That is a problem. I think that protests should be used as like social gathering spots to like reinforce bonds and de-atomize, to like reconnect with people who have a similar persuasion to you, for the purposes of knowing the size and strength of your organizations, and for the purpose of meeting other people and strengthening your organizations. That's the only value I can see in protests at the moment. So I don't think what Michael Burns said is wrong at all. I think it's fine to be disappointed and to express that disappointment that everyone came out to a protest and then nothing really happened. I think that's an important thing to highlight. I think that could maybe teach people that, unfortunately, there are other ways to go. Good example of this is Just Stop Oil, who have recently wound down their public stuff because the government got a bit too authoritarian for them and started clamping down, and sending them to prison for not doing things anonymously. Now, I can't speak directly for certain things, but there have also been some sabotages, I imagine by people probably previously affiliated with groups such as Just Stop Oil, that seem to have started happening more after Just Stop Oil wound down. So you can imagine, perhaps, that this public-facing group stopped, and then they splintered off into a bunch of smaller groups that are willing to do, like, industrial sabotage or whatever, be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more anonymous, right? Those are the kinds of, like, things that might be prompted by you understanding that public protest is no longer as effective, and that now you need to move to things like cutting power lines to banks, or cutting internet lines to, you know, the City of London, or fucking up a pipeline, you know, stuff like that.
Look at that and go, well, if that did.
So I'm not a big fan of him just immediately saying, well, you shouldn't do this because it instills hopelessness. No, I think it instills a reality that should lead you to the next solution. It's your job as a creator and a platform to identify these things, or, you know, notice them or be told them, and then turn that into action.
Didn't do anything. That's how people feel about it. It becomes an impotence creator. Because
and this is where
so I don't agree it's an impotence creator.
I think I guess I just like disagree there, in as much as, you know, in that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then...
I've reached the conclusion that Brooks uses editing a little bit maliciously in order to facilitate a point, and I think that's fine if you want to strengthen your point, but I don't think it's okay if it's in you know, it's absent a point. Like, wow, he said a thing that looks a bit different to the like.
Now, one example I can think of here is the summer of 2020. There's a lot of protests that broke out in America.
What did Michael Burns say exactly here? Actually, hold on.
And then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then...
What did we just cut off from this conversation though? Like, what did I miss? Oh my god, am I gonna have to go fucking find this? Let me guess. Is there a conversation? QC after hours? No, this is all... Okay, am I gonna have to look at Michael Burns? Do I have to find the fucking... Oh, also, after that President Sunday video, I don't suppose we've got a citation here. No citation. No citation of this part of the video so that I can use... President Sunday would be very unhappy with you right now. Especially because you cut the motherfucker off with your shitty editing.
Not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened.
It's not like, so guys, nothing happened and then this happened. This happened and then nothing happened. I wonder what he's going to say next.
I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like...
I think in that part of the video, ooh, I guess we don't know. No citation, no timestamp. I'm going to have to go find it myself, aren't I? Fuck you, dude. Oh my god. This sucks. No better than Sunday. And there's no way for me to view this, is it? There's no way, is there... What am I supposed to... Where am I supposed to find this? I literally cannot find this. There's no way to access this video. I cannot tell what's been cut in bad faith. Can anyone find this? Does he have a live channel? I've been citation pilled. Guys, I've been citation pilled. You were right. You were right. Not citing is cringe. You're right. In a world of bad faith bullshit editing, demanding citations is actually incredibly crucial. Oh man, it's just like, I literally don't need to have any politics of my own to critique Brooks, because everything that he's criticizing Michael Burns for doing, and everything he's that President Sunday is criticizing, they are both doing themselves in really skeevy fucking ways to take down this guy that seems fine. Brooks felt like Michael's dismissed his criticisms after they talked. That's great. I would love to hear Michael Burns' fucking reply. I would like to hear his fucking reply, but unfortunately I cannot find it. 2 months ago. Okay, playlist.
You know, one day
2
I'll...
months ago. Is there no way to see these streams except paid?
You know, one day I'll know if I'm live. One day I'll have the confidence. Hello, internet friends. You should be able to hear my...
sucks, man. Okay, so it's not here. Maybe it's in... Maybe Quarantine Collective has a playlist. Of streams? VODs. Come on. There's no way. 12 days ago. There's no way this was 12 days ago. He didn't record. Oh! No.
4 years and years that you passed a resolution wanting estimates read before bills.
No conversation with Michael Burns, no. Fuck, man. Really? You see office hours streams? Okay, maybe it's in here. I'm working hard, nope, 4 months ago. There are debates. Special objects.
You lost good.
8 days ago.
Wow.
How'd you... It's just his...
Force those to work and get them off the
this
couch
fucking sucks, man.
that some of them
This
are on.
sucks. Hold yourself to the same fucking standard. This fucking sucks. You are... This is so maliciously edited. Listen to this.
I think I guess I just like disagree there, in as much as, you know, in that part of the video.
President Sunday did a live react. I'm gonna fucking... Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, he's got the exclusive. He's got the exclusive. Lol. He's got the exclusive. Oh, there's no live anymore, or is this... Crash the fuck out.
It's possible if you're watching.
Okay, right. What's this? Is this from 6 months ago? No, he's on his...
It's possible if you're watching this that you, like myself, have watched with...
This is fine. Like, the point to make here, by the way, is that, again, it's not that I'm pro-citation, although I am clearly coping right now. I am clearly crumbling.
Oh, President Sunday.
My life is falling apart. Into the skip zone. Oh, is this... Oh, this was his react to us? Oh, yeah. Oh no, is this it? Is this the Michael? No, what? Members only content? Okay. Is this the Michael?
I'm reading at the moment processes that are being directly equivalent to...
Did he seriously gatekeep? Is there no way? There's no way. There's no way he gatekept. the citation after complaining about people paywalling. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way he's done this. There's no fucking way. There is no fucking way in hell that he is literally paywalled this. Oh,
Fucking clueless. It's in the fucking general. Please look at fucking general
oh my
and press
God,
the link.
Thank you. Okay, Jesus Christ, I was about to crash the fuck out. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. You could have typed a single time in chat though. You know, the chat I'm looking at. Just a thought, dispel. Just a thought. Could have typed one single time in chat. Plateau could have typed in chat. Chat, do you think you'll check Discord pin? Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. All right. It's late at night. Whatever. I am what I am. How long is this conversation? That said, my criticism still stands. If you're gonna bitch at people for not citing, you should probably cite your dishonest edit properly. Right, let's have a look.
That we have to
Give me 2
free
seconds,
Flitterbond,
everyone.
Which has been taken over by an evil.
There we go.
Okay.
Boop. Boop. All right.
Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Let's find a phrase and then use the transcript.
I guess I just like disagree.
Impotence. Okay. Give me transcript, please. Yes. Okay. Let's see if we can find this. We're gaming. How do we search this? Control F? Yes. Impotence. Okay. Oh god. Importance? No. Alright.
Agree there, in as much as, you know, in that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened.
Alright, let's try guys. I'm gonna crash out! I'm crashing out, gang! I'm crashing the fuck out! I don't know how this works. Oh my god, how do I get a transcript? Please. Okay, there we go. Alright. Alright, gang. Oh, here we go. No?
Like, and I don't, guys, for my audience, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but I got.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, gang. We're doing real hardcore shit now. Oh, here we go. Ah, right. So let's remember. God, this sucks. Okay, sorry guys, but this is important. This is unfortunately the links you have to go to. Okay, so let's check how things are explained. Let's see how it's represented in the original video.
An impotent makes people look at that and go, well, if that didn't do anything, that's how people feel about it. It becomes an impotence creator. Because
we are so close. We've got 40 seconds left, gang. Please, are you seriously? You cannot. Are we seriously gonna end here before we find out whether it was evil? Are we gonna? Is this it? Is this how we end? This would be an incredible ending. Oh no! Oh no! Please! I swear to God! I swear to God, guys, we are so close. We're so close to cracking him. With it, literally. This is insane. I'm gonna. Oh, hold on. I'm slowing down the timer to 0.25. One more minute. Whoop. We're on death mode. We're on full death mode. This is the slowest timer that's ever existed. Okay, 2 minutes left on the clock. Nope, nice try. We're looking at it.
And so, and this is where I guess I just like disagree there, in as much as, you know, in that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then.
Okay, so this. Okay, right. Okay, and then.
That part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then I don't know. It's just so. If for me, there's times where I.
Okay, he's like unhappy with it. Like, hold on.
And then nothing happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then I don't know. It's just so. If for me, there's.
I don't know. Just
times where I try to like. It's important for me to be like, this is what this thing feels like. But
right,
again,
but then not reversing that critique. This is again this is the thing through the whole thing. when you're talking about like large collective action that absolutely did have knock-on effects, absolutely, and I can go through them, that didn't do anything, it immediately makes it an individualist project. Here's how you can fix yourself. The collective action doesn't work. Don't get together. Don't do.
I don't think it necessarily follows that it becomes an individualist critique or an individualist project. I think a guy can just express his experience of being part of that protest and not necessarily have an answer. And I also think that not having an answer isn't necessarily... I've been institutionalized to the stream, yeah.
Things of that
I don't think it necessarily follows
scale,
I think that's fair.
and it's that activity.
I just don't think a lot of people read that in the video, and I'm happy to be wrong there. So folks,
oh, it's entirely possible they didn't, but I'll say it was said, and it is a thing that, again, in the pastiche of things, as things come together and signs come together, it always is disheartening to me.
Yeah,
because a lot happened, and
yeah. Okay, this is very clumsy and clunky. Let's see how it's presented in the video.
Now, one example I can think of here is the summer of 2020. There's a lot of protests that broke out in America after the police killing of George Floyd. We were still in the COVID era as well. At least where I live, there were some protests and marches where there was like 100,000 people in the street and it felt like we were doing something. We're going to change society, and we're standing up against, capitalism and patriarchy and white supremacy. And then we kind of just started doing other stuff. We got back to normal. We kind of just, nothing really happened. It all stayed the same. In that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened. Yeah, nothing really happened. It all stayed the same. I mean, guys.
Okay, so I mean, like, yeah, in the live format, I guess he he spoke, but I think it's worth mentioning that that wasn't the end of his sentence, right? Like, he's literally saying...
Makes people look at that and go, well, if that didn't do anything. That's how people... Itself, because that's the postmodern condition.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And that's... Yeah.
But to say that nothing happened does a secondary thing, and I get that it's kind of can be a joke, and it's a thing a lot of people I've seen on Let's Say, but to say that makes people look at that and go, well, if that didn't do anything. That's how people feel about it. It becomes an impotence creator, because... Well,
and this is where I think I guess I just like disagree there, in as much as, in that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened.
I don't think QC's critique here, or rather, I hate the framing. Okay, I think that if I have been as charitable as I am to Michael Burns, I can be charitable to QC and say that, this isn't necessarily malicious or bad faith. I do, however, I would maybe suggest that Brooks, since he's so considerate of optics, so considerate of, like, these little... kind of like flippant uses of
Stay strong, Bob.
God fucking damn it. How much was that? Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. Jordan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $5, Jordan. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Jordan. Thanks, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you for giving everyone another 10 minutes of content, Jordan. Thank you so much. Thanks, Jordan. Everyone thank Jordan. Everyone say thank you to Jordan. Everyone... could everyone please say thank you to Jordan? Could everyone say... I was meant to raid straight away an hour ago. Could everyone please say thank you to Jordan? Thank you, Jordan. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate the funding. Thank you so much. Thank you. Look how quickly I became ungrateful. Thank you very much. This is actually very helpful. I appreciate it. We are hiring an editor, and we're going to start cranking out way better videos, like better than we've ever done. We're about to hire an editor, and this is very helpful for the editing fund. My streams are basically all the money that I'm pulling together is to start editing videos in a cool way. Something like that's like a little bit more transformative than what we used to do. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Happened. I think in that part of the video, I'm kind of like, and then I don't know. It's just so for me, there's times where I try to like, it's important for me to be like, this is what this thing feels like.
So yeah, he's just expressing himself. I think, yeah, it kind of sucks to just go, hey, when you express yourself, you're not allowed to be, you're not allowed to like say your piece. You're not allowed to say how it felt because I think that it's important to say things out loud, right? Like, if Michael felt that, there are probably lots of people that felt that, and expressing that feeling makes it feel like you're kind of part of a similar project. I don't think that necessarily generates impotence. I think it's at least, it's a bit connective. It's like, oh, that disappointment is a real thing that happened. People like Mark Fisher and David Graeber were talking about the disappointment that came out of Occupy Wall Street not doing anything, and we have great respect for their theory and writing on it. So what's the difference here? Why is it unacceptable for Michael to talk about his disappointment? Furthermore, I think if you're going to be this obsessive about optics, then maybe don't trigger me, and I'm not gonna take the blame for this. I'm not gonna take the fucking blame for this. Don't do shit that looks so fucking slimy that it immediately makes me mistrust
And nothing
you.
happened.
You could not have done more to make someone who is cautious about the metastructure of a video essay more suspicious of you. You could not have done worse at triggering every fucking red flag.
I think in that part of the video I'm kind of liking that.
So if you care this much about, you know, like reactions and optics and, you know, being considerate of the way that your language could potentially be understood by even particular people in an audience, avoid this shit. Unless you're just a drama slop streamer. This sucks ass. To be clear, it's a cute edit. I like it. The music timing is good. The title timing is good. Cute, very cute, adorable. I don't think it was deserved. I think it was a meme in search of a reason to use it. You wanted to do this, and so you found a place to do it.
And one example I can think of here is the summer of 2020. There's a lot of protests that broke out in America after the police. There was like a patriarchy and white
gone hyper autistic on this one
supremacy, and then we kind of just started doing other stuff. We got back to normal. We kind of just nothing really happened. It all stayed the same. In that part of the video, I'm not like, so guys, this happened, and then nothing happened. Yeah, nothing really happened. It all stayed the same. I mean, guys, we are approaching the 20-year anniversary of the 2008 financial crash and the Occupy movement.
Oh, crazy! He's actually going to bring up Occupy,
and we're still.
It's actually, I think, Brooks, I think it's a little bit embarrassing for him to say that claiming that a leftist project failed isn't helpful. I think that's completely insane. That makes no sense to me. I can only imagine that you have so little faith in your movement that you have to obscure your failures. And I am actually less doomer than you, if that's the case. Because I actually do have faith in the movement, and I think that talking about our failures is how we improve the next round.
Still just here.
No Kings was a good time to blow off steam and see people getting it.
And look, you can see behind me, I'm moving. I'm making this video before movers are here so I can get it edited and I can think through every point. I've spent days on this. At first I was really kind of heated and really upset. I'm not going to go through everything. I'm not going to become this hardcore pedant in the same way I was in the first video. I found this more sad than anything. This is painful. And it's painful because
it's funny that my I got that sadness with President Sunday as well when I found out he was using AI slop. I'm following the same fucking arc.
As he talks, his own words contradict themselves.
So let's start with the definition of conspiracy.
This is painful. It's painful to watch him give my critiques of Michael Burns like to project this.
That we can all agree.
BLM did increase the reporting standards. I never said that BLM is useless, but let's not lie, right? Like, BLM had very, very strong ambitions and did not achieve those ambitions. Did it do some stuff? For sure. But I would consider a guy so obsessed with postmodernism and capitalist realism, although he hasn't said that word yet, but, you know, maybe because it's not that cool anymore to say the same thing all the other leftist video essays say. I would imagine a guy like that would understand how the, you know, little release valves of minor reforms might quell concerns and I'll buy her ninja. Might prevent the worst excesses from the perspective of the state of the protests, but wouldn't necessarily lead to any meaningful change. That's a pretty straightforward capitalist rate. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that BLM was bad. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there were reforms and there weren't incredibly big changes in the same way that Occupy, might have generated some changes, but broadly speaking, didn't achieve its goals, right? Like the goal of these massive, honestly, the most impressive thing out of BLM for me was probably CHOP, Chaz, whatever you want to call it, the autonomous zone. Very interesting opportunity for a group of people to, kind of build out some anarchist infrastructure in mutual aid in the middle of a city, without, kind of aid from the state. I thought that was interesting. Rare opportunity, seemed to go good and bad. Lots of lessons to learn. That was the most interesting thing that came out of BLM for me.
Agree upon.
So I do value it.
It's an explanation for an event or system which locates the nefarious motives of a secretive group at the heart of that event, often with an explicitly political motivation. And these theories usually...
I don't know about Brooke, but plenty of postmodernists don't like capitalist realism or patriotism. Oh, fair enough then. Okay, all right. I haven't seen any of those people. I haven't seen any works by any of those people who specifically kind of wedge in between those. But sure. Well, Yeah, as in they don't like capitalist realism as a read. Okay. It feels quite. I don't think capitalist realism is like, again, it's not like high IQ. It's just it's a broad, vague, useful tool that seems and again, it's like a simplified model. There's more complex forms of it. Obviously, if you read Baudrillard, you'll probably understand capitalist realism better than the cheap conceit model that Mark Fisher will give you.
A way more complex explanation than a more common sense understanding.
1 minute later.
The conspiracy theorist develops oversimplified and often paranoid narratives that explain mysterious and secretive group upon.
Contradict themselves.
So let's start with the definition of conspiracy theory that we can all agree upon. It's an explanation for an event or system which locates the nefarious motives of a secretive group at the heart of that event, often with an explicitly political motivation. And these theories usually offer a way more complex explanation than a more common sense understanding.
Okay. Conspiracy theories normally offer a more complex explanation than a more common sense understanding. True.
Minute later.
The conspiracy theorist develops oversimplified and often paranoid narratives that explain mysterious and unknowable dynamics of economic and political power.
Well, he's saying it's more complex than common sense, but less complex than the reality.
Minute later.
But they get the facts wrong when they were.
He's saying more complex. This is just a misunderstanding, so I'll give Brooks leeway here. But he's saying more complex than common sense, less complex than reality. Jews control the world is more complex than your and the implications of that are more complex than your rudimentary common sense understanding of economics. And understanding capitalist markets is more complex than Jews control the world. It's in between these two things.
Rely on overly complex and conspiracy.
He made those in AI.
Oversimplified and often paranoid narratives that explain mysterious and unknowable dynamics of economic and political power.
Is this AI? How can you tell? I can't tell. I'm not artistic enough to tell. It's too simple. It's too simple for me to tell.
Common sense understanding.
Yeah, I can't tell.
And unknowable dynamics of economic and political power.
1 minute later.
But they get the facts wrong when they rely on overly complex.
That's not the font used in SpongeBob Slides. Maybe from the new show. I don't know. I can't imagine that he would have AI generated it instead of just fucking taking it from somewhere. So I'd have to see some extraordinary evidence for that.
And conspiratorial.
I really want to believe that people aren't using AI this often, especially if they're supposed to be intelligent contributors and communicators. 1 minute left. Oh my god, I'm so close to being free. So close.
Narrative to make sense of things.
The video's filled with
close.
this, treating knowledge of random facts as non sequiturs, like special things. I mean, okay, this line, I don't understand why it's even in here or how it's related to anything. What's the point said between those other things? This comment.
Also, say what you will about the Soviet Union, but they did put a woman in space way before we did.
Because yes, the Soviets did have the first woman on. They had all the firsts. Like, I don't understand this point as a thing. The first human, they orbited the Earth for the first time as a thing. The first animal, the first man to orbit. All of the first. They didn't have the first human on the moon, but they had the first landing.
Oh shit, guys! I think we're gonna need some money soon. This platform is running out. This platform's running out of energy. The dodo bar isn't fueling it. We're out of fuel. We're out of fuel. Guys. I think we're gonna sink below the waves. I'm finally free. We don't have to finish this. What did we learn today, chat? Brooks is extremely disappointing. President Sunday is about as disappointing as expected, and then somehow my very low expectations were lowered even further by the fact that this motherfucker actually spent a minute of his video just regurgitating a Claude AI output, which means that his brain's definitely been turned into mush by slop. Yep, we're still going, but luckily, it's finally about to end. I'm finally free. I'm finally sinking below the waves. Unless a donation saves me. Fish guy, hold me. Hold me! No! Thank you very much for the stream. It was a very good time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for the donations. We'll use it to make better videos. Love you, bye! Superman! Stick around for the raid. Superman! Oh my god, seriously? Please. 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 Has everyone left now? Please. Am I Restart the show. Wait, is the stream working or is it broken? Did I break it? Did I break it by stopping it briefly? Is it working? I can see you. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm gonna die! This is insane. Can we okay, oh god, alright. Okay, another 10 minutes on the clock. Oh my god. Breathe. I was so close. I was so close to finally dying. I was within literal seconds of raiding. And then the last... Thank you very much for the donation, Jordan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. What? Yes, I'd love to continue. Thank you, Jordan. I don't know who Jordan is, okay? They are my greatest enemy. Okay, I guess the Smugathon continues. Off we go. Holy fuck, did we lose any viewers off that? No, not even. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, on we go. Alright.
Thing on the moon, and also the first remote controlled.
We continue. I can't die. It's like if one of the guys from 300 was immortal, and the Persians just kept stabbing him over and over, and he keeps getting back up and just like dies infinitely, just over and over. There's probably a myth about that.
Rover on the moon.
It's the stream that never ends. It just goes on and on. My friend, somebody starts streaming it, not knowing what it was, and he'll continue streaming it forever just because. Yeah.
It's just a weird aside, and it's like facts. I hate facts, and again, I could go through the entire video like this, but again, it's not a total critique. There's a couple things that is horrendous in a way that is important to me, because when you are doing philosophy, especially when you're ostensibly from an academic background, you're taking shit seriously, there's horrendous scholarship in this that I find really, really bad. And
you mean like poorly citing the video that you're referencing, such that it's quite difficult to understand whether your edits are malicious or not?
It's the kind of thing that people need to not do, and they need to see when it's done that it's called out. So, for example, he quotes Frank Ruda here.
Now, in a recent essay on Frederick Jameson...
Do call-ins instead, maybe? I mean, if someone wants to call in, I'm available. I'm happy to have a chat. I'm going to be basically brain damaged. Oh shit, did I not start the timer again? Oh my god, I'm going to die. I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die in purgatory. This is a nightmare. Yes, call-ins are of course open and available. Hop in the waiting room, and I would be happy to chat to you if you have something you'd like to speak about. Until then, I'll continue to torture myself with this terrible, terrible, horrible, horrible video.
Philosopher Frank Ruda comes to some similar conclusions about the reasonable side of conspiracy theories. He writes that conspiracy theories are problematic manifestations of a rational demand, a demand of reason. This demand is a demand for orientation in a world that no longer allows for any, since the constitutive principles of its organization have a...
This is so objectively based. This quote is so fucking based. 100% agree with this.
Ironically, conspiracy theories are the wrong form of doing the right and necessary thing.
Yes.
But he goes on to say...
Ruda thinks that the conspiracist is doing the right thing in the wrong way. And that,
I think that's fair.
That right thing is demanding a rational
Is he going to say right thing doesn't mean form?
Explanation for why the world is the way it is. You know, one that relies on reason rather than paranoia or fantasy.
And really, Michael, if that's what you took from Ruda, I'm confused, because the rumors are that you actually were pretty close to the guy, maybe at one point or another. And what if I said, no, Jameson actually...
How confident do you have to be in yourself to imagine that a guy who's literally friends with a philosopher understands that philosopher worse than you do? That's insane to me. It's insane. The hubris of imagining that your opponent is so stupid. Like, I feel like smart people, there's a level of intelligence where I feel like I'll run into smart people. There's this sort of middle ground where like people who are quite smart think that the average person is incredibly stupid, and then people who are really smart, I feel like, see more intelligence in the average person than the sort of just above average smart people. Like I feel like if you're willing to accept their frames, you can understand the logic that they're in and the complexity and nuance and, you know, kind of beauty in that logic. Like I don't think it means that people are stupid. It just means that they exist in different frames. But when you're just so ready to completely dismiss someone's entire frame of reference as incorrect, like, you can't... I mean, it's bad for you to do this. It is bad for you to do this. It makes your content bad. It makes your ideas bad. It makes it easy for you to make mistakes. It disconnects you from your fellow fucking man. What's the point of doing this if you don't actually think that the average person can handle hearing bad news? You don't think the average person or the average person consuming leftist content can handle hearing that a protest was disappointing? This fucking sucks, man. Jesus Christ. God, I really am dooming myself.
Demonstrated that one...
No, it's fine. These are two creators. They've done a bad job. It's okay. I think Brooks has potential. President Sunday had potential and has long since decided to squander it completely. But, you know, Brooks, I think, can pull out.
Can and must take paranoias in its conspiratorial dimension seriously itself as a form of rationality, that rationality itself thus has to be rethought historically. That for...
He's saying Michael understands it too. But that's even worse. Saying that you're... But, like... Did you consider that perhaps the guy who was friends with the philosopher isn't lying to his audience? Because also, what the fucking agenda would that serve? Did you perhaps consider that he is offering an alternative model or a simplified model that's not necessarily perfectly correct, but is useful, a compression of the idea, the complex idea that his friend fucking did?
Jameson, even if conspiracy theories are entirely made up, there is truth in them. What if it's actually Ruda who said that? And I'm quoting him word for word in the paragraph that you're quoting. This is tough. I'd be mortified if I made this mistake. Ruda is not saying we need to be more rational. He's saying conspiracy theorists are rational. They're the same
Conspiracy theorists are rational, yes.
Rationality as everyone else. It's not about sufficient rationality, as you're saying here, but
I agree, they have the same, they exist in a different... well, this is Psychic War, right? The idea that everyone is using a completely rational series of, like, steps to get to where they are. It's just that they're working with different information, different realities.
Instead, that we have an absence of...
Rationality is not access to truth. Rationality is just like the, you know, the logical following on from one thing to another, the coherence of a set of ideas and how they interact with each other.
Cognitive mapping tools to enable rationality to work as it has conventionally. Because it doesn't work like that. Conventional rationality, conventional reason is dead. That's Jameson's point, and Ruda's as well from the piece. Conspiracy theorists themselves are actually a symptomatic moment within the crises of the structural cohesion of everything, of, as you say, capitalism. But that you missed the point here is just strange to me. I didn't understand it, but it's the Latour quote that made me understand, oh, that's why. Because you're actually not reading the pieces you're quoting from. It's one of those things that's really important, because when you're quoting a piece, you should get it right. You hit a spot where you quote Bruno Latour to support your argument that conspiracy theory and critical theory have similar setups, or are similar in any way. Here's the clip of that.
Well, according to French philosopher and anthropologist Bruno Latour, conspiracy and critical theory actually have a lot in common. He writes that in both cases, you have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say because they live in the thralls of a complete illusion. Then, after disbelief is struck and an explanation is requested for what is really going on, in both cases, again, it is the same appeal to powerful agents hidden in the dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly. So as he sees...
Oh. Not dissimilar to Paranoid Freedom, actually, in my article. Interesting.
To powerful agents hidden in the dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly. So as he sees it, both...
I think we're all being informed by the same kind of zeitgeisty things that are making us all talk about and write about the same things, probably. But that's good. That's a good sign. That means that you're... I hope that means that I'm, you know, tapped into a thing that other people are caring about and noticing. That isn't the full quote. Well, nothing is the full quote unless you put the whole fucking book there, right? So, I mean, if you want to give me the full quote... Well, didn't he just... Hold on. What was the full quote for the other thing?
Critical theory.
Here's the tour to support your argument. The conspiracy theory and critical theory...
Just Bruno Latour have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say because they live in the thralls of a complete illusion. Then, after disbelief is struck and an explanation is requested for what is really going on...
Yeah, I mean, from this quote, I can't really tell what Latour wants, right? Like, is he saying this is how to break someone out of this delusion, or is this just say, like, what is... yeah, I don't
in both cases...
this quote is not super helpful. I do agree.
Because again, it is the same appeal to powerful agents hidden in the dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly. So as he sees it, both types of...
Not just that it isn't the full quote, he's going to make the opposite of Latour's point. Well, let's find out, because I've already seen Brooks twice now claim that someone is making the opposite of a point, and then completely fail to demonstrate that. So, if this is the first time he's done it correctly, that's great, but that would be a 1 win out of 3. Invite you on? Okay, let me... Oh god, I'm so tired. Alright, well, I've only got 3 minutes left, so you're not gonna have a whole lot of time to do much.
Theorists encourage us to look beneath the surface to see what's really going
I'm
on.
ready to drag you in.
And boy, you really made it sound like Latour is comparing critical theory to conspiracy theory. But he's not. That's not where the piece starts, or the quote starts. In fact, the quote doesn't say, I'm comparing critical theory and quantum. That's what you're doing here is different. He says, and I quote, "Let me be mean for a second. What is the real difference between conspiracists and a popularized that..."
Yeah, okay, I'll hop in, Envy. Just be aware that we've got 2.5 minutes left on the stream, so you might literally get insta-kicked. Let me be mean for a second. What's the real difference between conspiracists and a popularized... There's a teachable version of social critique inspired by a two-quick reading of, let's say... Okay, so he's literally comparing... This is actually interesting. He's comparing... He's saying like, what's the difference between conspiracists and the working model of like the simplified, compressed version of a, socialist? Sorry, a sociologist. In both cases, you have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say, because of course we all know that they live in the thralls of a complete illusio of their real motives. Then after disbelief is struck, and
that is teachable version of social critique inspired by a too quick reading of, let's say, a sociologist as eminent as Pierre Bourdieu. Those are the two things he's comparing. Latour is not comparing critical theory to conspiracy theory. He's comparing conspiracy theory to what Michael does. Popularized.
Okay, well this is actually... Seems like it's potentially a fair critique. Oh.
You need to murder this guy.
Hello. You need to murder this guy? What the hell?
I do, for fucking getting the quote wrong when the fucking... One, he didn't read the paper. Well, that was proven in the Sunday. Word, because the quote's wrong. The quote is wrong.
In what sense?
Well,
is the
word
quote
was
wrong?
changed.
You have 1 minute. You gotta move way faster than this. You have 60 seconds unless someone donates.
1 second. Let me find the little paper.
Well, that's not gonna help you. Well, it looks like we'll
It's
never
gonna help
learn whether Smugbug was incorrect. It looks like it's another W for the Smug. Is it,
I have it up right now.
Mark? I'm sure you do, but you've got 60 seconds to make your point and win this whole debate. Good luck.
Okay. Let's see, where is it? Let me be mean for a second. What's the real difference between conspiracists and a popularized that is a teachable version of social critique inspired by a too quick reading of, let's say, a sociologist as eminent as Pierre Bourdieu? Be polite, I will stick to the French field commanders. In both cases, you have to learn to become suspicious of everything people say, because of course we all know that they live in the thralls of a complete illusio of their real motives. Then after disbelief is struck and an explanation is requested for what's really going on, in both cases again, it is the same appeal to powerful agents hidden in the dark, acting always consistently, continuously, relentlessly. It's not theorists in general, it's people who misunderstand people's critiques and use them for bad things. That's the thing he's going on about.
Oh, I thought he was saying, I thought Latour was saying it's people who, oh no, we're dying. It's over. It's over. It's over. We're about to die. I thought Latour was saying, the simplified models, not who they're created by, but just the existence of like a too quick reading of a sociologist as eminent as Pierre Bourdieu.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's not about bad faith. It's just about people who have used like a simplified system.
Yeah, and the problem with Michael is he probably does this unintentionally. There's a good chance he does this unintentionally. Like I said, it was pretty clear that he hasn't. The quote that he got, the way that he got that from, was actually from another book. It seems that could be completely wrong, but I have no evidence that he actually read this, because this is like 5 pages into the. It's an essay, and it's 24 pages. And so, like, if you read this, you wouldn't have mixed that up. And so yeah, but there's a chance that Michael was good faith and just there's a chance and I got it wrong. I'll be good faith.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. That's good. I thank you very much for coming on the stream. I really.
Bye, Smug.
Thank you so much for coming on the stream, and thank you everyone for donations, and thank you very much. I'm gonna use infinite money. Please don't donate anymore, otherwise I'll be stuck up away. It's like 3 AM. Please, I'm dying. Thank you so much. Damn, it's taking me a while to drown. No! Stick around for the raid. Fun times, fun times, fun times. Oh shit, she actually is going to debate Drew Pavlo. Holy shit. Okay, well, you know what? I actually did promise... I did promise one more song, so I suppose, as a little treat, I'll do Quant. We'll do Quant Soldier on the way out. Alright, get ready for the raid. Because I need to set this up.
Cheeto crawling through the code, he's surfing on the bandwidth. Autistic mind aligning all the signs behind the language. Schizophrenic streamer memes, he deciphered all the yappage. Questions what it means, makes the propaganda vanish in the Twitch chat. Never that YouTube habitat. Riches in his pocket, but he barely even fathoms that. GeoGuessr professor effortlessly access your address. He's a quant soldier, no one told you for he rolled your best. Patterns in the madness, he's the glitch inside the lining. Unpacking every word until the truth is what he's finding. Atomizing lies, he's infinitely dividing until realizing the vibe in which the real world's residing. What you mean, when you say that? Are you talking truth or is it lies? In fact, when you're blowing smoke, you got the whole chat buzzing. Do they know behind the smoke and mirrors there's nothing? What you mean, when you say that? Prophesizing or obfuscating what you lack. What you mean, yeah, when you said that? How many people paying you for an unfact check? Right, 100 fans, but forgets he has it. Detailing trails to another plan. His mind a colony of hidden facets. Doesn't need the follow, cause he leads and other ants grasp it. It's that or they turn to ash under his magnifying glasses. Deep inside the service, he's a phantom in the traffic. Unintended actions happen, he catalogs the static. Quantitative tactics, battling dark empathics. Precision mission, he ain't missing with a semi-automatic.
He transcends dimensions, leaves the doubters all behind him. Ant amongst giants, yet his footprints are the widest. Look around and don't even realize you're incited. You're simulated with half the power his Casio watch provides.
What you mean, when you say that? Are you talking truth or is it lies? In fact, when you're blowing smoke, you got the whole chat buzzing. Do they know behind the smoke and mirrors there's nothing? What you mean, when you say that? Prophesizing or obfuscating what you lack.
Bye,
what
guys.
You mean, yeah, when you said that? How many people paying you for an unfact check? Dread.
Antenna